Chapter 558. Su Changsun was really pumped up. Although he didn't personally witness it, the news from the outside world definitely wasn't fake. As the old ancestor of Su family, he had a heavy responsibility. He knew that sects were a problem, but so what? The top sects weren't easy to touch. If they were really angered and they worked together, no one would be able to stop them. Oi, are you listening to me? Su Changsun saw that Lin Wani was stunned and didn't reply at all. This made him a little anxious. He couldn't just ignore him just because his son did such a thing, right? Unbelievable. A long while later, Lin Wani opened his mouth. His eyes were still filled with shock. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't have believed it. But the news had already spread and old ancestor Zhao personally came to tell them about it in shock. How could it be fake? How did the kid do it? Lin Wani asked. Su Changsun was helpless. I am talking to you about something else. Can you not change the topic? As for how he did it, how would we know? Maybe we can only ask him. Old ancestor Zhao said, now is our chance. With Buddha Alliance gone, the pressure on us will be much less. If Brother Lin appears, maybe your son can help the imperial dynasty. Su Changsun smiled. Kiki, Brother Zhao's words are problematic. Do you think that kid will help the imperial dynasty? It is best if we don't say it, otherwise we might cause a misunderstanding. Brother Lin, don't you agree? Lin Wani was in deep thought. Recovering the imperial dynasty was a more important matter, but the crown prince's situation made him feel helpless. He didn't have any thoughts about it at all. He didn't have any motivation at all. I will ask about this in the future. Lin Wani said. He would ask for Lin Fan's opinion. If Fan didn't have any thoughts, then he wouldn't force him. But what he did now was shocking. It was really shocking. Old ancestor Zhao nodded. He didn't have any other meaning when he said those words. Su Changsun said, why don't we head to Martial Path Mountain now? This is a huge matter. Buddha Alliance being wiped out might be a signal to the other three alliances. That kid probably won't be in a good situation. But what I don't understand is how he did it. Even if it is you, it is impossible. Did he break through to Dao Realm Stage 8? It was no wonder that he would think so. If not, what kind of strength did he have to be to wipe out the Buddha Alliance? Lin Wani shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Dao Realm Stage 8 has such a saying, but no one has ever broken through to that realm. Sigh. How impatient. I really want to know the truth. Su Changshu grew impatient. He wanted to know what was going on. Celestial Alliance. On a mountain peak. Brother Gu, did he really wipe out Buddha Alliance? Su Yuanming wasn't willing to accept such a reality. Buddha Alliance was so strong, so how could they be wiped out just like that? Guyuan said solemnly, they were indeed wiped out. I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Even when we worked together in Great Sun Buddha sect, we weren't able to cause any problems for him. Su Yuanming said, then what do you plan to do next? Are you just going to let it go? He knew that Guyuan was ambitious, and even if he faced such a situation, he wouldn't give up just like that. Guyuan's gaze was deep and he said slowly, the situation isn't good for us. That kid suddenly appeared and caught us off guard. Since that is the case, then let's hide. We were in the open, but now we are in the dark. Since Lin Fan scared him away, he had been thinking about something. Why was Lin Fan so strong? Dao Realm Stage 8? But thinking about it, that was impossible. Who knew how many geniuses there were in the sects and how many Dao Realm Stage 7 experts? Why could he break through and others couldn't? This was why he eliminated the possibility of Dao Realm Stage 8. Su Yuanming said, why don't you move White Lotus St. Purity Mountain to Celestial Alliance? With Celestial Alliance's strength, he won't dare to do anything. Guyuan waved his hands and said solemnly, don't underestimate him. You have to pay attention to him. Since he wiped out Buddha Alliance, Celestial Alliance will be next. I thought the same as you. Buddha Alliance is so terrifying, so how could he wipe it out? Now I know that it isn't because of how, but because he can. He trust me, then move the sect and hide. Don't let him find you. Moreover, remember that if he finds you, you will definitely die. Su Yuanming frowned and his thoughts were in a mess. He was shaken by Guyuan's words and he kept asking himself if he was really so terrifying. But he knew that Guyuan wasn't someone who liked to joke. Moreover, out of the four alliances, he was the closest to Guyuan, so there was no need for him to lie to him. Guyuan looked at Su Yuanming and said slowly, I know that you have been suspecting whether or not I am telling the truth. Is that surnamed Lin person really so terrifying? I can tell you that he is really terrifying. With our current strength, we are no match for him. Buddha Alliance's top sect leader worked together with the formation and couldn't suppress him. If he comes to Guisian Island and only kills you, will you be able to run? If he wasn't close to Su Yuanming, he definitely wouldn't have said all this. As for the final choice, it was up to him. Ace, of course I believe your words and I know that you won't harm me. But as the Guisian Island sect leader, do you think they will agree if I go back and tell them to move the sect? What will they think? Su Yuanming was annoyed. He believed what Guyuan said, but the implications were huge and it was tough. Guyuan said solemnly, I am not joking with you. Any hesitation will push you into the abyss. Guisian Island can't fight him head-on, otherwise Guisian Island won't exist anymore. Then Guyuan was in deep thought, like he had thought about something. If you can gather all the experts from the three alliances together and gather everyone's strength, you might be able to suppress Lin Fan. But remember, don't show yourself. It is best if you hide to the side during the battle. The situation is bad, run. Don't worry about the sect and don't care about anyone else. This was the only method Guyuan could think of. But what would happen if they gathered the strength of the three alliances? It was hard for him to say. In the past, he would definitely say that no one would be able to handle such terrifying strength. But after going through all these things, he was terrified. He was completely frightened. Perhaps even if they gathered together, it would be useless. To solve this, the only way was to find a way to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. But after so many years, who could find a way and who could break through? Hope was slim. Okay, I understand. Su Yuanming's expression was solemn. Guyuan's words were just too terrifying, so how could he not worry about it? To Guyuan, Lin Fan was a demon king. Even his father Lin Wani couldn't compare to him. Guyuan didn't know whether or not Su Yuanming listened to him, but he knew that Su Yuanming definitely trusted him. Good. Take care of your safety. I have to find a way to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. As long as I can, everything will be fine. Guyuan said. Su Yuanming said, do you have any clues? No, but I have thought about it. I will head to those dangerous places and maybe some ruins will record it. Actually, I heard that Insect Valley has clues to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8, but that is just a legend. Moreover, Insect Valley is too weird, so there is no need to get too involved with them. Guyuan had already thought about his future path. He wouldn't return to White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he was afraid. There were too many people in White Lotus St. Purity Mountain and Lin Fan was definitely looking for him. As long as he knew where he was, he would definitely kill him. That was something that he didn't need to think about. That was definitely the case. This was why, to prevent him from being betrayed, he could only roam the world alone. As for where the other Buddha Alliance sect leaders were, he didn't know. But they were definitely searching for a chance like him. There was only one chance, which was to find a chance to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. Or maybe Lin Fan would just die. But how was that possible? Su Yuanming kept silent for a long while and then patted Guyuan's shoulder. Be careful. I will contact the other sect leaders to discuss this matter. If Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance can put down their conflicts and work together, we will definitely have a chance. After all, they are a really terrifying force. He believed that with the three alliances working together, how could they not kill Lin Fan? I remember my words. I'm not trying to scare you. Don't underestimate Lin Fan. He is really weird. Buddha Alliance isn't weak, but they are too weak in front of him. If you really can't do it, then don't participate. Just say that you are going out to search for a chance. This was the idea that Guyuan thought of for Su Yuanming. He was just going out and Lin Fan found the sect. If he wasn't there, no one would suspect that Su Yuanming ran away to save his life. They would even wait for Su Yuanming to come back and rebuild the sect. This was the best idea that Guyuan could think of for Su Yuanming. It was also a way to keep his pride. As for whether or not Su Yuanming would choose that was his decision. That was the only thing he could do. The Buddha and Celestial Sect leaders' secret conversation didn't involve any schemes. To Guyuan, he suffered a huge blow and lost all confidence. Lin Fan, who he didn't care about in the past, was like a mountain that pressed down on his body. He had to find a chance to break to Dao Realm Stage 8, otherwise he would never be able to make a comeback. Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance learned about Buddha Alliance being wiped out. They were in the same situation as Su Yuanming. They were all stunned. It was like the world changed when they opened their eyes. Buddha Alliance was gone just like that. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan was really relaxed. He wasn't in a rush to head out. Buddha Alliance was already wiped out and he had many things to take over. His cousin, where did you run to? Lin Fan laid there and thought about his cute cousin. Although his cousin looked scary in his eyes, his cousin was always so outstanding, so handsome. Chapter 559. During this period of time, Lin Fan stayed in Martial Path Mountain and didn't go anywhere else. Some of the disciples who went out returned and some didn't. Buddha Alliance's top sects were all wiped out. To those mid-tier and normal sects, it was a bolt out of the blue. A bolt of lightning struck down on a sunny day, causing their hearts to explode. Martial Path Mountain's name spread throughout the 4 alliances and reached a stage where everyone knew about it. The Buddha Alliance sects either left or fled. No one dared to provoke Martial Path Mountain. Even the top sects were wiped out. What could they use to fight with? What could they use to fight with? Zhao Lishan walked over and said, "Young Master Lin, I have asked around. Something happened to the 3 alliances." What happened? Lin Fan was a little curious. Buddha Alliance's destruction would definitely have a huge impact on the 3 alliances. At the start, he was thinking about whether or not the 3 alliances would work together to fight against him. But thinking about it, the possibility was low. It shouldn't be so easy for them to work together. I am not sure, but the people from the 3 alliances have started to contact each other. I think it might be because of Buddha Alliance being wiped out. The 3 alliances are feeling pressure and want to settle this matter. Zhao Lishan said. Even if young Master Lin wiped out Buddha Alliance, he was still worried. After all, he was about to face the 3 alliances. That wasn't a joke. If they really worked together, their combined strength would be extremely terrifying. It doesn't matter. If they want to contact each other, then let them. No matter how many alliances they are, even if the 4 alliances work together, it won't affect me at all. Lin Fan said. He was in a good mood. If there was something he was worried about, it would be the alliance's star-level energy. That thing was really terrifying. Even now, he wasn't sure whether or not he could take it head-on. Thinking about it, he shouldn't be able to. As for trying, forget it. If he succeeded, then so be it. But if he failed, he would die. Zhao Lishan looked at young Master Lin and was speechless. To say that young Master Lin was arrogant didn't feel right. Young Master Lin was a strong person, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to wipe out Buddha Alliance. Maybe this was the mentality of the weak who couldn't imagine the strong. Suddenly, Lin Fan looked into the distance and smiled. "My father is here." Zhao Lishan turned around and very quickly, several people walked out from the dimension. "Father, I'm here." Lin Fan waved his hands. Martial Path Mountain wasn't small, and if he didn't remind him, his father might not be able to find him. Lin Wani heard the noise and looked at his surroundings. When he saw the buildings that hadn't appeared before, his expression became a little complicated. "You brat, you've done something big again recently," Lin Wani scolded. But no matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like he was scolding him. Instead, he seemed delighted. Lin Fan was just too outstanding, which made him happy. Lin Fan smiled and pretended to be obedient. "Dad, what can I do? I've always been honest. Don't keep suspecting me." "Honest? If you are honest, then there is no one in the world who isn't. But so amazing, even I don't have that ability. You wiped out Buddha Alliance right away. Tell me, how did you wipe it out and where did you find helpers?" Lin Wani asked. He didn't believe that one person wiped it out. Lin Fan said, "Father, I didn't find any helpers. I am alone. Buddha Alliance isn't an amazing faction and they are all really weak." Nonsense. Lin Wani couldn't take it anymore. This kid was getting cocky again. You wiped out Buddha Alliance alone, so why don't you say that you want to wipe out the other 3 alliances? Lin Fan said right away, "Father, you really are smart. I am prepared to rest for a while and then wipe out Celestial Alliance. Then, Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance will be dealt with. From then on, the world will be peaceful and we will be able to rebuild U City." Their mouths were agape. Lin Wani and the others were stunned. Maybe he didn't expect this to happen. "Kiki, you are still hiding secrets from me? Okay, I won't ask you anymore. But this matter is a little too big. In the future, you won't be in a good situation. In the past, many people wanted to kill your father. Now, there will be even more people who want to kill you." Lin Wani said. He was happy that his son had such achievements. In the past, when he was told to cultivate, he would rather die than cultivate. Now, he cultivated more diligently than anyone else. Although his cultivation speed was a bit fast, it was fine. As his father, he wouldn't suspect him of being a monster. Lin Fan smiled. "Father, you are wrong. Actually, there aren't many people who want to kill me. There are many who want to kill you. They all know that I am strong and that they are asking to die. But your cultivation is a little weak, so of course they will find you." When he said that, Lin Wani was furious. "Okay, you unfilial kid. Just because you have some strength, you don't respect me anymore? Watch how I teach you a lesson." Lin Wani couldn't take such humiliation. He was weak. If he said that, no one would believe him. "Hey, father, don't be rash." Lin Fan climbed up from the chair and ran into the distance. He didn't dare to attack his father as that was disgraceful. Moreover, with his current strength, his father really couldn't beat him. Everyone looked on and just smiled. Water Emperor said, "Long time no see." Old ancestor Zhao looked at Water Emperor and scoffed. He didn't want to say anything more. Suddenly, Su Changsun looked at Saint Rufo. "Why is he here?" Water Emperor wanted to say that sect leader Lin made him yield, but before he said that, Saint Rufo spoke up. "I was attracted by sect leader Lin's charisma and am willing to give up the position of Great Sun Buddha sect leader to follow sect leader Lin." Water Emperor looked at Saint Rufo. This fellow wasn't simple. He lied without even blinking. As expected, he was really terrifying. Kiki. Su Changsun and the others weren't fools and obviously knew that Saint Rufo's words couldn't be trusted. But they had to respect that kid. He was really skilled to actually recruit the Great Sun Buddha sect leader as his subordinate. Amazing. In the distance, Lin Wani didn't teach Lin Fan a lesson. The two of them just sat there and talked. "Fan, tell me the truth. What are your plans for the future? Have you thought about helping me restore the imperial dynasty?" Lin Wani asked. He didn't force his son to do anything. Buddha Alliance's territory was fought back by his son, and as for how to deal with it, that was Fanner's own decision. No one else had the right to control it. "Father, do you really want to restore the imperial dynasty?" Lin Fan asked. Actually, it wasn't important to him whether or not they did. Even the imperial dynasty's existence didn't matter to him. Lin Wani said, "It isn't that I am thinking too much, but I owe the imperial dynasty. This is my responsibility and mission. Since you owe the imperial dynasty, then naturally I will help you pay it back. Once I wipe out the 4 alliances, I will help Shaoqi restore the glory of the imperial dynasty. But from today onwards, my martial path mountain will be above the imperial dynasty." His dream was to wipe out all the sects in the world and leave only martial path mountain. Those top sects wouldn't exist and there wouldn't be any problems. He would also be able to enjoy his life openly. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. The remaining 3 alliances can't be underestimated. Naturally, they have their strengths to be able to survive for so long. But I don't care at all. Just tell me the truth, when are you willing to get married? Although you haven't married Princess Yongla, she has already treated herself as the Lin family's daughter-in-law. If you don't agree, then she won't have any face left. What are you thinking? That was the most important thing to Lin Wani. It was also what he cared about the most. To Lin Fan, if he had 2 choices, one was to restore the imperial dynasty and the other was to get married, his father wouldn't even think about it and would choose to let him get married. As for restoring the imperial dynasty, he would toss it to the back of his head and act like he was helpless. Lin Fan said helplessly, "Father, you are in too much of a rush. Moreover, didn't you notice that I am so amazing? My future will be rich and colorful." "Enough, you are outstanding. If you were outstanding, you wouldn't be single now. When I was young, I was bored and got married. I will give you a chance to wipe out the 4 alliances. Don't worry about the alliance and get married," Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was thinking about it. He definitely wouldn't be able to run. Thinking about Princess Yongla, she was really quiet and didn't seem like someone who would meddle in other people's business. Forget it, in case father would scold him about this in the future. Anyway, no one would care if he continued to fool around. "Father, it is too early. Once I wipe out the alliance, I will get married." Lin Wani said, "Okay, but when you wipe out the alliance, I have to go with you. I have to personally kill Wu Zhiga." Lin Fan nodded. He knew that father wanted to kill Wu Zhiga for revenge. He transmigrated over and hadn't seen his father's wife, who was his mother in name. But no matter what, since he inherited everything, he had to take revenge for killing his mother. Who cared about Wu Zhiga? He had to kill him. Okay, Lin Fan said. To Lin Wani, there were 2 important things in life. The first was to see his son get married and the second was to take revenge on Wu Zhiga. But he knew that revenge couldn't be completed in a day. Lin Fan was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and it wouldn't be easy to kill him. He had waited for decades, so he wasn't in a rush. Lin Wani stayed a night in Martial Path Mountain and left the next day. During this period of time, another piece of news came. Celestial Alliance was going to hold a Lin massacring event to gather all the experts from the 3 alliances. Damn. The name was so simple and violent. Wasn't it a little too much? Wasn't the Lin massacring event to kill him? He was really curious. Who knew how many people from the 3 alliances would participate? Although he didn't have much interaction with the 3 alliances, with his understanding, it was very unlikely for the 3 alliances to work together. Chapter 560. A few days later, Celestial Alliance territory. That fellow is such a jerk. He is such a bully. Celestial Alliance territory, where the Lin massacring event was being held, a middle-aged man smashed a teacup on the ground in rage to vent the unwillingness in his heart. He was Buddha Alliance Vajra sect old ancestor Nu Pu. He cultivated the body and formed a Vajra body. He had a fiery temper, but in front of true terror, he was a coward. He ran faster than anyone else. Su Yuanming chose a path that wasn't easy to walk. He didn't leave quietly, and instead, he wanted to struggle one last time. The people present were basically all peak Celestial Alliance experts. Old ancestor Nu Pu had a good relationship with 100 Dao sect's Qin Teng. Thus, after old ancestor Nu Pu fled, he came to find Qin Teng and hoped that he could take care of him. 100 Dao sect had been through the last battle and was badly damaged. Till now it hadn't been fully repaired. Now that old ancestor Nu Pu was here, Qin Teng felt like they were in the same boat. Celestial Alliance's peak sect leaders looked at old ancestor Nu Pu. In Celestial Alliance, only old ancestor Nu Pu was left. Although they found it weird, they pitted old ancestor Nu Pu's situation. At the same time, they became wary of Lin Fan. Maybe things had developed to a stage that they didn't dare to imagine. Everyone, sect leader Su's Lin massacring event is necessary. I didn't care about Lin Fan at all, and the entire Buddha Alliance was the same. But the outcome was shocking, and it was a bloody lesson. Old ancestor Nu Pu knew that it was embarrassing to say this, but wasn't it a question of whether or not it was embarrassing? The Celestial Alliance sect leaders looked at one another. They knew that Buddha Alliance was in a bad state and they were all wiped out. But since they didn't personally witness it, they wouldn't be able to understand that pain. Hey's old ancestor Nu Pu, since things have already happened, there is no turning back. Celestial Alliance will always open its doors for you. Supreme Saint sect leader said. Although Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance were working together on the surface, it wasn't good. But he could understand what old ancestor Nu Pu was thinking. Old ancestor Nu Pu said, "Guys, this Lin kid is arrogant. If he knows that Vajra sect is hiding here, he won't let me off." The moment he said this, the Celestial Alliance people were furious. "Scoff, let's see how he tries. I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Old ancestor Nu Pu, just stay here. Celestial Alliance isn't a place for him to behave arrogantly." That's right. I've roamed the world for decades. I've seen all kinds of people, but I've never seen anyone who dares to cause trouble here. Su Yuanming raised his hand to tell them to be quiet. He then said, "Old ancestor Nu Pu, why don't you tell us what happened? How did Lin Fan wipe out Buddha Alliance? With Buddha Alliance's strength, how could they be wiped out?" Even if Guyuan told him the exact situation. However, deep in his heart he still did not believe it. Old ancestor Nu Pu slowly opened his mouth and narrated the scene that happened at that time. Very quickly, everyone went silent. It wasn't that old ancestor Nu Pu's narration wasn't brilliant enough, but because it was too brilliant, everyone was speechless. Based on what he had said, didn't that mean that Lin Fan was already extremely terrifying? Was it to the point where no one could contend with it? Isn't this a little exaggerated? A sect leader asked curiously. It felt like he was listening to a story. Although the other sect leaders didn't say anything, their expressions showed that it was a little fake. Ace, if this isn't true, then how could Buddha Alliance be wiped out by him? If I didn't personally witness it, I wouldn't believe it. Old ancestor Nu Pu was terrified. It wasn't even safe to hide in Celestial Alliance. Suddenly, a voice spread in from outside. "Celestial Alliance, what is this Lin massacring event you are doing?" Before he even saw the person, he heard a voice. This was the voice of Evil Alliance Shedao sect's old demon Wu Wei. As the strongest sect in Evil Alliance, other sect leaders might not dare to come to Celestial Alliance, but he did. The main reason was because the Buddha Alliance matter shocked him. When Su Yuanming heard the voice, he was delighted. He was really afraid that no one dared to come. "Brother Wu Wei, since you are here, then please show yourself. This concerns the life and death of the three alliances, so we can't be careless," Su Yuanming said. To be able to make the Guisian Island sect leader pay so much attention, it was enough to show that he treated this matter seriously. "Kiki, that kid alone can threaten the three alliances. You overestimate him." Very quickly, old demon Wu Wei appeared. His appearance made all the Celestial Alliance sect leaders wary. Although there was no such thing as good and evil being enemies. But in the past they had quite an intense conflict with Evil Alliance. They fought several times and many died. Now that Shedao sect's old demon Wu Wei appeared here, it felt a little weird. "Brother Wu Wei, please sit. Su Yuanming said politely. The way he addressed him had changed. His expression was really calm, like everything that happened in the past was just a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Old Demon Wu Wei laughed out loud and sat on the main seat. I have never experienced sitting on the Celestial Alliance's chair openly. He looked at old ancestor Nu Pu and his expression didn't change. He just looked around and said, why hasn't Monster Alliance sent anyone over? They are all so cowardly and don't even have the courage to participate in the meeting? Wu Wei, what nonsense are you saying? Just at that moment, there was a three-headed serpent flying in the air. On its head stood a person. Old Demon Wu Wei looked over and couldn't help but laugh. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Monster God Mountain's old monster heaven slaying. However, why did you come? Why didn't Yin Yang sect Su Yi come? Scoff, Su Yi is Su Yi and I am I. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, your Xiedao sect split off from Yin Yang sect. When you see Su Yi, how can you call yourself a junior? Old Monster Heaven Slaying raged. Old Demon Wu Wei frowned. He hated it when people said such things. Su Yuanming came out to solve the situation. Calm down, we have something important to discuss. Let's put aside the small matters first. Scoff. Old Demon Wu Wei waved his sleeves and turned his head. He didn't bother about him anymore. Heaven Slaying landed. After the three-headed serpent landed, it circled around. Its red eyes focused on everything around. After confirming that there was no danger, it slowly laid on the ground and waited quietly. Su Yuanming said regretfully, only Brother Wu Wei and Brother Heaven Slaying came. Did the other sects really not send anyone? Sect Leader Su, I forgot to tell you that I represent Evil Alliance. If you have anything you can just tell me. Old Demon Wu Wei said. Heaven Slaying said, I can represent Monster Alliance. Old Ancestor Nu Pu sighed and shook his head helplessly. If that is the case, then I advise all of you to prepare yourselves. Buddha Alliance worked together and couldn't suppress him. With your strength you have no chance of winning. It wasn't that old ancestor Nu Pu was trying to boost their morale. But truthfully he even wanted to flee. He felt like staying in Celestial Alliance was just asking to die. But thinking about it, it made sense. How could the three alliances gather together so easily? That was just a fool's dream. Old Monster Heaven Slaying took a look. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Buddha Alliance's old ancestor Nu Pu. Buddha Alliance being wiped out only means that you are too weak. How dare he come to Monster Alliance? Old ancestor Nu Pu raged. Heaven Slaying, don't be too confident. Buddha Alliance being wiped out is a signal to all of you. If you don't pay attention, then just wait to be taken down one by one. Sometimes what you see is right, but it will cost your life. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret. Old Monster Heaven Slaying got up and ignored old ancestor Nu Pu. He looked at Su Yuanming. Sect Leader Su, I came to take a look at the situation. But hearing what you are saying, you want the three alliances to work together to deal with Lin Wani's son. Since that is the case, then I won't accompany you. This is your Celestial Alliance's matter. Solve it yourselves. Goodbye. Su Yuanming was anxious. How could he let Heaven Slaying leave? Brother Heaven Slaying, please slow down. This matter is really important and concerns all of us. Today he has wiped out Buddha Alliance and next would be Celestial Alliance, Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance. If we don't unite now, one day we will regret it. Haha, what a joke. Monster Alliance doesn't regret anything. Moreover, no matter who Monster Alliance works with, we won't work with Celestial Alliance. Goodbye. Old Monster Heaven Slaying left without even turning his head. Old Demon Wu Wei squinted his eyes. He was observing the expressions and gazes of the people around. His heart shook. Maybe it was as dangerous as Su Yuanming said. Haze. Su Yuanming frowned. He didn't want to flee, but the situation was different from what he thought. Although he knew that it was tough to work together, he didn't expect that Monster Alliance wouldn't give him a chance at all. Old Ancestor Nu Pu, based on what do you think if Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance work together, how confident are we? Old Demon Wu Wei stared at Old Ancestor Nu Pu and asked. Old Ancestor Nu Pu thought about it and then said solemnly, I don't know. That day at Great Sun Buddha Sect, all the top sect leaders used the formation along with Great Sun Buddha Sect's Saint Buddha Sunfire and were unable to stop him. They weren't even able to cause any damage to him. That is enough to show how terrifying he is. I don't think we have much confidence. If the three alliances work together, we might have a chance. Now that Monster Alliance isn't joining in, I suggest we hide and wait for a chance. Old Ancestor Nu Pu gave the most accurate suggestion. Old Demon Wu Wei thought about it and said slowly, If we can pull Insect Valley over, maybe we will have a higher chance. When everyone heard this, they looked at one another. Since Insect Valley went into secluded meditation, they disappeared for a long time. They weren't willing to deal with Insect Valley mainly because they gave them a really uneasy feeling. Difficult, very difficult. Su Yuanming said. Old Demon Wu Wei said, I am just saying, but we can try. Old Monster Heaven Slaying left that Dogs Hit Lin massacring event in disdain. What was that? To think that the three alliances would work together, that was just a dream. The three-headed serpent sensed Master's disdain towards Celestial Alliance and gave a human-like smile of disdain. Suddenly, Old Monster Heaven Slaying noticed that someone was attacking from the dimension ahead and focused his gaze. Martial Path Mountain Lin Fan. He recognized who it was right away. After all, he was really famous now. Lin Fan heard someone call him. He came out to take a look at the situation in Celestial Alliance territory. He also wanted to see whether or not any Buddha Alliance sects joined Celestial Alliance. If there were, then naturally he would wipe them out. When doing things, one had to finish from the start. One couldn't mess things up. Chapter 561. Lin Fan stopped and looked at the other party in bewilderment. Who are you? He came to Celestial Alliance to take a look. It was normal for him to recognize him. After all, he was so famous, and who wouldn't know him? But looking at his appearance and the mount he was stepping on, one look and he knew that he wasn't from Celestial Alliance. I am Monster Alliance Monster God Mountain's Old Monster Heaven Slaying. Old Monster Heaven Slaying's attitude was totally different from when he was in Celestial Alliance. When he was in Celestial Alliance, he was overbearing and didn't care. But now, his attitude was really friendly. Lin Fan smiled. Why? The Lin massacring event has ended. Are you going back to prepare? Old Monster Heaven Slaying said anxiously, Sect Leader Lin, you misunderstand. Celestial Alliance organized the Lin massacring event to invite us over, but I am against such actions. How can I work with them? So I left early. It definitely isn't what you think. I'm going to deal with you after the event. He wasn't a fool. He was arrogant, but he had a brain. Although he looked down on Buddha Alliance, he had to admit that Buddha Alliance was really strong. To be able to wipe out people from Buddha Alliance, how would it be so simple? Thus, even though he said that whoever believed it was the truth was a fool. Oh, it seems like you really misunderstood. I have to say that you are quite knowledgeable, unlike those sect leaders who have holes in their brains. But don't worry, don't be afraid. I will wipe out Celestial Alliance first, and your Monster Alliance will have to wait behind. Lin Fan noticed that Old Monster Heaven Slaying was a little nervous and consoled him. He told him not to panic and to calm down. He was a Monster Alliance elder, so how could he not be calm? His words were a little overbearing. Normal people would definitely explode when they heard that. But to Old Monster Heaven Slaying, he had to calm down. Even if he was furious, he had to. Sect Leader Lin, just now I noticed that Buddha Alliance still has members in Celestial Alliance. Old Monster Heaven Slaying said. He didn't know what Evil Alliance was thinking, but Monster Alliance wouldn't work with Celestial Alliance. This was why Monster Alliance sent him over to tell Celestial Alliance not to think too much and that some things were impossible. As expected, he will appear in Celestial Alliance. Lin Fan knew that there would definitely be Buddha Alliance sects hiding in Celestial Alliance, but he didn't expect them to do it so openly. After all, someone definitely suggested this Lin massacring event. Su Yuanming had a good relationship with Gu Yuan. Since Buddha Alliance was wiped out, Gu Yuan would definitely find Su Yuanming. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at Old Monster Heaven Slaying. Remember, the 4 alliances have to be wiped out. Even if you are friendly, it is useless. I can give you a clear path. Disband the sect and hide in the forest. Just don't let me see you. How could Old Monster Heaven Slaying disband the sect just because of a sentence from Lin Fan? Sect Leader Lin, I have something to ask you. Why do you have to fight with the 4 alliances? Now that the alliance is staring aggressively, it doesn't make sense for you to attack the 4 alliances instead of the alliance, right? Old Monster Heaven Slaying said. To be honest, he did not understand what the other party was trying to do. If he wanted territory, it was enough to wipe out Buddha Alliance. Why did he have to wipe out the 4 alliances? Wasn't that a little too much? Lin Fan smiled. Reason? Very simple. Defending against the alliance is a bunch of people at the border. They can't die for nothing. As for the 4 alliances, I am really annoyed. Now that I am strong, naturally I want to wipe all of you out. Old Monster Heaven Slaying was stunned, and then rage filled his heart. He didn't expect that to be the reason. If it was someone else, he would have flipped out. If they wanted to attack, then attack. But this person was someone who could wipe out Buddha Alliance. He didn't dare to say that he was Lin Fan's match. Sect leader Lin, if that is the reason, then isn't it a little too much? Imperial dynasty suppressed us for a long time, so it is normal for us to be angry. The border situation is also affected by the Imperial dynasty. If you stand in our shoes, maybe you will have a different way of thinking. After all, no one is willing to be suppressed by others. Old Monster Heaven Slaying told Lin Fan what he was thinking. Lin Fan said, "Indeed, what you said makes sense and I agree with what you said. But just like what you said, different perspectives lead to different problems. My perspective is that I am annoyed with your sects and want to wipe out the 4 alliances." When Old Monster Heaven Slaying heard Lin Fan's words, he found it hard to calm down. Too much. Arrogant. How could these words be spoken by an ordinary person? Old Monster Heaven Slaying said, "Sect leader Lin, Monster Alliance isn't willing to participate in the Celestial Alliance Lin massacring event because they don't want to have a conflict with you." Lin Fan waved his hands. "I don't need you to want that. I just want to wipe out your 4 alliances. No matter what, my strength is enough to suppress all sects in the world. I only have one goal. The 4 alliances will disappear and only Martial Path Mountain will exist. It is just that simple and I have no other intentions." There was nothing to talk about. Old Monster Heaven Slaying was expressionless, but his slightly trembling fingers proved how angry he was in his heart. But with the current situation, he couldn't do anything, otherwise there was a high chance that he would be killed on the spot. "Sect leader Lin, although we haven't known each other for a long time, I can see that you are a person with principles. Monster God Mountain is willing to welcome you to wipe us out. I have a request. I heard that sect leader Lin's cultivation has reached the peak and I would like to experience it." Old Monster Heaven Slaying's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Lin Fan laughed out loud. "You really are a wretched old demon. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you want to experience my current strength, right? Okay, I will give you a chance. Don't worry, naturally, Celestial Alliance will be wiped out first. As for your Monster Alliance, I will let you live. Use your strongest move. Don't regret it when the time comes." Lin Fan faced Old Monster Heaven Slaying calmly and didn't fear him at all. From start till now he maintained the same posture. "Okay, thank you, sect leader Lin." Old Monster Heaven Slaying didn't get angry because Lin Fan saw through his thoughts. Instead he was filled with anticipation. Damn. In his heart, he didn't believe that this fellow was as strong as the rumors said. He said that his cultivation had reached the peak, but what was that peak? Wasn't it Dao Realm Stage 7? He didn't believe that anyone could reach Dao Realm Stage 8. Although Stage 8 existed, no one had reached that realm in such a long time. At that moment, Old Monster Heaven Slaying's expression was solemn and a shocking aura exploded from his body. Suddenly, a dragon roar reverberated in his body. Shortly after, a black dragon roared out and charged into the sky. But not only that. 1,000 miles of mountains appeared behind Old Monster Heaven Slaying. All sorts of shocking beast roars sounded out from within. Amazing Dao Realm Stage 7, 10,000 Dao returning to 1, condensing all the Dao patterns into such shocking scenes. Not bad, not bad. The Dao patterns formed numerous fierce beasts and hid in the mountains. This reminds me of a zoo. Very good, Martial Path Mountain lacks talents like you. I will let you live. Lin Fan exclaimed like he had discovered a new continent. How would Heaven Slaying understand what Lin Fan was saying? Moreover, all of this wasn't important at all. Right now he had already entered a mysterious state. Old Monster Heaven Slaying had never been in such a state before. Maybe because Lin Fan was too strong, it made Old Monster Heaven Slaying really solemn. At that moment his strength reached its peak. "Sect leader Lin, under your pressure, I have entered a comprehension that I have never had before. This is Monster God Mountain's strongest move. The key is in the aura. Please teach me." Instantly, Old Monster Heaven Slaying stepped forwards and the world spun like the sun and moon were flipped. He then punched forwards. Long. A shocking aura exploded out the moment Old Monster Heaven Slaying punched. Lin Fan found it weird. He didn't expect Old Monster Heaven Slaying to be so strong. That fist was really shocking. Although the fist's strength hadn't arrived, he could sense that the surrounding space was being squeezed. It felt like it was about to explode. "Not bad, you are worth praising." Lin Fan praised. He then slapped forwards with an aura that was even more terrifying than Old Monster Heaven Slaying's. The fist's strength shattered. Old Monster Heaven Slaying's fist came from the illusionary mountains behind him. But under Lin Fan's palm, the illusionary mountains shattered. It caused old Monster Heaven Slang's face to flush red and his heart to shake. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Okay, it is over. Your strength is not bad. Lin Fan retracted his hand. The aura that hadn't exploded out was retracted. If he allowed it to explode, old Monster Heaven Slang would have been beaten up like a dead dog. How? Old Monster Heaven Slang looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't dare to believe that this was real. One move, it really was one move. He had stepped into the mystical realm and the strength that exploded out was even more terrifying than before. But even then he still lost. The rumors are true. I really can't fight him head-on. Old Monster Heaven Slang believed the rumors and totally understood why Buddha Alliance was wiped out. With such strength, who wouldn't be wiped out? The three alliances working together was just a joke. Monster Alliance wanted to stay out of this and not join in, but Lin Fan didn't give them a chance. He thought that they were just arrogant. But now he understood. If he had such strength, he wouldn't even bother to negotiate with them. Why would he allow them to be so arrogant here? Thank you, Sect Leader Lin, for showing mercy. Old Monster Heaven Slang recovered from his shock and cupped his fists gratefully. Just now he felt that death had descended. Lin Fan said, "How is it, are you satisfied?" "Yes." Old Monster Heaven Slang said. Lin Fan said, "I saw that your move was not bad. It was like you could see all sorts of wild beasts appear and it was really enjoyable. With such talent, it is a waste of your talent to be a sect leader. I lack talents like you by my side. If you are willing, you can join Martial Path Mountain. But I won't force you. I'll give you time to consider." He wanted to see the animals in the zoo. Chapter 562. Old Monster Heaven Slang left in shock. He left really quickly and decisively. He had personally experienced Lin Fan's strength. He just wanted to say, "Run." He couldn't beat him. Celestial Alliance was just dreaming. Lin Fan looked at Old Monster Heaven Slang's back view and touched his chin. He was in deep thought. As expected, they cherish talents and want to recruit them the moment they see them. Who knows if this is a good or bad habit? He was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. There were too few talents, especially people like Old Monster Heaven Slang. Even if he was from Monster Alliance, he was willing to give him a chance. But who knew whether or not he would cherish it? Lin Fan thought about how Buddha Alliance was hiding in Celestial Alliance and his expression turned ugly. What guts? How dare you look down on me, Lin Fan? Celestial Alliance. Su Yuanming sighed in disappointment. As expected, the three alliances didn't work together. Old Demon Wu Wei hesitated and didn't come to a conclusion. It was obvious that he was thinking about the outcome of this matter. Old Ancestor Nu Pu wanted to run. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. Celestial Alliance would follow in his footsteps, so he had to plan ahead of time. Like those sects that managed to escape, he had to find a place to hide. Maybe that was embarrassing. But hadn't he lost enough face? So what if he lost a little more? Old Demon Wu Wei said solemnly, "Sect Leader Su, I need to head back to discuss this with them. But I will say the same thing. If Insect Valley can help, we might have a chance." Sect Leader Su nodded. The difficulty was high and Insect Valley would definitely ask. But based on Lin Fan's actions, he would definitely attack Insect Valley. Since that was the case, then why not talk to Insect Valley first? With their intel ability, they definitely knew what was going on. Suddenly, a voice that shocked the hearts of the people came from outside. "Celestial Alliance has balls. You even dare to take in Buddha Alliance that I want to wipe out." When Old Ancestor Nu Pu heard that, he panicked. He is here, he is here." His face, which was originally rosy, turned deathly pale. Su Yuanming was shocked. So fast? Qin Ting saw that Old Ancestor Nu Pu was panicking and consoled. "Don't panic, this is Celestial Alliance, what can he do to you alone?" "No, you don't understand how terrifying he is," Old Ancestor Nu Pu said. Su Yuanming said, "Old Ancestor Nu Pu, don't panic. Sect Leader Qin's words make sense. This is Celestial Alliance and all the sect leaders are here. Even if he is strong, he has to think twice." Old Ancestor Nu Pu shook his head. "Sect Leader Su, there is no choice. All of you are unable to understand how terrifying his strength is. No matter how many people there are, it is useless." "I don't believe it." Old Demon Wu Wei stood up. As the Shedao sect leader, he had roamed the world for decades and had seen all sorts of people and scenes. There were so many pinnacle powerful beings here, but he was still scared to this extent. This was really embarrassing. Old Ancestor Nu Pu looked towards Old Demon Wu Wei. He sighed silently. In the end, he was still a person who had not been educated by reality. Very soon, Lin Fan appeared in front of everyone and saw old ancestor Nu Pu right away. He couldn't help but smile. You didn't expect that after escaping to Celestial Alliance I would still catch you, right? Old ancestor Nu Pu naturally appeared very weak in front of Sect Master Su and the others. But in front of Lin Fan he was very strong. Lin Fan, you are a bully. Old ancestor Nu Pu hollered in rage. You wiped out Buddha Alliance and now want to kill us all. That is just too much. Ah. Lin Fan smiled. How can you say that? I will only kill you. I won't touch the other disciples. Old ancestor Nu Pu knew that he couldn't escape today, so he let go. Lin Fan, you can't wipe out Buddha Alliance. You can be strong for a while but not forever. One day Buddha Alliance will make a comeback and you will become a demon that everyone wants to kill. As the Vajra sect leader, he obviously didn't want to die. But it wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to die or not. He had to die. Lin Fan definitely wouldn't let him off. At the same time, the Celestial Alliance sect leaders were all here, so how could he beg? Vajra sect would lose all its pride. Even if a genius disciple revived Vajra sect, his actions would forever be a stain on Vajra sect. Lin Fan smiled. Is that so? That is a waste, you probably won't be able to see such a future. Su Yuanming looked at Lin Fan and realized that he was still so calm. It was obvious that he didn't care about Celestial Alliance at all. He knew that Lin Fan had absolute confidence. If not, he definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Qin Ting hated Lin Fan to the bone. Although Evil Alliance was involved now that old demon Wu Wei was here, he knew that there were some things that he had to let go of. Since that was the case, then why not push all the responsibility onto Lin Fan? Lin Fan, this is Celestial Alliance. How can you behave so arrogantly here? You want to kill old ancestor Nu Pu in Celestial Alliance territory? Stop dreaming. Qin Ting's aura leaked out. Even if no one said anything, he was going to stand up and speak. He was going to settle the old and new debts together. Even if he wasn't Lin Fan's match, he didn't fear him at all. He didn't believe that Su Yuanming and the others would sit still and not do anything. Dream? Okay, then I will kill him in front of all of you. Let's see how all of you can block me. Lin Fan said and walked towards old ancestor Nu Pu step by step. As for old ancestor Nu Pu, each step that Lin Fan took caused his heart to skip a beat. Sweat seeped out from his forehead. The muscles on his body tightened, and every inch of his skin contained the strongest power. Preposterous. Qin Ting was furious. He hollered in rage and the Dao patterns in his body surged and swept towards Lin Fan. There was a loud explosion. Instantly, Qin Ting was sent flying. He didn't even know what happened. There wasn't even a shocking fight. Qin Ting slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, there was a bloody hole in his chest. Naturally, such an injury wouldn't threaten Qin Ting's life. But to everyone else it was just too shocking. Lin Fan's aura became stronger and stronger. He swept everyone. I want to see how all of you are going to block me. Let me challenge you. Old demon Wu Wei hollered in rage. Black mist wrapped around his body. The black mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it covered Lin Fan. The black mist was slowly formed by old demon Wu Wei using Dao patterns. It had a mysterious ability. No matter who it was, as long as one was covered by the black mist, one would fall into endless darkness. If one's will wasn't firm, one would fall into the abyss of darkness. Qin Ting felt like his bones were about to break. When he saw old demon Wu Wei attack, he was touched. He didn't expect that he would be the one to attack. Surname Lin, let's see what ability you have. Old demon Wu Wei hollered in rage. Suddenly something bad happened. The black mist broke apart and a palm reached out. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed old demon Wu Wei's face and pressed him to the ground. The ground cracked and the entire area shook. Old demon Wu Wei spat out fresh blood. His pupils dilated and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Too quick. So quick that he couldn't even react. Feel it yourself. Lin Fan stepped over old demon Wu Wei's body and locked onto old ancestor Nu Pu. Old ancestor Nu Pu felt a chill down his spine from Lin Fan's stare. He had experienced Lin Fan's strength long ago. Now, after experiencing it once more, he realized that he was still afraid. The pressure increased. Old ancestor Nu Pu's heart was about to collapse. Su Yuanming said, Sect leader Lin, leave a way out. If you go too far, it won't be good for you, right? Old man, shut up. You and Guyuan can't run. Think about your faces in the past. It's okay if you don't remember, but I do. If you want to run like Guyuan, then run to your heart's content. It's good for you to live in fear. Lin Fan didn't even look at Su Yuanming. What the two of them did was unforgivable. You. Su Yuanming was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He clenched his fists and rage spat out from his eyes. He really wanted to suppress Lin Fan. Supreme Saint Sect, Golden Spirit Valley, and the other sect leaders stood there and looked at one another. They then looked at old demon Wu Wei, who was lying on the ground, and then at Su Yuanming. They didn't know what to do. Just at that moment, old ancestor Nu Pu hollered in rage. A bright light exploded from his body and an angry Buddha appeared behind him. Lin Fan, you will die a horrible death. I'm going to fight you to the death. Gotcha. Old ancestor Nu Pu's body swelled up. His valiant body was extremely firm and he slapped towards Lin Fan. To old ancestor Nu Pu. He was in total despair. Celestial Alliance couldn't protect him at all. Lin Fan's strength was too terrifying and everyone here wasn't on the same level as him. You don't even know how to run and actually ran to Celestial Alliance. How can these cowards protect you? Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He raised his hand and punched. The terrifying aura pressed down on old ancestor Nu Pu's body. Ah! Old ancestor Nu Pu screamed miserably. His diamond body couldn't withstand such might and directly cracked and shattered. Even if he had the special characteristic of the undying body, in front of such tyrannical destructive power, everything seemed so insignificant. There was a low sound. Old ancestor Nu Pu turned to dust and disappeared from the world. The entire place was silent. The Celestial Alliance people were in an uproar. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at everyone. The Celestial Alliance sect leaders felt huge pressure. They took a step back like they were frightened by Lin Fan's actions. Kiki. Lin Fan's lips curled up and he smiled. There is no need to be afraid. I came today to wipe out Buddha Alliance. I will give all of you some time to enjoy your remaining days. Ah! The moment he said this, Lin Fan held his arms behind his back and laughed as he walked outside. That expression of disdain infuriated them so much that their hearts were about to explode. But their hearts were filled with fear. They saw those scenes and were so frightened that they didn't know what to say. They didn't even dare to do anything. They could only look on as Lin Fan left in such an arrogant manner. This was the most humiliating moment for all the Celestial Alliance sects in history. Chapter 563. Haze, I have lost so much face. Golden Spirit Valley sect leader didn't have the aura of a sect leader at all. He sat on the ground and panted. There were even beads of sweat that one wouldn't notice if one didn't look closely. Could he say that he was really frightened just now? The pressure that Lin Fan brought was just too huge. Su Yuanming's face was dark and sunken. He then thought about old demon Wu Wei and Qin Teng. Take a look at the two of them. Naturally he was unwilling to accept it. Celestial Alliance's peak experts were all here. Even then, Lin Fan was able to leave so easily. Even they themselves didn't dare to move. Celestial Alliance, Evil Alliance, Monster Alliance, I want to see what all of you will do after this. Lin Fan wasn't afraid that those sects would run. If they ran, it would save them a lot of trouble. Apart from Martial Path Mountain, he wanted there to be no other sections. Of course, some that he liked could exist. Dansha Island, Sword Palace, etc. Alright, there was also Wandering Dragon Sect. He wanted to take a look at Wandering Dragon Sect. Who knew how they were doing? But the situation wasn't stable yet. Once it stabilized, he would head to see how that sect was doing. Where am I? Old demon Wu Wei woke up and then he thought about something and exclaimed. Su Yuanming calmed him down. Brother Wu Wei, don't panic. This is Celestial Alliance, everything is fine. Old demon Wu Wei, who had just woken up, was in a panic. But when he heard sect leader Su's voice, he calmed down and knew that everything was fine. Sect leader Su, where is he? Old demon Wu Wei's face was so dark that blood was about to drip out. As the Shedao sect leader, he had a high status. But now he had lost all his face. He tried to stop Lin Fan but was suppressed. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. He left after killing old ancestor Nu Pu. Su Yuanming lowered his head and found it hard to say. After hesitating for a moment, he still said the truth. This kid is arrogant. If we don't wipe him out, we won't have a day of peace. Old demon Wu Wei raged. He had never hated a person so much and Lin Fan was the first. Su Yuanming sighed. Wasn't that nonsense? If they didn't get rid of Lin Fan, how could they have peaceful days? First wipe out Buddha Alliance, then Celestial Alliance, then Monster Alliance, and then Evil Alliance. No one could stop his footsteps. Only by killing Lin Fan could this end. But how were they going to kill them? Who was going to kill them? Lin Fan personally came to Celestial Alliance and killed old ancestor Nu Pu in front of everyone. In the end he retreated safely and unscathed. Unknowingly he had already suppressed Celestial Alliance. An alliance was no longer possible. Even if Celestial Alliance and Evil Alliance worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Su Yuanming said, I originally thought that there was still hope. However, the current situation is clearly hopeless. Old Demon Wu thought about it and didn't say anything else. Headmaster Su, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. He was going back now. Go back for what? Wasn't that obvious? He had to think of a way. No matter what, he couldn't let Shedao sect be wiped out. Even if he ran and lost face, he had to leave. He was very confident in his own strength. However, this self-confidence was not worth mentioning in front of the other party. He was suppressed with a single move. It was truly a disgrace. Su Yuanming didn't stop him. He knew that old Demon Wu had suffered a huge blow and was probably still in a daze. It was understandable. It didn't matter who was responsible for this. Who could take it? The Celestial Alliance sect leaders should have had their own thoughts. But most of them just wanted to flee. To become a stray dog, to bring the sect to hide from Lin Fan and hide in a place where no one could find them. But Su Yuanming was unwilling. He didn't want to give up just like that. Even if Gu Yuan told him to run if the situation wasn't right and not to force himself, he still wanted to try. So Insect Valley was his only hope. Monster Alliance. Old Monster Heaven Slang returned in a daze. He acted so calm in front of Lin Fan, but that was fake. Actually, he was panicking. He was nearly frightened to death by Lin Fan. How was there such a terrifying person? At that moment, the Monster Alliance sect leaders were all here. Old Monster Heaven Slang told them about what happened. He even told them about how he used his strongest move but was suppressed in one move. Yin-Yang sect Suyi was really calm. He was confident in his own strength, but when he heard what Old Monster Heaven Slang said, his expression changed. He was filled with disbelief. Is that true? Suyi asked. He knew that Old Monster Heaven Slang was an arrogant person and definitely wouldn't admit that others were stronger than him. Especially when he was suppressed in one move. That was an embarrassing thing. If it wasn't true, he definitely wouldn't admit it. It is true. Old Monster Heaven Slang said seriously. He finally understood that when others said how terrifying Lin Fan was, he wouldn't believe it. That was because it was too fake, and if one didn't personally witness it, one wouldn't believe it. Today he personally witnessed it. He was afraid that Su Yi and the others would be like him and not believe it. Instantly. The atmosphere was really silent and only the sound of breathing could be heard. Su Yi frowned and tapped the table with his fingers. Every thumping sound was like a clap of thunder, causing them to feel very uneasy. What did he say? Su Yi asked slowly. Old Monster Heaven Slang said, he said to wipe out Celestial Alliance first and then Monster Alliance. Kiki. Su Yi laughed, but his smile became really dark and sunken. What arrogant words. But he does have the strength. He looked at everyone. Guys, what do all of you think? Gather all of Monster Alliance's strength to fight him to the death, or... He didn't say anything else and just looked at everyone. He was waiting for their decision. Monster Alliance's peak sect leaders looked at one another. If it was someone else, they would definitely say to fight him to the death. After all, they were confident in Monster Alliance's strength. But now, they came to a conclusion based on the situation. That surnamed Lin person was really strong and had the ability to wipe out Monster Alliance. Old Monster Heaven Slang said, based on what I understand, we aren't his match. I thought that Buddha Alliance being wiped out was just an exaggeration, but after understanding it, he has the ability to wipe us out. So, I think that we should avoid it. Everyone was annoyed by those words. The dignified Demon Alliance had to avoid a mere enemy. Didn't they have any face? Everyone hesitated. No one agreed to this method of avoiding the battle. Buddha Alliance Jianghu Temple, Six-Wheel Ancient Temple, and Great Sun Buddha Sect were wiped out for no reason. If they wiped out Celestial Alliance first, then when it was Buddha Alliance's turn, those sects that were wiped out could tell them that they ran and they could discuss it. Insect Valley. Celestial Alliance Guasian Island. Su Yuanming has something to discuss with Valley Head. Su Yuanming came to Insect Valley to find help. With Celestial Alliance's strength, they definitely weren't Lin Fan's match. But Insect Valley's ability gave them hope. But Insect Valley wasn't easy to deal with. Other people weren't willing to come, so only Su Yuanming could. He waited outside for a long time and still didn't get a reply. If it was any other sect, he would have charged in. But this was Insect Valley. He didn't have the courage to do so, and it was a little awkward. Su Yuanming shouted a few more times outside, but no one paid any attention to him. This was a little too much, wasn't it? No matter what, he was the Guisian Island sect leader. Although Insect Valley was strong, they couldn't just not give him face. Just as Su Yuanming was getting impatient, a voice spread out from within. Sect leader Su, go back. Insect Valley won't participate in this matter. Valley Head's voice spread out. Su Yuanming was shocked and said hurriedly, Valley Head, this matter is huge. Even Insect Valley can't stay out of it. If he wipes out the 4 alliances, Insect Valley will be the next target. Silence. No sound spread out from Insect Valley. Su Yuanming continued to wait, but after a long while, there was still no reply. This made Su Yuanming a little anxious. Valley Head Lin Fan is ambitious and wants to wipe out all the sects in the world. Moreover, his strength has exceeded what we can understand. If we don't pay attention, there will be no room for us to turn back. His words were filled with a threat of threat. The meaning was obvious. Lin Fan was really strong. Not to mention that they couldn't handle him, even Insect Valley might not be able to. So, it was best if they worked together. Sect leader Su, Insect Valley won't care about this matter. Please go back. Valley Head's voice spread out from within. Su Yuanming frowned. He didn't expect Insect Valley to not care about Lin Fan at all. Did they really not understand what the outcome would be if they didn't suppress him? Valley Head. He was unwilling and wanted to convince the Valley Head. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, the Valley Head didn't care about him at all. Su Yuanming waited for a while. Seeing that, he shook his head and sighed. Since that is the case, then I will take my leave. I hope that Insect Valley can use their own strength to kill Lin Fan. Su Yuanming left. He was just too disappointed in Insect Valley. News spread out for so long and they still didn't pay attention to it. Did they really want the kid to succeed and wipe out the 4 alliances? Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan spent a period of time in the sect and he received news from disciples every day. The sects in Buddha Alliance territory were either disbanded or ran. They were all really quick. At the same time, he informed the cities that Buddha Alliance controlled that they would be under Martial Path Mountain's control. For the commoners, they were already used to it. During this period of time, they had already lost count of the number of times the management of the sects had changed. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, do you think Celestial Alliance will run now? He didn't know what young Master Lin's plan was. That shouldn't be the case. Buddha Alliance still has a few sects left to fight me, so Celestial Alliance shouldn't be any weaker. Lin Fan said. He knew that some Celestial Alliance sects would run, but he didn't think that all of them would. After all, although there were many cowards, there were definitely some tough ones. Zhao Lishan shook his head. I think that it is a little dangerous. Those sect leaders all care about their lives. If they know that they are no match for us, they will probably hide. Lin Fan thought about it and nodded his head. That makes sense. It seems like we have to act early and wipe out the 4 alliances. Then it will be easier to deal with the alliance. Chapter 564. News of Lin Fan clearing out those mid-tier and normal sects in Buddha Alliance's territory spread to the other 3 alliances. Celestial Alliance, Monster Alliance, Evil Alliance. These 3 alliances didn't just consist of the top sections. There were many other sects too. Although they couldn't compare to the top sections. But they all had their own understanding of the situation. These sects were all looking on. If the top sects couldn't handle it, then they could only flee. Thus, many sects hoped that the top sects could hold on. They hoped that they wouldn't be wiped out like Buddha Alliance. Unfortunately, for some reason they felt that it was really dangerous. After all, Buddha Alliance was wiped out, so could they really hold on? Alliance. Hell Mountain. When Zhen Ming received the news from Su Yi, he frowned and didn't relax for a long time. What does he want to do? Zhen Ming knew that Lin Fan attacked Buddha Alliance and he really wiped them out. But now he wanted to attack the remaining 3 alliances. That was something that he didn't understand. It even messed up his plans. Yin Yang sect's Su Yi was working with him and had a really important position in his plans. The reason why Ocean Emperor Island was willing to work with Hell Mountain was because of Yin Yang sect. Monster Alliance was the strongest sect and could represent the entire Monster Alliance. Their position was special and it gave Ocean Emperor Island hope of success. If Lin Fan wiped out Monster Alliance, then all their hard work would be wasted. Thus, Zhen Ming definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Now the alliance's internal conflict had reached its peak. Ocean Emperor Island and Hell Mountain started to gather manpower and slowly corrode the alliance's borders. The effects were obvious and they definitely couldn't allow any problems to occur because of this. Zhen Ming moved and headed towards Martial Path Mountain. At that moment, Lin Fan wasn't at Martial Path Mountain but headed towards Celestial Alliance. Celestial Alliance was wiped out. It was just so simple. He gave Celestial Alliance time to rest because he wanted to see what these so-called top sects would choose. On that day, Lin Fan didn't hide his appearance. He turned into a streak of light and was really quick, ripping open the sky. Many Celestial Alliance disciples raised their heads. They could all see a shocking scene. They were conflicted. Lin Fan had finally arrived, and whether or not the top sects could hold on. Tide Observing Temple. Celestial Alliance Top Sect. This sect was located on an island on the ocean. If one wanted to become a disciple of Tide Observing Temple, then they would have to cross this dangerous ocean to get there. Right then, a whirlpool appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool was huge and pitch black inside. The surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn in by the whirlpool as if it was going to suck all the seawater dry. This sigh. Lin Fan sighed and was a little disappointed. As expected, he still ran. Moreover, this ocean tide temple was a little overbearing to move the island away. One could say that they even lifted the foundations. So cowardly? Lin Fan was disappointed in the Celestial Alliance top sections. They agreed to fight head-on together, but who knew that they would just leave silently? How disappointing. But what he didn't know was how big of an impact the last time he came to Celestial Alliance. To those sect leaders, this was way too terrifying. And there was no other way. So what else could he do? He could only leave. Lin Fan continued to head into the distance. He wanted to see if there were any top sects that had the guts. There was no one in the Golden Spirit Valley. The mountain gate had not been moved. The interior was a mess. Obviously they had moved in a panic. When he came to Supreme Saint's sect, the place was empty. For the Celestial Alliance top sects, there was no need to worry about firewood. There was no need to fight to the death with them. Of course, some sect leaders disbanded their sections. Bringing disciples was a burden. To them, the most important thing was to live and not to bring everyone away. If someone betrayed them and revealed where they were hiding, it would definitely attract trouble. He searched for a while and found nothing. So terrifying. This is the courage of the Celestial Alliance top sections. I gave you some time, and not only did you not think of a way to fight me, you actually ran. How amazing. He had nothing to say. He didn't even know what to say. Lin Fan had thought about it long ago. It was actually really simple to wipe out the 4 alliances. As long as he was strong enough, it would make them feel like they had no hope of winning. They would instinctively avoid him. Looking at the situation, there was no need to continue searching. But he had to search all the top sections. After a long while, it seems like there is really no one left. He was already at Guisian Island. Su Yuanming had already run, so what was there to see? What Lin massacring event? They were just a bunch of random people. They didn't even gather up, and it ended just like that. He had been anticipating it for so long and thought that it would be fun. Suddenly, Lin Fan blinked and looked towards a building on Guisian Island. Someone came out. Su Yuanming held his hands behind his back and slowly walked out. He raised his head and looked into the sky. Sect leader Lin, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan smiled. I didn't expect that sect leader Su didn't run. Run? As the Guisian Island sect leader, why would I run? I represent Guisian Island here. I know that you are coming and no one welcomes you. Wouldn't that make sect leader Lin look down on Celestial Alliance and Guisian Island? Su Yuanming was expressionless. He knew that he was no match for him, but he wasn't afraid at all. He had tried his best. Originally he wanted to leave as well. But when he turned his head and looked at the sect, he chose to stay. It was useless to contact the other 2 alliances and even Insect Valley. To him, Lin Fan was indeed strong, but it wasn't that he couldn't be beaten. But Monster Alliance, Evil Alliance, and Insect Valley didn't even have the courage to fight him. Haha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that the person I hate the most is actually the most courageous person in Celestial Alliance. If not for you and Guiyun being hated, maybe I would have let you live. Lin Fan smiled, and he wasn't in a rush to attack. Su Yuanming's lips curled up and his white hair fluttered in the wind. There is no point in talking so much. Sect leader Lin, attack. Let me experience your cultivation. The moment he said this, Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped towards Su Yuanming. Instantly, a terrifying power spread in the air. Su Yuanming's pupils constricted and the pressure increased. Only now did he sense how strong Lin Fan was. Su Yuanming blocked and didn't dare to be careless. When his palm faced Lin Fan's attack, he felt an unstoppable power pressing down on him. There was a loud explosion. He was like a kite with its string cut as he smashed into the distance. Su Yuanming landed on the ground. The Tao essence in his body was chaotic and he was badly injured. He took in a deep breath and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. As expected from sect leader Lin, who was able to force the 4 alliances to such a state. Shortly after, Su Yuanming opened his fingers and the entire Guisian island started to shake. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Many ancient Dao patterns swept out from the depths of Guisian Island and gathered in his palm. Guisian Island has been around for a long time and each sect leader would leave the strongest Dao pattern in the sect. Today you came to wipe out Guisian Island because you want to end our legacy. Not only do I not agree but the past sect leaders won't either. Su Yuanming's aura swelled. The Dao patterns in his palm wrapped together and merged. 10,000 Dao returning to 1, the strongest ability of Dao Realm Stage 7. It could return all sorts of Dao patterns to their source. At that moment, Su Yuanming's aura reached its peak and he slapped forwards. The strongest move from the Guisian Island sect leader tore open the dimension and pressed towards Lin Fan. Decent strength. Lin Fan praised but his hands didn't stop. He raised his hand and the Dao essence in his body surged and gathered in his palm. Dual cultivation. Both powers exploded. Who knew what would happen when he faced the power of the Guisian Island sect leader? Long. The Dao pattern power that Su Yuanming gathered smashed into Lin Fan's palm. A bright light shone. The vast aura shook the area. Lin Fan found it weird and didn't expect Su Yuanming's move to be so strong. The strength of the strongest Dao patterns gathered together was really terrifying. But it was just terrifying. It was still far from being able to cause problems for him. Su Yuanming paid attention to Lin Fan's situation. When he saw Lin Fan block it so easily, his heart wasn't calm at all. Suddenly, Su Yuanming's expression changed. Lin Fan's other hand clenched into a fist and punched forwards. The gathered power retreated and pressed towards his body. Su Yuanming's body was badly injured and he flew backwards. A streak of rainbow-like fresh blood scattered in the sky. It was over. Lin Fan's strength wasn't something that Su Yuanming could handle. It was reasonable for him to be killed. Cough cough. At this moment, Su Yuanming's face was ashen white and he had no strength to fight back at all. He tried his best but the gap was just too huge. Dual cultivation, be it Dao essence or Dao body, he had reached a level that normal people couldn't reach. Sect leader Su, your spirit is worth learning but it is time for you to die. Lin Fan waved his hand and a sharp light tore open the dimension and slashed towards Su Yuanming. Suddenly, Su Yuanming disappeared from there. The dimension ripped open and an arm reached out to grab Su Yuanming. It wanted to bring him away. Guyuan, I didn't expect you to actually dare to appear. Lin Fan noticed that it was Guyuan who brought him away and was a little surprised. But shortly after he punched the dimension. Power exploded and he was prepared to kill Guyuan too. Guyuan, who was in the dimension, noticed that the surrounding dimension was really unstable. Old Su, I am going to die because of you. Why don't you listen to me? Guyuan was helpless. He gritted his teeth and tossed a golden Buddha behind him. This was the strongest Dao artifact of White Lotus Saint Purity Mountain. Image of the revered One Lin Fan was too strong and normal Dao artifacts couldn't block him. Maybe only this Dao artifact could buy some time for him and Su Yuanming. Chapter 565. Guyuan, you dropped something. Lin Fan shouted. Why did he run so quickly? He even lost the statue. One look and one knew that it was a good thing, so why didn't he want to get it back? Guyuan carried Su Yuanming and heard the voice behind him. He nearly wanted to curse. Drop your head, that was something that could help them flee. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice. If he wanted to live, he had to abandon some things. Instantly, an eye-catching golden light exploded from the statue. One could see some shocking phenomenons in the golden light. Long. The golden light that exploded from the statue clashed with Lin Fan's fist. It formed a shocking aura that swept everything around. You really are brothers. To save Su Yuanming, you are even willing to self-destruct such a top Dao artifact. Lin Fan stood there and allowed the ripples to sweep his body. He didn't take a single step back. The ripples that formed just now had already wiped out Guisian Island. The top Celestial Alliance sect was totally wiped out. Lin Fan didn't stop and left right away. Martial Path Mountain expanded once more. Next would be Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance. But these two alliances should be the same as Celestial Alliance. They didn't need to do much at all. They were probably so frightened that they had to move. In the extreme distance, the dimension in the sky ripped open. Two people fell from the dimension and with a loud explosion they fell to the ground. Su Yuanming spat out blood and Guyuan wasn't much better. His back split open and his flesh was a mess. One could clearly see the white bones and organs. Even if he had the undying body and could recover, that strike not only contained the power of the self-destructing Tao artifact but also Lin Fan's strength. The two clashed with one another and it wasn't easy to take. Guiyuan looked around warily. They weren't in a good situation. If they faced experts they would probably die here. I didn't expect you to come and save me. Su Yuanming coughed. He was really weak. He was prepared to die but who knew that Guiyuan would take the risk to save him? Guiyuan's heart hurt. Haze, we suffered heavy losses. Then he glared at Su Yuanming. Didn't I tell you long ago that you guys are no match for him? The other sects have already fled. What are you pretending to be so capable for? Stay there and wait for that brat. Even if I come to save you, there is a high chance that I will die in his hands. Su Yuanming said weakly, it isn't that I have the ability but Guisian Island's legacy can't be broken just like that. Even if it is broken, it is because I am not as skilled as others and was killed. I am unwilling to let it end. Scoff, what legacy? Living is the legacy and dying means nothing. To save you, I blew up the strongest Tao artifact of White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. How are you going to compensate me? Guiyuan scolded. He had told Su Yuanming that running was the best choice. But he was different. Not only did he not run, but he was also waiting for his death. Forget it, I don't want to say anything to you. Now that Guisian Island is gone, I hope that you can use your brain and not fight him to the death. It isn't worth it and it is hard to say in the future. Maybe we will have a chance to turn things around. Guiyuan didn't want to say anything more. Looking at Su Yuanming's expression, he felt that if he continued, he might even end up killing himself. Brother Gu, I understand what you are saying. Thank you for coming back to save me. Su Yuanming said. Guiyuan waved his hands. Okay, what is the point of saying all this? We have worked together for so many years and we understand one another. If you die, then I will have to find someone else. In the past, the two of them had a good relationship. However, it gave people the feeling that their relationship was limited to cooperation. Now that Guiyuan risked his life to save Su Yuanming, it was enough to show that this wasn't because of cooperation but because of friendship. Su Yuanming wasn't good at expressing his emotions. But everything that Guiyuan did for him was etched in his heart. Let's not think about that kid. We only have one chance and that is to find a chance to break to Tao Realm Stage 8. Only when our cultivation reaches Tao Realm Stage 8 can we fight with that kid. Guiyuan said. Su Yuanming was shocked. Are there any clues? Whether or not Tao Realm Stage 8 exists is still a problem. Guiyuan smiled. Let's not talk about all this first. We are badly injured and staying here is dangerous. Let's leave and wait until we are safe. Okay. Su Yuanming replied. News of Celestial Alliance being wiped out swept the remaining two alliances like a tornado. To them, Lin Fan was like a death-hastening talisman. He didn't hide at all and just appeared in front of everyone's eyes openly. He even told them very clearly that Lin Fan wasn't afraid. Next it was their turn. Martial Path Mountain. Sect Leader Lin, now that the alliance is in chaos, we should use this time to suppress them. Why would we attack the four alliances? Monster Alliance and Yin Yang Sect are working with us, so this isn't a good idea. Zhen Ming came to Martial Path Mountain because he hoped that Sect Leader Lin wouldn't do that. Lin Fan smiled and didn't reply to Zhen Ming. He told Gozi to brew a pot of tea and told Mu Gang to continue serving him. Some things couldn't be rushed. Looking at Zhen Ming, he was really anxious. Calm down, said Meng Hao. I know what you're worried about, but to tell you the truth, there's no need for you to worry. But I can understand. The weak will always have so many worries. Lin Fan exclaimed. For example, he didn't have many worries now. If he had to say what he was worried about, it would be that Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance hadn't been wiped out. But all of that would happen soon. Once he wiped out the four alliances, he would deal with the alliance next. When Zhen Ming heard Lin Fan's words, he was stunned. It was obvious that he was shocked by those words. He even wanted to go berserk. He felt that it was a little humiliating. What did they mean by the weak always worry so much? Very quickly, Gozi brought the brewed tea over. Lin Fan poured a cup for Zhen Ming and told him to drink. Zhen Ming didn't stand on ceremony and drank a mouthful. But very quickly he placed it down. Sect Leader Lin, what are your plans? If you have any problems, you can tell me. As long as I can solve it, I will help. Even if I can't, I will think of a way. To deal a heavy blow to the alliance, Zhen Ming was going all out. Lin Fan smiled. Calm down, there is actually no problem. Why do I want to wipe out the four alliances? The reason is simple, their existence annoys me. Once the four alliances are wiped out, my target will be the alliance. At that time I will personally head there. Do you understand what I am saying? Zhen Ming was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. His brain was a little stunned. You are saying that you want to head to the Alliance alone? Lin Fan smiled. Right, you want to take revenge on the Alliance. Actually, it is easy for you to do that. But you aren't strong enough, which is why you are thinking so much and contacting so many people to work together. But to me all of that isn't important. It is even really simple because I am strong enough. Even the Alliance can't do anything to me. His words were a little overbearing. He treated the Alliance as someone that could be easily wiped out. Don't look at me like that. To you it might be impossible, but to me it isn't difficult. I just need to spend some time. Lin Fan said. Zhen Ming kept silent. You are just so confident. Lin Fan said, this isn't confidence but the truth. Zhen Ming was confused. Then why did you agree to work with me last time? After all, with your strength, you don't need to work with anyone. The problem is that my thoughts can't keep up with the changes. At that time I wasn't strong enough. Who knew that after a period of time, my strength would increase? How helpless is that? Lin Fan didn't know how to speak and usually spoke the truth. Although you might not like to hear it, he still had to say it. That was the truth and it couldn't be changed. Zhen Ming was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. If he didn't understand Lin Fan's strength, he would have thought that he was talking to a fool. Lin Fan didn't let Zhen Ming speak and continued, you are a pitiful person risking your life for a woman. Although we have conflicts, it doesn't matter. So you can go back first. Once I deal with Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance, I will personally head to the Alliance. Zhen Ming didn't react. The main thing was that Lin Fan's words had truly stunned him. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What are you standing there for? Go back. I have many things to do and I don't have time to entertain you. Lin Fan waved his hands and wanted to send Zhen Ming away. But the key was that Zhen Ming didn't know what to say after hearing what Lin Fan said. His brain was a little stunned. It buzzed. Sect leader Lin, if you really head to the Alliance you have to be careful. After all, the Alliance. Zhen Ming opened his mouth, but before he finished, Lin Fan interrupted him. I know, isn't it just star-level energy? It isn't a big deal. If they have balls, then they can toss one in their territory. Lin Fan said. But if they met someone strong and they tried, then there was nothing they could do. But the chances of that happening were slim and it was basically impossible. Since that is the case, then I will take my leave. Zhen Ming thought about it for a long while and in the end he nodded his head. He decided to leave. As for what would happen next, that wasn't something he could control. Lin Fan looked at Zhen Ming walk into the distance and suddenly shouted, right, what if that woman lied to you? What will you do? Zhen Ming stopped and his body shook. He didn't turn his head. She won't, I understand her. He didn't say anything else. Zhen Ming left. Haze. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. When he said that he understood a person, he actually didn't understand them the most. He then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Go, Z, I want to eat something light tonight. Chapter 566. Lin Fan had been working hard to return to the life of a rich family young master. He had never slacked off. Today that goal was about to be completed. He was really excited, so he ate something light to celebrate. Imperial Dynasty. Zhu Xiang came to meet King Wudong. When he walked out, the guard stopped him. General, His Majesty said that no one is allowed to disturb him. Then I will wait outside. Zhu Xiang didn't leave and just waited outside. Maybe he knew what His Majesty was doing. So he just waited quietly outside. After a long while, coughing spread out from within. Your Majesty, Zhu Xiang is here to meet you. Zhu Xiang shouted. Enter. King Wudong's voice was a little hoarse. Within the room, Zhu Xiang sniffed and smelled a weird smell. This smell wasn't mysterious and he had smelled it many times before. His Majesty's looks have changed. Zhu Xiang raised his head and looked. A while ago he noticed that His Majesty's looks had changed. Although it was subtle, to someone like him who was good at observing, he still noticed the difference. But he didn't say it out loud. This might have implicated His Majesty's secret. What is the matter? King Wudong asked. Zhu Xiang said, Your Majesty, something huge has happened outside. Lin Wani's son has wiped out Buddha Alliance and Celestial Alliance. Based on my investigations, he will wipe out Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance next. Scoff, these sects and aristocratic families should have been wiped out long ago. King Wudong raged. At the same time he was delighted. This was what he wanted to see and he didn't expect it to happen. Zhu Xiang said, But your majesty, if he wipes out the four alliances, he will definitely find trouble with the imperial dynasty. With our current strength, we won't be able to block him. He was really shocked. That lazy rich family young master actually grew to such a stage. It was like a day had passed for him. It is hard to block. A smile appeared on King Wudong's face. It is okay. If it is hard to block, then so be it. Let's wait for them to come. To him, he had been working hard until now to pass down the legacy of the imperial dynasty. He could finally pass the heavy burden that brother gave him. Lin Wani wouldn't betray the imperial dynasty. Zhao family old ancestor was the same too. He would definitely return the imperial dynasty to his nephew. For some unknown reason, when he heard this news, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his entire body felt very relaxed. Yes. Instantly, King Wutong lowered his head. His face was vicious and it was obvious that he was in pain. Your Majesty. Zhu Xiang panicked and felt that there was something wrong with his Majesty's emotions. King Wudong raised his hand and said hurriedly, I am fine, you can leave first. Zhu Xiang hesitated and then lowered his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Only King Wudong was left in the room. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. King Wudong muttered to himself. When he closed his eyes, he felt like his mind was in a mess. All sorts of annoying emotions surged into his mind. But he forced himself to hold on. From the start, he had been holding on. To obtain strength and protect the imperial dynasty, he was under huge pressure. After obtaining power from the evil god, he knew that his rationality had been disturbed. That was why he kept warning himself. No matter what, he had to maintain his last bit of rationality and not lose it. Alliance Headquarters. Commander Ji and Xiang Yuntian were locked in a fierce battle and couldn't be stopped. Even if both sides were restraining themselves. But they couldn't stop Zhenming from sowing discord in the dark, causing the alliance to be in chaos. In the meeting room. At this moment, not only were there the commander and Xiang Yuntian, but there were also all the higher-ups of the alliance headquarters. They were split into two factions. Xiang Yuntian's faction was suppressing the commander. The atmosphere was a little suppressed. Both sides didn't say a word. They just stared at one another like they wanted to use their gazes to kill one another. Gee, if you have something to say, then say it. Now that you pulled us over and didn't say a word, what is the meaning of that? Xiang Yuntian said. Victory was in his hands. Even if there were chaos in some parts of the alliance, it wasn't a problem. As long as he took charge of the alliance headquarters, he would be able to suppress all chaos in a short time. Of course, he knew that someone was doing this in the dark. But he treated it as the commander playing tricks behind the scenes. I asked the commander to gather all of you here. Wu Zhiga got up and looked at everyone in the meeting room solemnly. When many people saw that it was Wu Zhiga, they burst out laughing. Their smiles were filled with mockery. The alliance commander had become a joke, so who else would care about Wu Zhiga? Many 9-star generals who respected Wu Zhiga stared at him in rage when they realized that someone was laughing. They knew that these people were mocking him. On the contrary, Wu Zhiga was really calm and didn't care about the mockery at all. Xiang Yuntian didn't hate Wu Zhiga at all. Other people might not know, but he knew that the reason why Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoxun's reputation dropped was because they were unlucky. But one had to say it. The two of them were really unlucky. Each time it seemed like a small matter, they would mysteriously fail and even cause the alliance to suffer losses. All right. Since General Wu has invited me over, please speak your mind. Just what is it? Xiang Yuntian asked. Wu Zhiga looked at them and said, You should all know about what happened in Rich Land recently. 2 of the 4 alliances have been wiped out and the remaining ones are Evil Alliance and Monster Alliance. Maybe some people will say that this is their internal conflict and it has nothing to do with us. But you must know that the person who wiped out the 2 alliances is Lin Wani's son. Zhu Daoxun and I have suffered many losses at his hands and we could tell that this kid hated us. Do you think that after he wiped out the 4 alliances he wouldn't stretch his hands towards us? Now that the alliance is in a mess because of the commander election, they don't even care about Rich Land. Maybe when we react it will be too late. What Wu Zhiga said was what he was worried about. But it was useless for him to worry. He had to make the alliance pay more attention. Wu Zhiga, aren't you trying to scare us? How strong is Lin Fan to be able to cause problems for the alliance? Someone on Xiang Yuntian's side retorted. Scare me? Wu Zhiga locked onto him. Do you know how strong he is now? Even the 4 alliances don't dare to fight him and 2 alliances were wiped out. If he attacks the alliance, how will we block him? The tech department higher-up said, Star-level energy, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than star-level energy? Right, we do have star-level energy. With one, no matter how strong he is, he will still turn to dust. That's right. Wuxiga, don't forget that when he released star-level energy, all of you nearly died. Everyone nodded their heads and were really confident in star-level energy. As for what Wuxiga said, they didn't care at all. Recently, the commander had been fighting with Xiang Yuntian and didn't pay much attention to rich land. Now that he heard what Wuxiga said, he instantly felt a sense of danger. The top native sects weren't easy to offend and they were really strong. Now that Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance were wiped out, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was. He was probably even stronger than his father. Wuxiga said, "Everyone, I admit that star-level energy is indeed strong, but do you understand its weakness? The commotion is too huge and one can see it from afar. For such experts, they can just directly flee from the range of the star-level energy. If I didn't release one last time, maybe he wouldn't know what it was. But now it is impossible." What he said was true. This was also the disadvantage of the current star-level energy. But when he said that, it annoyed the people from the tech department. Even Xiang Yuntian was a little unhappy. He was the one who researched star-level energy. In his heart, it was like his child. Now that someone pointed out the weakness of star-level energy, how could he be happy? Good, well said. Star-level energy is strong, but the weakness is really serious. The people on the commander's side shouted like they were suppressing him. Damn, what is the meaning of this? Right, we spent so much effort to develop star-level energy and you actually say that the weakness is serious. What a joke. This guy is just trying to humiliate us on purpose. Why are we still listening to his nonsense? The people from the tech department were furious. Wuxiga was stunned when he saw the situation. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He wanted to tell everyone that they couldn't underestimate Lin Fan, otherwise there would be endless problems. But looking at the situation, things couldn't be stopped. He looked at the general who clapped and realized that he was like a shrew. He pointed at the people from the tech department and scolded them. But luckily he didn't attack. Otherwise, even if everyone from the tech department worked together, they wouldn't be able to beat him up. Who knew when, but the commander appeared beside Wuxiga and patted his shoulder. Okay, I know that you tried your best. Before things happen, no one will believe you. Moreover, they have problems with us, so how would they listen to you? But if we don't pay attention, our alliance. Before Wuxiga finished, the commander interrupted him. It is okay, they will pay the price for their actions. The commander was really calm and his eyes shone brightly. Wuxiga noticed the glow in his eyes. It was like he understood something. His expression changed slightly. The commander walked out. When he passed Xiang Yuntian, he stopped and said, "Didn't you want to become the commander? Okay, I will back out and you will be the commander. But I hope that you can protect the alliance from any harm." Chapter 567. Are you serious? Xiang Yuntian stood up and looked at him in disbelief. What? Why are you willing to give it up? This doesn't seem like your style. He was a little wary and didn't know whether or not Lin Fan was plotting something. After all, they had fought for a period of time. During that period of time, neither of them gave in to the other. Now Lin Fan suddenly said that he would give up the position. Danger. Danger. There was definitely a plot. I'm tired. If I have to push the alliance to the brink of chaos just for a certain position, then I will back out and hand the alliance to you. At the same time, I want to see what kind of changes science can bring to the alliance. The commander's expression was really dejected and he was a little tired. Xiang Yuntian looked at him and didn't say a word. Even now, he still couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking or what he was thinking. Shortly after, what he said next stunned Xiang Yuntian. I will announce to the outside that I am not strong enough and have disappointed the people. I will take the blame and resign from the position. The moment he said this, the commander walked outside. He didn't care about how shocked Xiang Yuntian was. This was all he could do. As expected, only a few hours had passed. The commander announced on the alliance platform that he would resign and Xiang Yuntian would take over. The moment the news spread, the entire alliance exploded. Everyone was stunned. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Some of them even pinched themselves and thought that they were dreaming. But shortly after, pain swept over them. This wasn't a dream. It was real. The people from the college faction were really unwilling. They knew that when someone from the tech faction became the commander, it would affect them greatly. It was even possible for the college faction to go from a popular person to someone that no one cared about. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for their own interests or for the sake of supporting martial arts, they deeply hated the scientific research faction. But since some people objected, some people supported. There were many people in the college whose martial arts talent wasn't obvious. Even if they cultivated their entire lives, they wouldn't have much of a future. So, they could only focus on research. But the position of the tech faction in the Alliance headquarters was a little awkward. Compared to those generals and 9-star generals, there was a huge gap. Therefore, in the Alliance society, there were different levels of hierarchy. It was the same even when one found a girlfriend. People wouldn't ask you where you worked or how much money you had. Instead, they would ask you about your cultivation. Because cultivation was very important. If you had cultivation, you would have wealth and power. But if you were a researcher, you could have money and power, but you definitely wouldn't have the strength. This was the Alliance's current situation. After the Commander-in-Chief reported this matter, Zhong Shou's expression changed. Many of the Academy's students clashed fiercely. The students of the scientific research faction seemed to have hardened their bodies and were able to stand up completely. They mocked and ridiculed those from the martial arts faction in the Academy, so a bloody conflict broke out. However, the General Commander did not care about these things. He had already completed the handover ceremony. The rest was up to Xiang Yuntian to handle. The moment Xiang Yuntian stepped onto the stage, he immediately gave the Alliance's latest order to record all the martial arts students who caused trouble. If he didn't learn his lesson, he would be sent to the Alliance's court, or he would be expelled from the Academy. What angered the martial arts students the most was that the scientific research students were completely fine. This made the students of the martial arts faction furious. Of course, some of them were cowardly and were afraid of being expelled, so they became well-behaved. Most of them were stubborn and joined together to protest before quitting school. The peace and tranquility of the Alliance is something that we exchanged with our lives. But their protests were just so weak against the Alliance. Matter. Wu Zhiga came to find Zhu Daoshan. With such a thing happening, he didn't know what to do. Everything was beyond his expectations. How dark and gloomy. The moment he stepped into the manor, Wu Zhiga sensed a dark and cold aura cover it. The last time he came, he didn't sense anything. Now that it became like this, it obviously had something to do with Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter. He wanted to tell Zhu Daoshan solemnly that his granddaughter wasn't the same as before. He should know that she couldn't be kept alive and should be killed. But he knew that it was impossible. Zhu Daoshan had been lying to himself and wasn't willing to believe the truth. The manor that was filled with life was gone. Now, this manor might have become the most terrifying manor in the Alliance. But all of this wasn't important to Wu Zhiga. He had more important things to do. He crossed the grass. He noticed that the little brat was playing on the swing. This should have been a happy thing, but to Wu Zhiga, those scenes were really weird. He raised his head and noticed that Zhu Daoshan was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. He looked at his granddaughter who was playing on the swing and had a happy smile on his face. Wu Zhiga sighed. What was going on with the Alliance? In the past, everything was fine. But the current situation, as he was just tearing up. He walked quickly towards the second floor and pushed the door open. Before he said anything, Zhu Daoshan spoke up. Didn't I say that you didn't come to find me? I don't want to care about so many things now. Wu Zhiga didn't reply and just continued, Do you know about the outside world? I don't know. Zhu Daoshan replied. He hadn't come into contact with the outside world in a long time. Every day he stayed in the manor to take care of his granddaughter. He didn't even go on the Alliance platform. He didn't care about what happened in the outside world. Maybe in the depths of his heart, he was afraid that when he merged into the Alliance once more, he wouldn't be able to suppress the rage in his heart and he would attack the Alliance that he wanted to protect. Ji stepped down as the Alliance headquarters commander and Xiang Yuntian took over. The martial arts faction protested and Xiang Yuntian suppressed them, causing many of them to quit school. You don't even know about that? Wu Zhiga looked at Zhu Daoshan with a deep gaze. Chaos, it was a total mess. If this continued, the Alliance would be sent into the abyss. It wasn't that Xiang Yuntian didn't have talent. In fact, he was really talented, but his talent was in research and not management. It also wasn't in cultivation. When Zhu Daoshan heard this, his body shook, but he quickly returned to normal. Isn't that normal? When Ji became the commander, the research faction also protested, but in the end, nothing happened. Wu Zhiga said, How is that the same? Look at what Xiang Yuntian did. Is that something a human would do? He actually attacked those martial arts faction students. Commander didn't do that and just calmed them down. Moreover, Commander's decision was right. If the Alliance wants peace, we have to focus on martial arts. Only by being strong can we defend everything. Oh. Zhu Daoshan replied, since things have already happened, it is useless even if we are unhappy. Commander has his own thoughts and there is no need for us to worry. Or do you think that Commander has really given up? Wu Zhiga calmed himself down and said slowly, I know that. Commander won't give up so easily, but the key is that he seems to be gambling on something. The stakes are huge and many people from the alliance will be implicated. If he fails, many will die, but even if he succeeds, many will die. Oh, I haven't finished. Where are you going? When he saw Zhu Daoshan walk out, he was a little annoyed. They were talking about something really important, so couldn't he be more serious? He looked towards the grass and saw Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter waving at him. Wu Zhiga shook his head and didn't know what to do. Zhu Daoshan, are you really dumb or are you just faking it? As the strongest 9-star general of the alliance, you have been through all sorts of situations. How can you not see the problem with your granddaughter? Or are you really not willing to wake up and face the truth? After Lin Wani learned that Celestial Alliance was wiped out, he only wanted to say one thing. Damn. He was really impressed by this unfilial kid. He was really fierce, even fiercer than his father. Brother Lin, as expected, like father like son. Old ancestor Zhao exclaimed. He had never been impressed by anyone in his life, but now he had to respect Lin Fan. He was just too fierce. He did what they wanted to do in their lives but couldn't. Haha, good. Although I taught him well, the key is that he is motivated. Lin Wani smiled. Not only did he praise himself, but he also praised Lin Fan without holding back. Old ancestor Zhao glanced at Lin Wani. He was just being polite. He treated it seriously. It wasn't like he didn't know what his son was like when he was in U City. He was just doing nothing and was just waiting to die. Brother Lin, if your son wipes out the other 2 alliances, then we don't need to do anything. We can just suppress King Wudong and the Imperial Dynasty will recover, right? Old ancestor Zhao said. Lin Wani said, that makes sense. But in the future the Imperial Dynasty will still be managed by my son. Old ancestor Zhao sighed. What else could he say? Actually, to him this might have been the best outcome. But thinking about it, it didn't seem like much of a problem. Once this matter was solved, Lin Fan would marry Princess Yongla. No matter what, wouldn't he be related to the Imperial Dynasty? They were all family, so it was the same no matter who managed each other. Lin Wani saw that old ancestor Zhao was in deep thought and didn't know what he was thinking about. But all of this wasn't important at all. One of the things he feared the most was that after everything was over, he wouldn't be able to do anything. What if the kid didn't marry Princess Yongla? On Martial Path Mountain, although he had a good chat with that unfilial kid and came to a consensus, if that kid broke the contract, then as his father he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. After all, he had to admit that the kid was much stronger than him. He couldn't beat him, so this was going to be tough. Martial Path Mountain. Water Emperor was pitiful. Sect Leader Lin, you didn't keep your word. You said that you would bring me to see the world, but you didn't. Lin Fan said, I am sorry, I forgot. But it is okay, Monster Alliance will bring you there. Then you have to keep your word. Water Emperor just wanted to see the world. Was that too much to ask? Actually, it wasn't at all. Yes, it is about time. I should head to Monster Alliance to take a look. Who knows whether or not they ran. If they did, then there isn't much point. Lin Fan felt like only a small number of sects had the courage to stay. Not far away. Saint Ruefo was shivering on Martial Path Mountain. He was the witness to 2 alliances being wiped out. At the same time, he heard the conversation between Lin Fan and Water Emperor. It seemed like Monster Alliance was about to be wiped out. Chapter 568. Sect Leader Lin, this is just so pointless. Water Emperor followed Lin Fan out. Their target was Monster Alliance. He thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle. But reality disappointed him greatly. He followed Sect Leader Lin to Monster Alliance and passed by many top sections. They were all prepared for war and were even prepared to praise Sect Leader Lin. But reality made one feel despair. It seems like they ran. What could he say about Water Emperor's regret and complaints? Reality was just like that. Even if he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't call those people back, right? Water Emperor pouted and said in disdain, these top sects have no ambition. We haven't even fought and they think that they can't win. How disappointing. It was easy for someone like him to say things that were easier said than done. If one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't know what they were facing. It is indeed disappointing. Lin Fan nodded and agreed with Water Emperor's words. Water Emperor said, Sect Leader Lin, what should we do now? We can't come out and not gain anything at all. What he wanted to see was for sect leader Lin to sweep those top sections. The top sect disciples stared in rage, but they didn't dare to do anything. The sect leader was stepped on by sect leader Lin. Just thinking about it made him excited. But now, he wanted to roar at the top of his lungs. Where the fuck are you people? Let's take a look. So what if they ran? Unless they don't come out anymore, we will kill every single one of them. Lin Fan said. It was good that they ran. If they were stubborn and didn't run, then he would be tired from killing them from start to finish. The world was huge and there were many places that no one had explored. If those sect leaders wanted to settle their sects down, they wouldn't dare to do so openly. They would have definitely placed their sects in a place that was hard to find. Water Emperor said, Sect leader is so overbearing. I respect no one but you. Continue to search. I don't believe that all of them have moved away. The Demon League had really moved away. Yin Yang sect Suyi thought about it for a long while. Although he was confident, he wasn't a fool. If he didn't leave, he would be beaten up by others. So, he didn't feel like it was a humiliation to tell his sect members about this matter. He called this a strategic retreat. He had learned these words from the Alliance. The Yin Yang sects move naturally couldn't escape the attention of others. Many sects in the Demon Alliance were looking at the Yin Yang sect's choice. When he saw the Acacia Yin Yang sect moving away, how could they still dare to stay here? They would definitely run as far as they could. He just couldn't understand what had happened in this world. How could there be such a terrifying existence? Are you going to let us, the top sects, survive or not? He didn't even give them a way out. Water Emperor pounded his chest and stomped his feet. He felt really bad. Why was it like this? Not a single top sect was here. Couldn't there be a sect with a bit more backbone? Lin Fan was really calm. He knew that as long as one's brain wasn't damaged, they would know what to choose. It was expected that the Demon Alliance sect would move away. Demon God Mountain. Lin Fan regarded Old Monster Heaven slaying highly. He was a talent who controlled the zoo. If he could recruit him, his life would be much more interesting in the future. Mu Gang massaged him, Gozi fanned him, and Old Monster Heaven slaying showed him the animal world. That feeling that life had probably reached its peak. Unfortunately, when he arrived at Demon God Mountain, he realized that this place was empty. Haze. Lin Fan sighed and felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have let him go back then. It wasn't easy to meet a talented person, especially someone who could help him. Sect leader, the Monster Alliance people left just like that. Water Emperor was regretful. In the end, he wasn't able to see what he wanted to see. Lin Fan said, right, they all left. They left really quickly and didn't ask them to stay. Water Emperor was a little unwilling. What about Evil Alliance? They shouldn't have all left, right? I heard that Evil Alliance people are quite vicious. They shouldn't be so cowardly, right? Then let's go take a look. Lin Fan said. Now that Monster Alliance had already moved away, as for Evil Alliance they definitely moved too. He gave the 4 alliances enough time. Apart from Buddha Alliance, who was stubborn at the start and didn't believe that he could wipe them out, they tried to fight him head-on. But after the situation became clear, the remaining sects were all stunned. They then reacted and ran. White Lotus St. Purity Mountain's Guyuan ran faster than anyone else. So to the various Celestial Alliance top sects, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Even Su Yuanming, that stubborn fellow, disbanded his sect and stayed there alone to fight him. If Guyuan hadn't come to save him, he would have died. Everyone saw what happened to the 2 alliances. They taught Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance a huge lesson. Even if they were vicious people who swept the world. But in front of absolute strength, they had to lower their heads and admit that Lin Fan's strength wasn't something they could fight against. So running was the right choice. To stay here to protect the honor of the sect, wasn't that just a stupid action? Only by living and protecting the sect would they be able to truly protect the sect. They shouldn't be sending themselves to death when they knew that they were no match. The last alliance, Evil Alliance. If Evil Alliance was broken too, then the 4 alliances would be wiped out. To Lin Fan this was a good start. Along the way, Water Emperor muttered and no one knew what he was saying. But if one got close, one would be able to hear it. Bless Evil Alliance for having such a stubborn person. Water Emperor was helpless. It wasn't easy for him to come out and he just wanted to see the world. But based on the current situation, he didn't even see a single person. Evil Alliance, a top sect. When Lin Fan arrived, the place was already in ruins. How vicious. You would rather destroy yourself than let me take advantage of you. You really are skilled. Lin Fan looked at the scenes in front of him and didn't know what to say. He could only say that they were overbearing. One had to admit defeat. The sect leader didn't take the sect with him, but sent all the disciples away. He valued his own life very much and felt that the sect was a burden. After leaving this place, he still had to find a place to settle the sect. It was simply too difficult and he needed too many things. So he disbanded the sect and took everything away. He even personally wiped out the sect. At that time, he would rather it be destroyed in his own hands than in the hands of outsiders. He was just so overbearing and domineering. Sect leader Lin, I am really disappointed in Evil Alliance. Water Emperor sighed. He had never expected that Monster Alliance and Evil Alliance would be so cowardly. If he hadn't personally witnessed it. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. Lin Fan thought about it and then smiled. What is there to be disappointed about? Now that the 4 alliances are gone, don't you think that it is an amazing thing? Suddenly, when Water Emperor heard Lin Fan's words, his expression changed. Right? Water Emperor exclaimed, the 4 alliances have really been wiped out. Only now did he think about this matter. When the Imperial Dynasty was still around, these sects were the most annoyed. Then the Imperial Dynasty was wiped out and those sects formed the 4 alliances to occupy land. Now just a few months had passed and the 4 alliances were gone. Sect leader Lin, what should we do next? Water Emperor asked. He felt like he had witnessed something huge. Lin Fan said, the 4 alliances being wiped out is the most important part, but it isn't over. King Wudong's Imperial Dynasty is still there. We should wipe him out and take back the Imperial Dynasty. That would be to repay my father's kindness. Water Emperor thought about it. Yeah, that is possible, but some sects didn't join the 4 alliances. What should we do about them? Lin Fan said, Kiki, which sects do you think have the courage to exist? Water Emperor was stunned. He thought about it for a long while and shook his head. There shouldn't be any more. Even if Water Emperor hoped that some sects would be stubborn enough to stay here. But the truth told him. Stop thinking about it. Other people weren't fools. The 4 alliances were wiped out, so which sect would think that they were strong enough to ignore everything? Think about it. There definitely wasn't any. Let's go, I will bring you to a place. Lin Fan said. Wait for me. Water Emperor saw that Lin Fan was in a hurry and followed. He was delighted. Sect leader Lin definitely remembered that there were places he hadn't been to, so he wanted to take a look. Maybe if he was lucky, he might really be able to find a sect that hadn't moved away. Did any sects exist or not? Of course there were. There were so many sects in the world, so how could he wipe them all out at once? Some small sects were hiding somewhere, and even if Lin Fan swept them all, he wouldn't be able to find them. Lin Fan was really busy and he wanted to solve everything at once. Now that the 4 alliances were dealt with, all that was left was the Imperial Dynasty. As long as he dealt with the Imperial Dynasty, he would enter the alliance right away. It was just a waste of time. Very quickly. In a mountain range. Water Emperor looked at the buildings below and was delighted. Sect leader Lin is amazing. I didn't expect that you would really find a sect. But the buildings are a little old. Why are there straw huts? But forget it, it is not easy to find a sect in such a situation. Wandering Dragon Sect. Water Emperor remembered this name in his heart. Although he didn't meet any top sects, it didn't matter. To be able to meet a small sect at such a time was good enough. Lin Fan landed on the ground and raised his head. He hadn't come to take a look in a long time. Since he left money to help move the sect, he hadn't come. Looking at the situation now, it seemed decent. From afar he could hear the laughter of kids. Chapter 569. Sect leader Lin, you don't need to attack such a small sect. Let me do it. Water Emperor said. Scram. Who said I was going to wipe out their sect? This is someone I know. Lin Fan stared at Water Emperor in rage. Did this person have a hole in his head? Didn't he look at the sect situation? In the distance, Wandering Dragon Sect Elder Elegant Wang was short and had a round face. He wore a towel on his head and carried a laundry bucket as he walked over slowly. Suddenly, when Elegant Wang saw a stranger appear at the entrance of Wandering Dragon Sect, he was shocked. Previously, a small group of bandits found this place and wanted to occupy it. Although they were able to chase them away, Big Brother Wang Yushu was seriously injured and only managed to pull through with great difficulty. Now someone else had come. How could he not be nervous? Who? Wang Xiaosa shouted angrily. Although he was only in the martial arts realm, he was not afraid at all. Lin Fan looked back. At that moment, Elegant Wang saw Lin Fan's familiar face. He was stunned for a moment and then said in joy, Sect leader Lin, To Wandering Dragon Sect, sect leader Lin was their benefactor. Because of the money he left behind, the standard of living in Wandering Dragon Sect was raised by a lot. At the same time he helped them move. He was really a benefactor. Elder Wang. Lin Fan raised his hand, pointed at the other party and chuckled, I haven't seen you for a few months, how have you been? Wang Xiaosa hurried over and was a little embarrassed. Sect leader Lin, how am I an elder? Immediately after. Wang Xiaosa hurriedly said, Sect leader Lin, please don't stand outside the door. If big brother and second brother know that you are here they will definitely be happy. At the start, Water Emperor thought that Wandering Dragon Sect was just weak on the surface and that the people inside were really terrifying. Otherwise how would he know Lin Fan? But now he only wanted to ask if he was seeing things. Now that this guy was an elder there was no problem with him. The key was that his cultivation wasn't a joke. He wasn't even at Master Realm and he was still in grade 12. That was just too trash. When Wang Yushu and Wang Linfeng heard the commotion outside, they hurried over. When they saw Lin Fan they were elated. Sect leader Wang. Lin Fan smiled and cupped his fists. Wang Yushu smiled, sect leader Lin. Immediately after. A group of children ran out too. They hadn't seen Lin Fan in a long time but they were very familiar with him. It was as if they saw him every day. Actually, Wang Yushu would tell them that Wandering Dragon Sect's benefactor was sect leader Lin. To the kids, how would they know who sect leader Lin was? This was why Wang Yushu thought about it and told the kids that it was the sect leader Lin who shared their god beast with them. Immediately all the children recalled. There were even some children who felt quite sad, because when they thought of the divine beast's tragic death and how they would never be able to see it again, they would greatly miss it. Lin Fan didn't have much to do at Wandering Dragon Sect. He just wanted to relax and help Wandering Dragon Sect relocate. At night, Elegant Wang killed another god beast. Of course what happened last time didn't happen. Now Wandering Dragon Sect was rearing many animals. What made Lin Fan slightly shocked was that he didn't expect Vice Sect Master Wang Linfeng to actually read books. As far as he knew, these three seemed to be burly men who were illiterate. When he asked, he didn't expect that it was because it was time for the kids to study. They didn't know what to teach them so they learned first and taught what they learned. Towards this Lin Fan was filled with respect. So amazing. Water Emperor was really weak. What happened was different from what he thought, it was just too boring. If he knew that this would happen he shouldn't have come out. Wasn't it good to stay in Martial Path Mountain? Why did he have to run errands? Lin Fan said, Sect leader Wang, I am prepared to move all of you to Martial Path Mountain. It is safe for all of you, what do you think? Wang Yushu said, Sect leader Lin, you have done so much for our Wandering Dragon Sect, so how can we trouble you? Actually this place is not bad. The only problem is that there are bandits in the mountain range. Bandits? Lin Fan frowned and then said, Water Emperor, go and find the bandits in the mountain range and wipe them all out. Sect leader, I haven't finished eating. Water Emperor said. That was true. This weak and old sect didn't have many other skills, but they were really good at cooking. Lin Fan frowned. Water Emperor didn't listen to him and actually didn't follow his instructions. Damn, if cousin was here he would be in trouble. According to his cousin's personality he would definitely slap him and then say, my cousin asked you to do something but you actually dilly-dally. I'm going. Water Emperor felt that Lin Fan's gaze was a little off. He was so frightened that he didn't say a word and just headed outside. For a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, it was really easy for him to find bandits in this small mountain range. To these bandits, their tragic lives had begun. The next day, Lin Fan and Water Emperor left Wandering Dragon Sect. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Wani, Old Ancestor Zhao and Su Changsun all came over. They knew that the four alliances had totally disappeared. Although many top sects moved away from their original locations. But when they didn't have the strength to fight Lin Fan, they wouldn't appear. Father, you will have to rely on yourselves. Lin Fan said. He suddenly thought about how the Imperial Dynasty didn't need him to attack. There was no need at all. It was enough for Father and the others to head over personally. King Wutong occupied the Imperial Dynasty, so one didn't need to think to know how strong he was. Compared to the true peak experts, the gap was huge. Even if the Imperial Dynasty had thousands of troops, in front of 3 experts, they would definitely collapse. They wouldn't have a chance to fight back at all. Lin Wani said, okay, it is not difficult to wipe out King Wutong's Imperial Dynasty. If he wasn't wary of those top sects in the alliance, how would his Imperial Dynasty have survived until now? That was indeed the case. Those top sects stared at them. The alliance stared at them too. The Zhao family Dragon Island incident was enough to show that those top sects were eyeing them aggressively. But now everything was solved. Lin Fan's actions caused all the top sects to suffer heavy losses. Their foundations were badly damaged, and if they wanted to recover, they had to have someone who was as strong as Lin Fan. If not, everything would have been for nothing. Su Changsun said, "We have been waiting for this moment." To experts like them, it didn't matter who the imperial dynasty head was, but it had to be the rightful one. If Prince Shaoqi wasn't interested in the position, then he could give it to his brothers. To Su Changsun and the others, it didn't matter at all. "Fan, what are you prepared to do next?" Lin Wani asked. "Rest, I have nothing to do for now." Lin Fan didn't tell his father that he was going to head to the alliance personally. After all, that was a huge action. If his father knew, he definitely wouldn't let him go alone. He would definitely follow him. But to Lin Fan, he didn't want anyone to follow him. He would face some dangers when he headed to the alliance. With his father's lack of understanding of him, he would definitely charge to the front. If something really happened, it would be too late for regrets. So, he wasn't prepared to bring anyone to the alliance. Lin Wani walked forwards and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "It has been tough on you." To him, his son really had it tough. If not for Lin Fan, there definitely wouldn't have been such a situation. Lin Fan smiled. "It is okay. It is just that I am a little tired from playing around." Instantly, Lin Wani's gaze seemed like it could kill. He stared at Lin Fan and smiled. He was joking. He wasn't being serious. "Water Emperor, Divinator, Saint Rufo, all of you follow my father," Lin Fan said. "Okay, no problem." Water Emperor was the first to agree. Although he couldn't head to the top sects to see the world, heading to the Imperial Dynasty was a good choice. "Father, it is not early. I think you should head over early. I think the Imperial Dynasty definitely knows about the situation. If King Wudong finds out earlier, he is probably on the way to escape," Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, "It is okay, he can't escape. Now that his power is gone and there are no other powers to restrict us, he is like a turtle in a jar. He has no chance of turning the tables." Not long later. Maybe the chance to restore the Imperial Dynasty was right in front of them. Old ancestor Zhao couldn't take it anymore and urged Lin Wani and the others to move. The bunch of them left Martial Path Mountain and their target was the Imperial Dynasty. Lin Fan looked at them leave and said to Go Zi, "Prepare some clothes and hot water. Young master wants to take a bath." Naturally, he had to be clean if he wanted to head to the Alliance. He wanted to head to the Alliance a long time ago. The society there was similar to the world he was in before, but it didn't matter. The Alliance had to be wiped out. Within the room, Mu Gang wiped Lin Fan's back. This wasn't the first time, so Mu Gang was used to it. But each time she faced him, she would still feel shy. "Young master, it is done," Mu Gang said softly. Then she took the things and left. Lin Fan got up. His body didn't look like that of someone who had reached the peak. He was like a rich kid who enjoyed life and his body was really weak. He changed into a new set of clothes. He felt good. It was time to have a good chat with the Alliance. He pushed open the door and walked out. Who knew that Gozi was waiting outside? "Young master, are you heading to the Alliance?" Gozi asked. Lin Fan said, It seems like I can't hide anything from you." Gozi said, "Young master, I have been serving you and I know what you are doing. But the Alliance is really dangerous. Will there be any problems if you go alone? Why don't you wait for old master and the others to come back and discuss?" "Don't worry, there is no danger. You must have confidence in me. I won't do things that I have no confidence in." Lin Fan smiled. He could hide it from his father, but he couldn't hide it from Gozi. But there was a reason for him to be worried. Gozi had never seen how terrifying his current strength was. "Okay, I will be back soon. At most it will take 2 to 3 days." Lin Fan thought about it. He would wipe out the Alliance headquarters, kill the 9-star generals, kill Zhu Daoshan, kill Wu Zhiga, kill the commander, and then kill all of them. Chapter 570. Alliance. The riots had been suppressed long ago. Commander Ji's retirement allowed this matter to come to an end. Even if the martial cultivator faction students were unwilling, they could only bury it deep in their hearts. First, Xiang Yunqian's ruthless methods shocked many of them. The timid ones all calmed down. Along with Ji's consolation, the emotions of the martial cultivator faction students slowly calmed down. But if Xiang Yuntian continued to play tricks and didn't appease the martial arts students, then the riot that had already been appeased would inevitably break out again, and then it would reach an uncontrollable point. At that moment, a small city, Ji City. G City wasn't a main city in the alliance. It was at the border city and the living conditions were decent. But it couldn't be compared to the alliance central cities. The air here is really dirty. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. The air here couldn't be compared to his side. The difference was huge. G City didn't have city walls and buildings could be seen everywhere. Although there weren't any tall buildings, there were dozens of residential buildings. He walked in the downtown area. The screens on both sides of the shops were broadcasting the news. What are they talking about? When the alliance language entered his ears, it was like the buzzing of mosquitoes. But Lin Fan's appearance on the streets attracted the attention of the people around. The clothes he was wearing were weird to the alliance people. At the same time, his hairstyle was weird and was very different from the alliance's hairstyle. In the distance, Miyuyu was a streamer who was past her prime but was still struggling. In the past, she had a small amount of fame, but that was for a short period of time. This was why it created a false impression for her. She could become famous. Suddenly, she noticed that there was a commotion ahead. Instantly, 2 sparkling stars burst out from her eyes. This was huge news. Fans, something is happening ahead. Should I head over to take a look? A fist-sized ball floated in front of Miyuyu. This was a broadcasting device, and without needing to use one's hands, one could transmit the scenes in front of them. There were many comments in the broadcast room. They were all shouting in rage. Go take a look. You know what is happening and you aren't going to take a look. Do you want to become famous or not? My legs lack oil and I can't move. Miyuyu panicked. The people in the livestream room wanted to smash Miyuyu's head. Immediately, someone sent a gift of 100 alliance coins. In City G, the average salary was more than 4,000 alliance dollars. A gift of 100 alliance dollars was not bad, but it was just SOSO. When Miyuyu saw the gift, she immediately said, "Thank you, Brother Fei, for the gift from Daddy. I love you so much. I'm already full of motivation." At this moment, the surrounding alliance civilians didn't know what the person they were curious about was thinking. This is a very beautiful city. He was debating whether or not to destroy it. It would be too cruel to destroy it. But if they didn't destroy it, the deaths of the border guards wouldn't have been worth it. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about these things, a young lady appeared in front of him and sized him up. Then she said in surprise, "Handsome brother, you look so handsome, but aren't you a little too daring? You look like the people from the rich land. If you meet a radical, you'll be beaten up." He couldn't understand it all. He really wanted to tell the other party to speak human language. "Is that so?" Lin Fan replied. Miyuyu said, "Of course, your clothes, your hairstyle, you... Wait, oh my god, handsome brother, you are so amazing. You actually dare to speak the language of the rich land. If I didn't know that you were from the Alliance, I would have thought that you were from there." Miyuyu understood the language that Lin Fan spoke. When she was in school, her studies weren't good and her grades were terrible. She definitely couldn't have gone to school. But to fulfill her dream of going to school, she could only choose a language major, which was to study the native language. This major was really useless and it was like studying for nothing. Especially now. The equipment came with a language translator and the native language was really simple. The fans in Miyuyu's broadcast room were shocked. In that short moment, they were all in an intense discussion. Was this fellow a native? They all had such a thought. After all, he was speaking the native language. Lin Fan didn't continue to talk to him and just walked forwards. Maybe not long later, the Alliance headquarters would notice his existence. Miyuyu took a look and realized that the number of fans had increased. She was delighted, but when she saw that he was about to leave, she obviously wouldn't let him go. She chased and wrapped around Lin Fan, hoping to use this chance to become popular once more. "Handsome brother, your native language is really amazing. It is even better than what my teacher taught me in school. You must have worked hard, right? Handsome brother, where did you buy your clothes? Is your hair a wig? It looks so real. Looking at the shine, it doesn't look like a wig at all." Miyuyu chased beside Lin Fan and turned into a chatterbox. Her mouth was like a Gatling gun, giving off a blue flame. Lin Fan didn't care. He was lazy to say any more nonsense to her. "Handsome brother, can you stop being so cold? Just say a few words, just a few words. I am so angry. Is it because I am not pretty or is it because you have a tone? As long as you speak, I can bear with it." Miyuyu was about to go crazy. It was so unbearable. Where did this cold brother come from? Why didn't he speak? He was so cold. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and looked to the side. He was attracted by a familiar scent. He hadn't smelled it in a long time. Miyuyu realized that he was looking at something. She looked over and it was a hot pot restaurant. Legend Shepherd. She knew that this hot pot restaurant was really delicious. They opened many chain restaurants and the taste was really good. Could it be that he liked hot pot? Miyu was in a tough spot. Treating him to a meal would cost 300 to 400 alliance dollars. That was a huge sum of money. When she saw the situation in the broadcast room, Miyu gritted her teeth. She wanted to bleed. Brother, let me treat you to hot pot. Lin Fan loved to eat hot pot. When he heard that someone was treating him, he walked in without hesitation. Miyu rolled her eyes. Fans, you haven't even asked anything and you want to treat me to hot pot. My heart hurts. Which dad can save me? I feel so bad. Although she felt bad, she still followed him in. Lin Fan attracted attention no matter where he went. At that moment, Miyu looked at Lin Fan with her mouth agape. She felt like she had been conned. After he entered, he just ate and didn't speak. She was stunned. That was just too much. A long while later, Lin Fan enjoyed it and said, "Thank you for your hot pot. You can ask now. But I have to say that everyone in this city should thank you because you saved their lives." Nanny? Miyu's mouth opened wide and she was totally stunned by Lin Fan. Did I meet a lunatic? At that moment, Lin Fan got up and smiled. You said that you could use equipment to translate native language for everyone to understand, right? Right? Miyu nodded and was delighted. Was he finally going to say the truth? Lin Fan said, "You don't need to ask. I will tell you who I am and why I am here. I am the native that all of you mentioned, Martial Path Mountain Sect leader Lin Fan. My goal is to kill the 9-star general and suppress your alliance headquarters." The moment he said this, a heaven-tearing aura exploded from Lin Fan's body. Miyu fell to the ground with a thud. Her eyes opened wide and her heart started to beat really quickly like it was about to break out of her body. When the people in the broadcast room heard what he said, they were stunned. Lin Fan looked at Miyu and then reached out to pull her up. He smiled. "Thank you for your hot pot. Only a small portion of the alliance is disgusting. Everyone has the right to live. Even I can't control that. But the alliance headquarters has to be wiped out." The moment he said this, Lin Fan walked outside. It felt good to be able to eat a delicious hot pot before a fight. Who knew whether or not he would vomit after the intense exercise? Alliance headquarters. Surveillance department. Do-do-do, the alarm sounded and the red light flashed. "Alert, there is an unknown power in City G," the surveillance officer exclaimed. "Take out the footage and see who it is." The person in charge hollered. An unknown terrifying power exploded in City G. They had to find out who it was, otherwise the outcome would be catastrophic. When Lin Fan released his aura, all the peak experts in the alliance sensed it. He is here so quick. Commander G didn't expect Lin Fan to come so quickly. It seemed like he really wanted to wipe out the alliance headquarters. He knew that Lin Fan was an unstable factor. If they didn't wipe Lin Fan out, the alliance wouldn't be able to do many things. At that moment, when the surveillance department sent the photos to the various departments, someone had already recognized who the person was. Native Martial Path Lin Fan. He was here. Xiang Yuntian gathered the higher-ups of the alliance in the shortest time and gave the order to fight. At the same time, the alliance was on high alert. Deputy Commander Cheong said, "Commander, he is really strong. We have to inform the strongest 9-star generals to block him, otherwise no one will be able to block him." Xiang Yuntian didn't care about Cheong's words. "We can't block him? I will show you the power of research." He didn't bother about him and walked towards the tech department. He wanted to personally supervise. He wanted everyone to open their eyes and see how terrifying the research that they looked down on was. Cheong frowned. Xiang Yuntian didn't listen at all. He knew that even if the strongest 9-star generals attacked, they wouldn't be a match for him. If they used research to deal with him, it would just be a joke. Unless they used star-level energy. Chapter 571. It was impossible to use star-level energy in the Alliance's territory. Once it was used, the outcome would be catastrophic. The effects would be terrifying and there would be many deaths. Moreover, that place would become a dead region. Cheong didn't follow Xiang Yuntian. He was really solemn and felt that it was best if he went to find Commander G. With Xiang Yuntian's ability, he wouldn't be able to take Lin Fan down. He might even lose his life. Hell Mountain. Zhen Ming looked at the telegram in his hand with his mouth agape. Oh my god. He really didn't expect Lin Fan to come to the Alliance so quickly. He appeared in G City now. Based on this, he was really going to fight the Alliance headquarters head-on. Sect leader Lin, respect, respect. You really do what you say. You are the top native. This was the first time Jinming respected someone. This person was also his enemy. One had to say that Lin Fan's charisma was really strong. Jinming's original plan wasn't like this. He went through many small steps and then merged them together to form a lethal strike against the Alliance headquarters. But all his plans were just a joke. Under Lin Fan's brute strength, they were all a joke. He had racked his brain to come up with a solution. Perhaps in Lin Fan's eyes, there was no need for it. Couldn't he just smash it with his iron fists? No matter how much he thought about it, it was too much of a headache. As for what was going to happen next, he didn't even need to think about it. If Yan Kuan and the 8 island heads found out about this, they would definitely think about it. Maybe they would wait until both sides were badly injured and then they would reap the benefits. Jinming didn't think so much. He left Hell Mountain right away to take a look at the situation. G City. Lin Fan didn't think about destroying this place. He continued to head into the distance. There were people waiting for him, and it wasn't just one person. It seemed like the Alliance headquarters knew that he was here. At the entrance of G City, a large number of Alliance troops were gathered. They were laying out all sorts of black and cold weapons. What is going on with the Alliance? Do they need to use such weapons to face the enemy? Where are the 9-star generals? Where are the strongest 9-star generals? Tell them to come out. Don't ask them to die for nothing. Lin Fan stood there with a cup of milk tea in his hand. He drank it casually. There were reporters broadcasting the situation. At this moment, the cameras were pointed at the milk tea in Lin Fan's hands. Uncle's stocking milk tea shop. The boss of the shop was a middle-aged man. When he saw those words, he went into a frenzy. Fuck. Holy shit. This advertisement is too hardcore. Even if we invited countless top superstars, they still can't compare. Immediately after. The next sentence made the uncle so excited that he fainted. Your alliance isn't good at anything, but this milk tea is not bad. The taste is great. Lin Fan's tone was normal, but everyone in the distance could hear it. The reporter's filming equipment came with its own translator. Every single word that Lin Fan said was translated and delivered to everyone's ears. The citizens watching the live broadcast had strange expressions on their faces. Damn. What was going on? Did the natives come to attack the Alliance, or did they hire the natives to advertise? This advertisement was just too overbearing. Native Lin Fan, I am the Alliance Research Strategy Department's commander in charge of G City. I order you to leave now, otherwise I will kill you. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head as he walked forward slowly. Every step he took was a strain on the commander. As the pressure increased, the commander's mind was on the verge of exploding. Fire. The commander roared. Suddenly, the earth shook, and a roar like that of a wild beast came from afar. The research weapons gave off the most eye-catching glow. What happened to the Alliance? With just these weapons and less star-level energy comes. Lin Fan was disappointed with these weapons and didn't care at all. Long. Numerous streaks of light struck Lin Fan's body. With Lin Fan at the center, a giant mushroom cloud formed. In the mountains in the distance, the extremely lethal weapons gathered energy and roared. They turned into a pillar of light that tore through the sky and struck towards Lin Fan. The strength was just too terrifying. The people of G City panicked and sensed the shockwaves. The entire city's buildings were shaking. After a long while. Stop. The commander raised his hand and gave the order to stop. He didn't know what the situation was like. But under such intense firepower, even if he couldn't kill Lin Fan, he would at least be injured. At that moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. The dust in the distance was too thick and one couldn't see what was going on. The broadcast was showing everything. The Alliance citizens were pumped up. This is the weapon that the research department developed? It is just too strong. There is definitely something wrong with this native's brain. He actually came here to cause trouble. Now he knows the outcome. His courage is commendable, but his brain isn't good enough. But shortly after, when they saw the scenes on the screen, everyone was stunned. After the dust dissipated, a person stood there. He was perfectly fine. Everyone was filled with disbelief. How was he perfectly fine after such a terrifying attack? What is going on with the Alliance? Are you using these kids' toys to scare people? Lin Fan was unhappy. Did the Alliance change people and even change the experts? That was a little embarrassing. Open fire. The commander hollered once more. But instantly, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky. There was a loud explosion. The black, beast-like steel weapon shattered instantly. All of them couldn't handle the power and fell to the ground, spitting out fresh blood. Their bodies felt like they were being pressed down by something and they couldn't even move a finger. Lin Fan didn't even look. He flew into the air and left after saying that. All of you are too weak. In the former commander-in-chief's manner. When Xiong came here, he noticed that the commander was fishing. He ran over and wanted to say something, but Ji stopped him. Shush, don't speak. The fish is about to bite. Xiong was stunned. Why was he still in the mood to fish at such a time? He had already fought his way to the alliance. Not long later, the commander slowly raised the rod and a huge fish broke out of the water. Its scales shone brightly under the sunlight and it was really eye-catching. Commander, something really happened. Martial Path Mountain Lin Fan has come to the alliance and his first stop is City G. Xiang Yuntian actually used a research weapon to deal with a peak expert. Isn't that a joke? Unless he uses star-level energy, but if he does that here, the outcome will be catastrophic. Think of a way, what should we do? Qiong was really anxious. In the end, he didn't have much hope in Xiang Yuntian. Qiong, I am not the commander anymore. I am just a retired normal person. Commander Xiang will solve this. Ji said calmly. He wasn't anxious at all. Qiong was unwilling, but this is the most dangerous moment in the history of the alliance. If you don't care, the outcome will be catastrophic. Ji said, I will say the same thing. I can't care about this. If you have any problems, you should find Commander Xiang and not me. Just at that moment, Qiong's communication device rang. He picked it up and listened to the report. His expression turned ugly. I understand, I will be back soon. He hung up. Commander Lin Fan has broken into City G, City H, and City W. He is heading towards the center of the alliance. 4 generals and a 9-star general have died. The research department's weapons are useless against him. If he reaches the center of the alliance, then things will be bad. Qiong was anxious. If this continued, the outcome would be catastrophic and it would be hard to salvage the situation. The commander didn't reply. He continued to bait it into the lake and waited quietly. Commander? Qiong called out once more, but what he received was calmness. Haze. Qiong turned around and left towards the alliance headquarters. At that moment, all the citizens of the alliance were watching the live broadcast. Although the image was sometimes cut off, at least they knew where the other party was. The scolding on the platform got louder and louder. Damn, what is going on? What is going on with Xiang Yuntian? Didn't he say that the weapons could teach him a lesson? Liar, these weapons are useless. How did Xiang Yuntian do that? Did he forget what he said? Everyone scolded. At the start, the people were confident in their alliance, but as the situation changed, they panicked. Lin Fan was just one person. But this one person was something that the alliance couldn't block. Any scientific research weapon was like a toy in front of the other party. Although it was very powerful, when the dust dissipated, the other party was still standing there unscathed. What else could they say about that? Zhu Daoxin's manner. In the dark living room, Zhu Daoxin looked at the video in front of him. It was a live broadcast. He was expressionless and no one knew what he was thinking about. Grandfather. His granddaughter stood behind him. Zhu Daoxin turned around and smiled. Come, sit beside me and watch the news with me. Alliance headquarters. Xiang Yunqian's face was dark and sunken. The surrounding higher-ups were totally annoyed by Lin Fan. Commander, at such a time, we can only release star-level energy. Someone suggested. But very quickly someone scolded him. Stupid, how can we release it? Where should we release it? Just ignore it? Does he have no eyes or limbs? Won't he run when he sees the star-level energy? The person who was scolded retorted, if we don't release it, then what should we do? Who will block it? The latest news is that 8 generals and 3 9-star generals died to him. They still died without being able to fight back at all. The entire place was silent. Everyone lowered their heads and placed their hopes on Xiang Yuntian. He was the commander now and his decision was the most important. Just at that moment, someone charged in. Not good, the people outside are protesting and they want us to give a solution. Chapter 572. In the meeting room, everyone was having a headache because of Lin Fan's matter. Now that there were citizens causing trouble, it was like adding oil to the fire. Xiang Yuntian was furious and hollered in rage, suppress all these troublemakers. No. Xiong walked in from outside. Commander Xiang, we can't do that. If we suppress the people now, we will lose their hearts. This is a really serious matter for the alliance and it goes against the oath we made when we formed the alliance. Some things couldn't be done randomly. Especially at such a time, if they didn't handle it well, the outcome would be catastrophic. Scoffed Cheong, you actually said all this to me. Okay, then I want to ask, when Ji was furious because the people criticized the strongest 9-star generals, why didn't you say that he was losing the hearts of the people? Xiang Yuntian hollered in rage. Cheong frowned. What nonsense was he saying? Didn't he see that he tried to persuade the commander? This was because he was stubborn and didn't listen to anyone. Whoever tried to persuade him, he would kill them. Go carry out the orders and suppress the chaos, Xiang Yuntian said. He looked at the screen and it showed the current situation. Now, carry out the star-level energy release plan. All of you think of the best plan. Xiang Yuntian understood that the only way was to use star-level energy. Of course, if the strongest 9-star generals fought him to the death, that might have been a way too. But he was born into research and everything he did now was for research. He had suffered too much. As he didn't have cultivation talent, he could only focus on research. When he was young, everyone looked at him and he was covered in light. But he could only hide in the dark and research things that were worthless to others. Even if he researched something, it was useless in the eyes of others. The same words often echoed in his ears. What is the use of this? Before I even fire, you will die. This was why he wanted to change this situation. He wanted everyone to pay attention to research and to let them know that they shouldn't be treated like this. Human brain power and machine calculations. Very quickly he came to a conclusion. With Lin Fan's strength, the chance of star-level energy hitting him was really low. It was pretty much impossible. Of course, if they had enough star-level energy, they could cover the entire area and maybe they would be able to blow him up. But how was that possible? Not to mention the strength of star-level energy, it was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Also, how many pieces of star-level energy were there? Cover my ass. Xiang Yuntian didn't know what to do. To send the Alliance 9-star generals to block was just asking to die. Till now Lin Fan had killed enough 9-star generals. At this moment no one could stop Lin Fan. The Alliance's research weapons were just a joke in his eyes. Every second, every moment that passed was a form of pressure for the Alliance. At the entrance of W City, Lin Fan was stopped by a group of people and asked in a playful tone, "Who are you guys? You'll have to pay the price for blocking my path. You might be crippled or you might lose your life." There were both men and women and most of them were very young. At this moment they formed a human wall and completely blocked Lin Fan's path, not allowing him to enter W City. Instantly, the group of people roared in anger. All the teachers and students of the martial arts faction of W City's Jianghu Academy are here to stop you. They were all from Jianghu College and they had been paying attention to Lin Fan's tracks. When they learned that Lin Fan's next target was W City, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was their home. As students of Jianghu College they trained every day and suffered so much. They had a belief that supported them, which was to learn martial arts and raise their cultivation. When the Alliance faced danger they would stand out bravely to support the Alliance. Although not everyone from Jianghu College came, they didn't care. It was their own business to be afraid. Since they were able to suppress the fear in their hearts and stand there bravely, they didn't let down anyone. They didn't let down the Alliance's high hopes and they didn't let down the citizens who paid taxes to raise them. The reporter live-streamed the scene. Audience, the situation here is really complicated. It has reached the stage of deep water and fire. The students of Jianghu College, under the leadership of the teachers, are fearlessly blocking the enemy's path. They are blocking the throat of City W. The scene shocked me. The reporter said. The citizens who were watching the live-streamed were all silent. But some of them were infected by the spirit. Good job, this is the spirit of our alliance. What do you mean by good? They are students of the academy, so they naturally have the responsibility to defend against the other party. Otherwise, how could they let us defenseless people defend against them? Half of the taxes we pay are used in the academy, so it's time for them to repay us. Are you even speaking like a human? At such a time, we should be asking Xiang Yuntian what he is doing. At that moment Lin Fan smiled. Your spirit is so touching. If not for the Alliance infuriating things at the border, I would have taken a detour. All of you are still young and I don't want you to die for no reason. Scram. In the crowd. These Jianghu College martial arts students were in groups to learn from one another. One of them, a fatty, shrunk his body. So terrifying, I feel like this is the most terrifying enemy we have ever faced. Are you afraid? Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I am afraid. After quitting, I found a job to be a bodyguard for a rich man. The salary is really high and after a year, I will be able to confess to my goddess. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Okay, now isn't the time to talk about all this. There is a huge gap between our strength and their combined attacks. In the past, our combined attacks wouldn't be able to take a single hit. Let's fight on our own and hope that we can survive. Everyone was solemn and didn't joke around. They were still young and none of them wanted to die. But at such a moment, it wasn't a matter of whether or not they wanted to die. Suddenly, someone shouted. Maybe some of them hesitated, but when they saw the people around them roaring in rage and charging towards the enemy, their hesitation disappeared. Why is there a need? Lin Fan sighed. What was going on with the alliance? Were they just strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Before entering the alliance they were all so strong. But when he entered the alliance the people he faced were all such trash. At that moment, that terrified fatty held a light sword and jumped up, slashing towards Lin Fan, for the glory of the alliance. Pada. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the fatty's face, tossing him to the side. The fatty's body was like a cannonball that shot forwards and smashed into the bushes. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Pilai Pala. All sorts of weapons slashed at Lin Fan's body. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to dodge. Actually, he wanted to dodge too, but these people were too weak and didn't have the will to. Under everyone's shocked gazes. To them, the weapons in their hands had been shattered. This was an unimaginable thing. So painful. Someone punched Lin Fan's body with a pair of iron fists. Not only did it not cause any damage to Lin Fan, but it also caused his own hands to break. Screams rang out. The reporter filmed from afar and didn't dare to get close. His expression was one of extreme pain, and when he heard the screams, tears flowed down his face. Guys, the students are using their lives to defend the alliance. Listen to the screams, I can't take it anymore. What he didn't know was that Lin Fan didn't attack and that the screams were caused by him. The people watching the broadcast were furious. Damn. What is the alliance headquarters doing? What is Xiang Yuntian doing? Those who do research should just do it and shouldn't interfere in the management of the alliance. I want Commander Ji to come back. Only he can lead us to victory. They were the ones who supported Xiang Yuntian to be the commander. Now that such a thing happened, they asked Xiang Yuntian to step down. Such actions were really tough to deal with. At the scene, there was a loud explosion. Lin Fan released his aura. To these people they couldn't block it at all. The aura was like a hammer that smashed into their hearts, causing their blood to boil, and they spat out fresh blood. At that moment, some of the martial arts faction students were crying on the ground and some were dead. The alliance sent all of you here to die. What a dumb move, Lin Fan said. Pada. Suddenly, a hand grabbed onto Lin Fan's ankle. Lin Fan lowered his head. Let go. The one who grabbed Lin Fan's ankle was a student. He was unwilling and hollered, the alliance didn't send us here to die. It isn't dumb for us to stop you, but for the glory of the alliance. Kiki. Lin Fan knelt down and grabbed his hair. What nonsense, glory. But you are right, it isn't dumb, but you overestimate your strength. If you can't, then just lie down. Don't act like you are not dead yet, otherwise you might just die. What were the alliance experts doing? He was already here and no experts came to stop him. That was something that he didn't understand. Although there were generals and 9-star generals, they were too weak. He had never seen those 9-star generals before. But to be able to ignore the difference in strength and come to stop him, one had to say that they were really courageous. But even then, so what? He wouldn't show any mercy to those who deserved to be killed. Alliance headquarters. Xiang Yuntian's expression became more and more solemn. Bad news spread from not only Lin Fan but also the civilians outside. The alliance kept losing and many of them were unhappy. At the same time, they suppressed those who were protesting, which made the conflict even more intense. To the current Xiang Yuntian, he was in a really bad situation. Commander, our weapons can't harm him at all. If we can't think of a way, then in just a short while he will appear in front of us. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the enemy did not go on a killing spree. Once such an expert started a massacre, it would be an unbearable disaster for the alliance. Chapter 573. Truthfully, the weapon wasn't weak. Not to mention whether or not it could suppress someone at Dao Realm Stage 7, but it could definitely suppress someone at Dao Realm Stage 6. Even a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert wouldn't dare to be so unrestrained like him. What a waste. The one they had bumped into was Lin Fan. This was an existence that couldn't be dealt with logically. Cheong couldn't do anything about the current situation either. Gathering the strongest 9-star generals to fight head-on with Xiang Yuntian might have been a good idea, but the key was that Ji's abdication made the people from the martial path really unhappy with Xiang Yuntian. Some of them thought to themselves, "Aren't you really amazing? Okay, let's see how your research faction will solve this matter." Maybe this was a stupid action, but when one was angry, all stupid actions were for the sake of venting one's anger. They just want to see how you, Xiang Yuntian, are going to compete with them after you leave us, the people of the martial arts faction that you think are not worth mentioning, and how you are going to fight with them. The meeting ended on a bad note. When Xiang Yuntian appeared outside, he was surrounded by a bunch of reporters. The last time he was surrounded was when he fought with Ji for the position of commander. Now that he was surrounded, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. "Commander, the native Lin Fan has wiped out the strength of several cities, so why hasn't the Alliance headquarters done anything? Jianghu College's young students have stepped forward to block City W. Is that like hitting a rock with an egg? Or do you have conflicts with the Martial Path faction, which is why you are using them as cannon fodder?" The questions were really tricky. Some were really too much. Xiang Yuntian's face was cold. "Guys, you can't say things like that. The Alliance headquarters has been taking action, but the enemy we are facing is too strong." The reporters were unwilling. Strong? He is just one person, so how can he be stronger than the entire Alliance? I remember that when Commander Xiang came to power, he said that he would use the power of research to lead the Alliance to the peak. But now, just because of one person, the Alliance is helpless. Isn't this too unbelievable? The reporter had said what many people wanted to say. Shortly after, a reporter angrily roared, "If you can't fulfill your original promise, you should take the blame and resign. You shouldn't keep holding meetings to discuss countermeasures, but in the end, you can't even come up with a solution." That's right. Although Ji disappointed the people when he was the commander, it wasn't because of Ji. It was because the two strongest 9-star generals were disappointing. When Xiang Yuntian heard what these reporters said, it was as if a bomb was buried in his heart and he was already on the verge of exploding. Ignoring the reporters, he immediately left the place. The reporters kept asking, but Xiang Yuntian didn't want to talk to them anymore. At a time like this, all explanations were useless. The only way was to suppress Lin Fan. This was the best way to solve the problem. But how could it be that simple? For some reason, Xiang Yuntian suddenly felt that Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga, the two strongest 9-star generals, didn't want to make mistakes, but because the enemy they faced made them feel helpless. After chasing for a while, the reporters could only helplessly watch Xiang Yuntian leave. They wanted the latest news, but as members of the Alliance, how could they watch on as the Alliance suffered such humiliation? This was why they wanted the Alliance to have a way to suppress him. Qiong stood in the distance and looked on as Xiang Yuntian left. He didn't know what to do. For some reason he suddenly felt that Ji probably knew that Lin Fan would come, so he retreated to avoid the limelight and let Xiang Yuntian take over to attract hatred. Maybe that was really the case. But these were just his guesses, and it was hard to be sure about the exact situation. Tech Research Division. Xiang Yuntian stood expressionlessly in front of the screens. He stared at them and slowly, his eyes turned bloodshot. "Commander, the heavy firepower weapons are badly damaged and we have lost 40% of them," a research member said. He never thought that there would be a day when the scientific weapons deployed all over the world would suffer such a serious loss. "What is the situation with the star-level energy?" Xiang Yuntian asked. The research member was stunned and hurriedly said, "Everything is stable." He was thinking about whether or not he wanted to release star-level energy. That was impossible. Star-level energy was really strong, but it was tough to use it to hit him. Based on the strength numbers, Lin Fan's various stats had reached a terrifying level. Even the former commander-in-chief and strongest 9-star generals weren't able to catch up to him in terms of numbers. As time flowed, the situation became more and more complicated. The Alliance suffered more and more losses. To Xiang Yuntian, he felt like his brain was in a mess. It was as if his brain had been dug out. He tried his best, but it was useless. "What is the success rate of releasing star-level energy?" Xiang Yuntian asked. The research member said, "Based on all sorts of data, the possibility is really low. It is so low that it is impossible to succeed. It is even hard to choose where to release it. No matter where it is released, the ripples will spread to the surrounding cities." The latest battle situation was transmitted over. Although there weren't any normal civilians sacrificed, the Alliance suffered heavy losses. At the same time, the weapons of the research department were useless against Lin Fan. It was a huge mess outside. As the battle became more and more intense, the people became more and more uneasy. At that moment, some people thought back to the previous commander, Ji. Perhaps he is the only one who can lead us to victory. As for Xiang Yuntian, he was just a braggart. None of his words had ever come true. Especially at a time like this, there was nothing he could do against Lin Fan. This was just too disappointing. Outside Ji's manor, many reporters surged over. At the same time, there were many civilians. Reality was just so realistic. In the past, because of the two strongest 9-star generals losing, many people were disappointed in the Alliance headquarters. After seeing the strength of star-level energy, they were confident in the research faction. They hoped that the research faction could become the main force in the Alliance. When Xiang Yuntian took over, they were really excited and felt like the peak of the Alliance was about to arrive. But now, once again they threw all the blame on the scientific research party. So tough. Commander Ji knew that many people wanted to meet him, but he didn't want to. He continued to calmly fish. After all, he had already retired and had nothing to do. He could only fish to kill time. Even if the Alliance was at its most dangerous moment, he still didn't have any thoughts of heading out. When Lin Fan came to the Alliance, he had thought about how the Alliance would welcome him. It would definitely be of the highest standards. The strongest 9-star generals, etc. As long as they were capable, they would all be gathered together to wait for him. What the hell? What was going on now? Who were they looking down on? Until now, what kind of people were they facing? It was like he had come to a place where a bunch of kids were. He punched and kicked. Sometimes, he even had to pay attention to his strength as he was afraid that he would accidentally kill them. Alliance Headquarters Commander, strongest 9-star generals, listen up. If you dare to send such trash over, don't blame me for wiping out the city. Lin Fan hollered. His voice was broadcasted to everyone. The Alliance civilians were really embarrassed. Those people who were sacrificed were actually treated as trash by Lin Fan. What was the Alliance headquarters doing? What was Xiang Yuntian doing? Did he forget what he said in the past? Or was he just shooting his mouth off, using those heroic words to trick them into voting with their feet? Now that danger was right in front of them, no one stepped up. Damn it. Damn it all. Tech Research Division. A researcher stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look at Xiang Yuntian. He hesitated. Commander? He didn't dare to say what he wanted to say. He was struggling. Xiang Yuntian said, Speak, what is it? The researcher lowered his head and said, Commander, we can't be the sinners of the Alliance. We all know the current situation. Unless star-level energy hits him, there is nothing we can do. But star-level energy can't hit him at all. If we drag this on, more Alliance people will die for nothing. Some people were unwilling and wanted to retort. Some wanted to scold him. What nonsense was he saying? If he looked down on himself, then who else could look up to him? But they didn't say those words out loud. They knew that he was speaking the truth and that he was thinking about the Alliance. Xiang Yuntian kept silent. Are all of you disappointed in yourselves? The researcher said, We are not disappointed, but the Alliance can't hold on any longer. The two factions in the college, the martial cultivator faction and the tech faction, shouldn't have different opinions and should have supported one another. Many people from the martial cultivator faction stepped out, but they are too weak and can't do much. Only the strongest 9-star generals can restrict them. They were all researchers and their martial arts talents weren't good. But they all saw the current situation. The martial cultivator faction didn't care and instead went to block them. But they were too weak and sacrificed for nothing. Xiang Yuntian listened on and didn't say a word. In the past, if someone said such words, it would have been a provocation to the Alliance's highest 9-star general. But now, not only did he know, but even the others knew that it wasn't a provocation. They were unwilling to give up on the Alliance's future and chose the Alliance's future. Is that what all of you think? Xiang Yuntian asked. The tech department was silent. An old man who had worked in the research department for 70 years and had long since reached retirement age said slowly, My wish is only to make the Alliance better. I don't want to be bullied by others and be powerless to do anything about it. Xiang Yuntian nodded his head and sighed. I understand. At that moment, everyone realized that the once high-spirited Commander Xiang was much more haggard. Chapter 574. Xiang Yuntian left the tech department. He had already decided to give up the position of commander that he hadn't stabilized yet. At the same time, he would shamelessly apologize and beg Ji to take the position once more. Xiang Yuntian didn't even need to find reporters as there was already a bunch of them waiting. When they saw Xiang Yuntian walk out, the reporters surrounded him. Before they said anything, Xiang Yuntian opened his mouth. Reporters, I, Xiang Yuntian, am useless. When the alliance is in danger, I am unable to solve it. I have let down the support and trust of all the people. I am resigning from the position of commander. At the same time, only Commander Ji can lead the alliance out of this. I hope that Ji can forget about the past and solve the crisis for the alliance and for the people. Xiang Yuntian lowered his head and apologized to everyone in front of the camera. He really tried his best. Even if he was unwilling for the future of the alliance, he had to do so. For his own benefit and unwillingness, that was a really stupid thing to do. The reporters were stunned and stood rooted to the spot. It was as if Xiang Yuntian's words had totally shocked them. They didn't expect that they would receive such explosive news. Ji's manner. At this moment, the reporters outside didn't leave. They all knew about Xiang Yuntian's announcement. When they found out about it, they were also shocked. Everyone shout together. We need commander. Someone suggested. Very quickly, everyone agreed with this idea. They shouted loudly and hoped that the commander could hear them and come out to solve the problem that the alliance was facing. At that moment, Ji stayed in the manor, and when he heard the cheers outside, his expression was really calm and there was no change at all. To him, this was within his expectations. But it wasn't enough. Not long later, Ji felt that it was enough, so he got up and walked towards the door. He was dressed like a normal person and didn't have the domineering aura that he had when he was the commander. When the reporters and people saw the commander come out, they exclaimed in excitement. Guys, I am just a normal person now, so why make things difficult for me? Ji said. That was what he said. But to the reporters and people, they felt that only Ji could save them. So no matter what Ji said, in their hearts, Ji would always be the commander. Commander, the alliance is in trouble and Xiang Yuntian can't solve it. Only you can. That's right, Commander, just come out. Actually, these people didn't have their own opinions. When they wanted Ji to step down, they were definitely the ones who cheered the loudest. Now that the alliance was in trouble, they wanted Ji to step down. In the end, they knew that research faction wasn't reliable anymore. After thinking about it, he realized that the previous one was more reliable. Just when Ji wanted to say something, Xiang Yuntian alighted from a car. His appearance caused everyone to be surprised. What was Xiang Yuntian doing here? Xiang Yuntian walked in front of Ji and said sincerely, Ji, I hope that you can be the commander once more. I overestimated myself. So, I am only suitable for research and not managing the alliance. Looking at the current situation, one could say that Xiang Yuntian had truly bowed his head. Moreover, he put down his pride and face to lower his head and admit his mistake in front of Ji. Ji shook his head and sighed, I wanted to retire, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Forget it, I can't see the alliance suffer such a disaster. Let's go, let's head to the tech department. Tech department? The moment he said this, everyone was stunned. What was he going to do there? Ji said, the alliance shouldn't be split into martial arts faction and tech faction. They should be one and help one another. Actually, after this matter, Ji realized a problem. He really couldn't underestimate the people from the tech faction. Naturally, he hoped that the relationship between the two factions could be improved. Let's go, time is of the essence and we can't waste time. Commander Ji said. Tech department. The commander was there. Xiang Yuntian wanted to leave silently, but he was stopped by the commander. I need your help. The alliance needs your help too. Commander's words caused Xiang Yuntian's heart to change. That indescribable emotion filled his heart. Maybe after this matter, the relationship between the martial arts faction and tech faction would change. Wuxia was waiting. He wasn't waiting for Lin Fan but for Commander Ji's orders. He knew that the commander would not care about this. As expected. When he saw the latest news, a smile appeared on his face. Xiang Yuntian's abdication was a wise choice. Only then could he protect the alliance. If one didn't experience killing on the battlefield, one would never understand how terrifying a strong enemy was. DD. Wuxia picked up right away. Yes, I understand. The commander contacted him to fight back against Lin Fan. Wuxia didn't hesitate. He stepped into the dimension and headed towards the place that the commander pointed out. Based on what the commander wanted, he wanted to draw Lin Fan to a remote area far away from the city where the alliance would fight Lin Fan to the death. Tech department. The commander's expression was solemn. He lowered his brow like he was thinking about something. On the contrary, Xiang Yuntian looked at the commander in shock. He knew about that place and was filled with disbelief. But he didn't say it out loud. Wu Zhiga was really quick and very quickly arrived at the place that the commander pointed out. This was a desert. Yellow sand swept about and there was no one around. One couldn't see any green plants at all. It was like this was a dead region. The call connected. "Commander, I am already here," Wu Zhiga said. "Okay, I understand." Instantly, Wu Zhiga released his aura and a terrifying aura charged into the sky. He took in a deep breath and hollered towards Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I am waiting for you here." His voice shot through the air and spread out at a terrifying speed. In the extreme distance, Lin Fan raised his head. Just now, he sensed a familiar aura charging into the sky. Although he couldn't see it with the naked eye, to an expert like him, that aura was drawing him over. Not long later, another voice spread into his ears. "Kiki Wu Zhiga, you finally can't take it anymore?" Lin Fan didn't hesitate and headed over. To him, everything that he was facing was just too boring. Now that Wu Zhiga appeared, it was time for him to have a good time. Especially since Wu Zhiga's hatred towards him was quite deep. In the distance, Wu Zhiga stood there and waited. He didn't know what was going to happen, but since he came to the alliance to cause trouble, as the strongest 9-star general, he had to care. Not long later. "Haha Wu Zhiga, you really have balls. Are you alone?" Instantly, a dimension ripped open as Lin Fan walked out from within. He looked around and didn't notice anyone else. "So what if I am alone?" "Lin Fan, you are too much. You actually came to the alliance to cause trouble." Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. Lin Fan said, "Isn't it normal for me to come to the alliance? For example, your alliance came to my territory. But if you are alone, you aren't enough and you will die." Wu Zhiga laughed. "What is so scary about death? Even if I die, there will still be people who will deal with you." Tech Research Division. Commander looked at the desert and the scenes of Wu Zhiga and Lin Fan facing off. His expression was solemn and he hesitated. But very quickly he made up his mind. Sometimes sacrifices had to be made. "Commander, are you going to?" Xiang Yuntian wanted to say something, but before he finished, the commander interrupted him. Commander contacted Wu Zhiga. The moment it connected, Wu Zhiga's soft voice spread in. "Commander, what should we do next? Have the others arrived? Or should we continue to drag time? This kid is too strong and I can't handle him alone." Hearing Wu Zhiga's voice, one could tell that he was really afraid. If this was in the past, he wouldn't have been afraid at all. But it was different now. This kid seemed like he was on drugs and was so strong. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Commander felt like his throat was being choked. He wanted to say something, but it was hard for him to say it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Wu, I am sorry." Wu Zhiga was stunned. "Commander, what happened?" Commander said solemnly, 5 seconds, I just need 5 seconds. I really don't want this to happen, but even if we gather all the strength of the alliance, we won't be Lin Fan's match. So, Brother Wu, I owe you and I will repay you in my next life. On the desert. Wu Zhiga's hand that was holding the communication device shook and then he laughed out loud. "Okay, no problem. Watch how I kill this kid." What? Wu Zhiga hung up. He understood now. Commander told him to come here because this was the hope of the alliance. At the same time, he was someone that Lin Fan hated. As long as he released his aura and he sensed it, he would definitely come over. If someone asked Wu Zhiga if he was afraid of death, Wu Zhiga would definitely smash his head. Wasn't that nonsense? Who wasn't afraid of death? But to Wu Zhiga, if he sacrificed himself to deal with the most terrifying enemy in the history of the alliance, then it was worth it. Lin Fan, to be honest, this old man regretted it back then. "I had killed your mother but not you. If I had killed you back then, this wouldn't have happened today," Wu Zhiga said. Lin Fan squinted and stared at him coldly. It seemed like he really wanted to die. "Come, I heard that you wiped out the 4 alliances. I really don't believe that you have such strength. Let me see whether or not you are bragging." Wu Zhiga laughed out loud and didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Instantly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and attacked Wu Zhiga. At that moment, the desert shook. Lin Fan lowered his head and felt a sense of danger strike him. Although he didn't know what it was definitely dangerous. He thought about how Wu Zhiga dared to find him alone. There was definitely a problem. Suddenly, Wu Zhiga appeared in front of Lin Fan and reached out to hug him. Lin Fan slapped him. "Puchi." Wu Zhiga spat out blood and didn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and hugged Lin Fan tightly. "Kid, let's leave together." Chapter 575. As expected, there was a problem here. Wu Zhiga was too crazy and he was really risking his life. He used the power in his body to force Wu Zhiga away. With his strength, he definitely wouldn't have a problem. Ah. Wu Zhiga sensed Lin Fan's power and felt like his limbs were about to shatter. He hollered and his eyes turned red. The Tao patterns that he spent so much effort to cultivate all charged out from his body. Wu Zhiga's Tao patterns were like many giant dragons that gave off a terrifying aura. Lin Fan was shocked. This wasn't a normal Tao pattern leaving his body but a complete release of the Tao patterns. Kid, I am using my life to play with you. So what if your cultivation is high? In 5 seconds, let's turn to dust together. Wu Zhiga laughed maniacally and was totally mad. To be able to make Wu Zhiga so confident, it had to be the star-level energy. Wu Zhiga, you dumb kid, do you want to die? Lin Fan scolded. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? He was actually so fierce. Ah, my life. To be able to help the Alliance get rid of you is my mission. The moment he said this, the Tao patterns that left Wu Zhiga's body spun and tied the two of them together. That toughness wasn't something that normal people could break free from. Alliance Tech Division. Wu Zhiga. The commander got up and wanted to calm himself down. But everything that happened in front of him made it hard for him to do so. He had known Wu Zhiga for a long time. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. Naturally, there was no need to talk about their relationship. He betrayed Wu Zhiga. That was the truth. Even if everyone said that he didn't do it right, that to solidify his position and to chase victory, he even betrayed his best friend that he had known for decades. All of that didn't matter. That was because he knew that Wu Zhiga understood why he did that. As long as he understood, then everything would be worth it. At that moment, everyone in the tech division was silent. They were shocked by Wu Zhiga's selfless sacrifice. He was the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance. He had a high status and was really strong. To anyone with such strength and status, how would they be willing to sacrifice their life? If even such a person is said to be a traitor who colluded with the natives, then who can be trusted in the Alliance? The commander's voice was hoarse. When everyone heard this, they all lowered their heads. Many of them were extremely ashamed. Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga's matter was huge and many people thought that the two of them were colluding with the natives. Even they began to believe it in their hearts. Later on, the commander-in-chief used his thunderous methods to suppress everything. They were quite dissatisfied with this and felt that the commander was using his power to protect the weak. Only now did they know why the commander did that. Moreover, he did the right thing and didn't do anything wrong. If Wu Zhiga could come back alive, they had to apologize to Marshal Wu. It was just that this was impossible. At the venue. Ah! Lin Fan roared out as the power within his body burst forth like an ancient beast. Crack! The Tao pattern ropes wrapped around his body broke apart. Wu Zhiga no longer had the strength to restrain Lin Fan. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan struggled free. But it was enough. He had bought enough time. At this moment, Wu Zhiga slowly fell down. His eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, he took a deep breath and roared. The light of the Alliance will shine on the world forever. Forever, ding. Star-level energies 5 seconds were up. Long. A blinding light burst out, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. A violent force swept across the ground, swallowing Wu Zhiga and Lin Fan. The space shattered. The dimension collapsed. The end of the world had arrived. Even if this place was far from the city, the strength of the star-level energy explosion was just too terrifying. The ripples struck dozens of cities, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse. The shockwaves also shattered numerous building glasses. Everyone cried out in pain. Many people didn't know what had happened. At that moment, an unstoppable shockwave swept over and they lost all senses. Those who weren't affected looked out and noticed that the other part of the sky turned black. It was like a black hole had appeared and swallowed everything. Tech Research Division. Everyone was silent. They looked at the scenes on the screen and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Star-level energy exploded. Everything disappeared without a trace. Even if they were here, they could sense the shockwaves. The commander said, "Check to see if there are any signs of life." The researchers reacted and started to work. After a long while, the data showed that there were no signs of life. "Commander, there are no signs of life at all." The commander got up and didn't say a word. He didn't look excited at all. He was really depressed and it was tough for him to feel any happiness from wiping out Lin Fan. He lost Wu Zhiga, who would definitely stand on the Alliance's side even if they had a conflict. One of the few people he could trust was gone. His heart hurt. "Continue to check," the commander said. He was still a little worried and told the researchers to continue to check. The researchers felt that under the power of the star-level energy, there was no way they could survive. Why was the commander so worried? But this was an order. Even if they felt that it was impossible, they had to check carefully. The commander came to a sealed room. Xiang Yuntian heard the explosion from within. He knew that the commander was venting his frustrations. Bastard, bastard. The commander smacked the wall and his eyes turned red. He didn't want Wu Zhiga to die, but he had no choice. He had no choice at all. If he didn't do that, once Lin Fan arrived, then everything would be over. Zhen Ming had been hiding in the alliance to scout out the situation. When he saw the giant black hole in the distance, he was stunned. Only star-level energy could cause such strength. The alliance headquarters released the star-level energy. What was the outcome? Was he dead or alive? He was really nervous. If Lin Fan died, then everything he did would be for nothing. At that moment, the news spread over from the tech department. The native Lin Fan had died to the star-level energy. At the same time, the strongest 9-star general Wu Zhiga died along with the native to attract him to where the star-level energy was stored. As expected, Zhen Ming felt powerless. Everything was over. He knew the weakness of the star-level energy. It was tough to accurately strike, but if it exploded on the spot, then no one would be able to survive the power of the star-level energy. The alliance was just too crazy. They actually used the life of one of the strongest 9-star generals to wipe out Lin Fan. Only the alliance could do such a thing. The people cheered. No matter who died, as long as the alliance could wipe them out, that would be the happiest thing for them. Of course, when the people from the Martial Path faction heard that Wu Zhiga had died, they felt really depressed. At the same time, some of them cried out and felt sad for Wu Zhiga's death. Zhu Daoshan Manor. Zhu Daoshan looked at the screen. His eyes turned red and he muttered, "Brother Wu, is this our mission?" "Grandfather, what happened?" the granddaughter asked. Zhu Daoshan shook his head. "Nothing, just that a good comrade left." But he knew that sacrificing one 9-star general would be able to wipe out Lin Fan. Everything was worth it. Even Wu Zhiga would think that it was worth it. At a certain place, a corpse laid there. This corpse was totally red, like he had just climbed out from a blood pond. His body was charred and his flesh was a mess. One couldn't tell who it was from his face at all. Half the flesh and blood had evaporated and one could see the broken meridians within. He was panting. Pain? Lin Fan didn't die, but if he wasn't healed, then he was not far from death. He only felt one thing, which was pain. It was so painful that he couldn't feel anything. He used the blood demon reversal technique. His flesh and blood started to move. The pain of his flesh and blood recovering made Lin Fan frown. It was too painful, so painful that it felt like his head was about to explode. Not enough. Still not enough. He used the blood demon reversal technique once more. His injuries were just too heavy. The moment the star-level energy exploded, he felt like he had merged into the sun. If not for his body being extremely strong, he would have been vaporized by the explosion. At the center of the explosion, he had to continuously use the blood demon reversal art to barely hold on. If he used this time to use another star-level energy, he would really have to go to jail. "Wu Zhiga, you bastard, you really are vicious." This was the biggest loss Lin Fan had suffered since he entered the world, and he nearly died. He really didn't expect that Wu Zhiga would actually disregard his own life to wipe him out. Was the alliance really so important to him? Perhaps it was. Although he hated this person, he was indeed a respectable opponent. The alliance should be proud to have such a strong 9-star general. Ah! Lin Fan hollered in rage. His body recovered and his injuries healed. A violent aura exploded from his body. At that moment, this terrifying aura stirred up the wind and spread all around. "Alliance, you have totally infuriated me." Lin Fan wanted to let the alliance know that he wasn't dead. Tech Research Division. DDD. The signal rang out. The tech member was shocked and his face turned ashen white. He then panicked. "Report to the commander, we have detected a really strong energy fluctuation in the star-level energy explosion region. The enemy isn't dead and is still alive." Everyone was shocked and they only had one thought in their hearts. How was that possible? How could he still be alive in the center of the explosion? When Xiang Yuntian found out, his first thought was that it was impossible. No one could survive in the center of the explosion. But he didn't think so much. He had to inform the commander right away. Right as he was prepared to inform the commander, Ji had already walked out of the room. His expression was really ugly. He sensed a terrifying aura appear. "Commander, Lin Fan isn't dead." Xiang Yuntian said. When the commander heard this news, his head buzzed. How was that possible? He was in the center of the explosion. How was he not dead? He hoped that the aura belonged to someone else and not Lin Fan, otherwise Wu Zhiga would have died for nothing. Chapter 576. The news of Lin Fan not dying didn't spread, but the higher-ups of the Alliance headquarters all knew about it. Everyone was filled with terror. They were anxious. Even star-level energy wasn't able to wipe him out. How terrifying was he? Wu Zhiga's death was for nothing and there was no value to it at all. Xiang Yuntian said anxiously, Commander, what should we do now? He is already on the way and in just a short while he will arrive. As the highest commander of the tech division, his feelings for the Alliance were naturally real. If not, he wouldn't have lowered his head and apologized to the commander for the future of the Alliance. Just now, when star-level energy exploded, he was really emotional. Lin Fan was killed by star-level energy and that was enough to prove that star-level energy was really terrifying. But now his heart was cold. It was so cold that he didn't even have the slightest bit of hope. He knew that the Alliance had faced the most terrifying enemy in history. If they couldn't find a solution, one didn't even need to think about how serious the outcome would be. The Alliance would definitely be uprooted. It was a matter of life and death. His brain worked really quickly and he thought of all sorts of ideas, but he didn't know which one would work. The commander sat there in a daze and his expression was one of loss. He returned to his position and was confident in leading the Alliance to victory. He was even willing to sacrifice the strongest 9-star General Wu Zhiga, but who knew that this would happen? The Alliance has no hope for this battle. The commander wasn't willing to say these words, but he had no choice. The situation was just like that, and even if he wasn't willing to admit it, it was useless. Xiang Yuntian was unwilling. Even if we gather all the 9-star generals, we still have no chance of winning? There is no chance at all. When he was able to survive the explosion, it proved that no one in the Alliance is his match. The commander said, You were the one who researched star-level energy, so you should know its strength. Maybe Lin Fan suffered heavy injuries, but it was an undeniable fact that he was able to survive. Xiang Yuntian frowned and didn't say a word. The only way to protect the Alliance is to ask for peace. The commander said slowly. This was the best solution for now, but it was also the worst solution. Asking for peace was a humiliation. He would definitely become a sinner in the history of the Alliance. But if they didn't, the Alliance might really fall. The key was that Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island were eyeing them aggressively. When they saw that the Alliance was so weak, they would definitely do something. At that time, the Alliance would be in a tough situation. Thus, if they succeeded, at least they would be able to protect their peak combat strength and have the strength to fight against Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. Sue for peace. Xiang Yuntian looked at the commander in shock. He didn't expect the commander to have such an idea. Was there really no other way? The commander said, I know that you are unwilling and think that asking for peace is too humiliating. But you have to think about the outcome. We have already lost one of our strongest 9-star generals and we can't lose any more. Without peak combat strength, the Alliance is a pushover that others can easily squash. Even if I give it my all in the end and win, it will only be for the benefit of others. The moment he found out that Lin Fan wasn't dead, all thoughts of fighting him head-on disappeared. Instead, he started to think about the future of the Alliance. Perhaps it was humiliating to ask for peace. But he knew that as long as there was hope, there would be a future. Even if the Alliance had to bear decades or even centuries of humiliation, only with humiliation would there be motivation. It would allow the Alliance to enter a stage where everyone worked hard. One day the Alliance would definitely become strong once more and pay back all the humiliation they suffered today. Xiang Yuntian kept silent. He was really unwilling and even regretful. Why didn't he continue to study star-level energy to make his strength even more terrifying? If he worked harder, the situation today would be totally different. You are the commander and I believe in your decision. No matter what the outcome is, I will bear it with you. Xiang Yuntian said. This was the most crucial moment for the future of the Alliance. Only by being united and helping the Alliance get through this difficult period was the most important thing. Any schemes, any benefits when it concerned the future of the Alliance, weren't important anymore. Okay, I will send someone to take over from Lin Fan. The commander said. Matter. Zhu Daoxin sat there for a long time. In the past, whenever he had time, he would play with his granddaughter. But his current situation was different from before. Grandfather, can you play with me on the swing? Just as Zhu Daoxin was in deep thought, His granddaughter pulled his sleeves. Her mouth was still stained with blood. To other people those scenes were so terrifying, but to Zhu Daoxuan it was nothing. Zhu Daoxuan slowly turned his head and looked at his granddaughter. He smiled. However, this smile looked very strange. "Good baby, I am not in the mood to play with you. The Alliance is in trouble and my few friends are all dead. It is time for me to appear. Grandpa wants to stay with you so much. Even if you can't be accepted by others, Grandpa will never turn his back on you, because you will always be the darling in Grandpa's heart. No matter what you become, you will always be the same." Zhu Daoxuan dotingly hugged his granddaughter and touched her head. His emotions were revealed. He really wanted to return to the past when nothing had happened. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back now. His granddaughter rested her head on Zhu Daoxuan's shoulder. She sniffed and a greedy expression appeared on her face. This was the smell of an expert, one that she had never tasted before. But just as greed appeared on her granddaughter's face, her expression suddenly changed. Zhu Daoxuan was really quick. "Grandfather, what are you doing? I feel so bad." Zhu Daoxuan grabbed her neck and used more and more strength. His expression became more and more pained as he used more strength. "Good baby, I know that you are in pain and I know that you are not the same as before. But no matter what, you are still my good baby. Now that I am going to die, I can't leave you here. Otherwise, no one will take care of you, and that is something that I don't want to see." Zhu Daoxuan was conflicted. He didn't want to leave any problems for the Alliance, and he also didn't want his granddaughter to die in the hands of others. Suddenly, several tentacles swept out from her body and she wanted to fight Zhu Daoxuan to the death. This damn old man was crazy. He was sick in the head and wanted to kill her. The evil god that possessed the little girl was about to go crazy. He didn't expect the old man to attack first. Pucci. Those tentacles were all broken. Even the evil god was useless. The gap between him and Zhu Daoxuan was just too huge. "Don't blame grandfather." Zhu Daoxuan's eyes turned red and he used more and more strength. The little brat found it harder and harder to breathe and she could die at any moment. Master. It was hard for her to have such a perfect body, so how could she die just like that? There were even many corpses of experts for her to eat. How did such a thing happen? Lin Fan, just wait and see. You spoiled my plans. I will definitely take revenge for this. If Lin Fan knew about such a situation, he would definitely scold him. What did it have to do with him? "Who are you?" Breathing became more and more difficult. "Grandfather, I don't want to die. I want to live. You said that you would protect me." A teardrop landed on the back of Zhu Daoxuan's hand. Zhu Daoxuan felt that the back of his hand was really cold. His hand that was grabbing his granddaughter trembled. His face was filled with struggle and hesitation. It was really painful. At the same time, his breathing became more and more rushed. It was like he was going to let go at any moment. "Grandfather," Zhu Daoxuan shook his head. "No, you can't do this. I can't leave a problem for the Alliance. Go, granddaughter. I will join you soon." A low voice rang out. No. Zhu Daoxuan's power destroyed the evil thing in his granddaughter's body. His granddaughter, who was originally perfectly fine, started to rot the moment she lost the evil god's power. Half of her face was disappearing at a visible rate. At that moment, Zhu Daoxuan's body was drenched in sweat. He slowly hugged his granddaughter who was rotting in his arms. No matter what kind of pain Zhu Daoxuan suffered, he couldn't help but cry from the sadness in his heart. He didn't blame anyone. This was fate. He didn't even blame Lin Fan. The Alliance had reached such a stage. As the strongest 9-star generals, none of them had innocent lives on their hands. But because of their standpoint, they had to do that. After a long while, Zhu Daoxuan carried his granddaughter's corpse to the courtyard and buried it under a tree. This tree was planted by the two of them when she was a year old. He gently stroked the tree, turned back to look at the deserted manor, and then disappeared on the spot. Evil God returned to the statue. He could only curse. Damn. Lin Fan struck towards the Alliance headquarters. He was really infuriated by the Alliance headquarters. They actually went so far. To directly use star-level energy to blow him up, that was just too arrogant. Luckily he was lucky. He was also really strong, so he was able to stabilize himself. If he was weak, Lin Fan might have succeeded. But what a waste. Father's hopes of personally killing Wu Zhiga were dashed. But it was still okay. At that moment, a person struck from the distance. Lin Fan smiled. The Alliance headquarters were really bold. Things had already reached such a stage and they actually dared to send some small fries over. Were they trying to insult him? Sect leader Lin, I am the Alliance headquarters envoy. Before the person even arrived, he said hurriedly. He was afraid that if he was too late, he wouldn't even be able to say a single word before he was killed. It wasn't like such a situation had never happened before. When he learned that he was here, he panicked. He was really afraid. When he came again, he had already prepared his family. He felt that he was definitely going to die this time, and if he was not careful, he would be killed. Alliance envoy? Lin Fan smiled. When two sides fight, one doesn't kill envoys. I understand that. Speak, what is the matter? Chapter 577. When he heard Lin Fan's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. So, the top enemy of the alliance was such a person. How frightening. Although he was prepared to sacrifice himself, now that he knew that he didn't have to die, naturally he was really emotional. Sect leader Lin, this is the letter that our commander wanted me to pass to you. The envoy took out the letter and passed it to Lin Fan carefully. He didn't know what was written in the letter. He even started to think about random things. If the contents were too much, would Lin Fan be so furious that he would just hammer him to death? Even if Lin Fan was such a person, he was still really afraid. But what shocked him the most was that the other party was so young, yet he possessed such strength. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. There was no comparison at all. Suddenly, Lin Fan laughed out loud. The envoy heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the contents of the letter made him happy. That was good as long as he was happy. If he wasn't, then that would be problematic. But shortly after, the situation changed. Interesting, the Alliance headquarters commander actually wants to make peace at such a time. Lin Fan smiled and tossed the letter to the envoy. Go back and tell him that it is just wishful thinking. I'm not a person who kills for no reason. I will only kill the Alliance commander and the strongest 9-star generals. I will let the others go and tell him not to waste his efforts. The envoy was stunned. He didn't know what was in the letter at all. But when he heard that the Alliance was asking for peace, he was stunned. The glory of the Alliance had always been in his heart and no one could replace it. Why are you still stunned? Lin Fan asked. The envoy panicked and came back to his senses. He headed towards the Alliance. His mind was in a mess and he was so shocked by the news that he didn't know what to say. Kiki, peace? We have already reached such a stage and you actually want to ask for peace. If I agree, then I will be letting down those heroes who died. He had already restrained himself and didn't kill those normal people. Even if he wiped out every city he passed, it wouldn't be difficult for him. He wouldn't even feel any psychological burden. His goal for coming to the Alliance was clear. He wanted to kill all the peak experts of the Alliance. Without them, the Alliance would naturally fall apart. As for what would happen next, that wasn't something he cared about. Now Wu Zhiga was dead. Next was naturally Zhu Daoxin and the others. As for whether or not the commander would run, he didn't know. It wasn't something he cared about. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. But no matter what, the outcome was the same. Lin Fan slowed down, giving the other party time to report back. Otherwise, if he left too quickly and arrived before the emissary arrived, wouldn't it be very awkward? But he forgot that the Alliance could communicate. After the envoy left, he used the communication device to contact the commander-in-chief. He reported back what Lin Fan had said. Talking impossible. They had to fight. Alliance headquarters. The Alliance higher-ups were all here. The other party refuses to negotiate. The commander said. He knew better than anyone that the chances of peace talks were low, but he still had a bit of hope. Everyone fell silent. Someone raged, Commander, let's go all out against him. Even if we die, we have to die with dignity. Unless he wipes out the Alliance, every Alliance citizen will remember this humiliation. One day we will return this humiliation 100-fold. The person who said this fearlessly was a Dao Realm Stage 1 9-star general. He looked very unyielding. Actually, he was panicking like a dog. Why did he dare to say such words? It was because he was weak, so he had to be strong. He was the weakest out of the 9-star generals. If he didn't act strong at such a time, then wouldn't he just be cannon fodder? Moreover, even if he shouted fiercely, nothing would happen to him. After all, there was someone taller. If this was in the past, his actions would have been seen through. But now no one cared about all that. Xiang Yuntian said, it seems like we can only fight to the death. Since they had no choice, then why retreat? Even if they couldn't win, they definitely couldn't back down. The commander said, your tech division doesn't need to join in. Xiang Yuntian raged, what do you mean? Are you looking down on our research department? Although we don't have the strength, as long as we pick up weapons, even if it's a marshal, we can still kill him. at such a life-and-death moment. Even the defenseless members of the tech division didn't fear them at all. That is not what I mean. I just want to reserve some strength for the Alliance. We are all martial artists and only know how to fight and kill. But your tech division is different. You need brains and there are very, very few people who can reach your level. The path of martial arts has been blocked and Dao Realm Stage 7 is the peak. But I know that the path of research is endless. Maybe one day you can use the power of research to change everything. The commander's words made sense. Cheong looked at the commander and felt like he was a stranger. If this was in the past, why would the commander praise the tech division so much? Now that the Alliance was in danger, the commander placed down his grudges and started to pay attention to research. Commander, you. Xiang Yuntian looked at the commander and was stunned. He actually didn't know what to say. To him, this was the most glorious day of the tech division. Go, bring your research equipment and enter the Alliance's underground base. The commander's tone was firm. Lin Fan said that he wouldn't start a massacre and that he wouldn't destroy this place. As long as we die, he will let the Alliance off. At the same time, he won't notice all of you. This is a chance for all of you. But it will be tough on all of you in the future. Ocean Emperor Island and Hell Mountain won't be so well behaved. They will definitely try to snatch the Alliance's power. You don't need to fight them to the death. As long as the Alliance exists, it doesn't matter who the commander is. All of you just need to focus on your research and remember that we only have one enemy and that is Lin Fan. The commander's words were true and there was no fake meaning at all. One could even see that the commander was prepared to sacrifice himself. Didn't Lin Fan want to kill him? Then bring it on. He could run away now. But he couldn't throw away his honor and responsibility. Gee. Xiang Yuntian looked at the commander and shouted out his real name. Go, otherwise we won't make it in time. Bring the members of the tech division away and hide in the underground base. The commander hollered. Xiang Yuntian clenched his fists and his face flushed red. He was filled with reluctance. Okay, take care. He knew that this wasn't the time to be emotional. The situation was urgent and he couldn't think so much. Very quickly. Xiang Yuntian left hurriedly and arranged for people to move the equipment. They were going to hide. In the meeting room. The commander looked at everyone and sighed. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Things had already reached such a stage. He had no other choice. Just at that moment, Lin Fan's voice spread in from outside. Commander Zhu Daoshan, come out. Lin Fan floated above the Alliance headquarters and hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder and it reverberated in all directions. I am coming. The commander took in a deep breath and told the other 9-star generals not to head out. Even if they did, it was useless. Why not let him head out to face Lin Fan? Lin Fan waited. The Alliance's environment was not bad and it was really modern. Unfortunately, there were many conflicts and he had to come. Sect Leader Lin, I have waited for you for a long time. The commander slowly walked out from the headquarters. Lin Fan smiled. Kiki, you didn't expect such a day to come, right? Your alliance wanted to capture me and wanted to use me to kill you. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. If you personally attacked, maybe none of this would have happened. The commander was enlightened. Lin Fan's words made him recall the past. There was no point in regretting now. If in the past, if he personally attacked, maybe so many things wouldn't have happened. It is really shocking that Sect Leader Lin has such strength. It wasn't a wise decision for the Alliance to offend someone like Sect Leader Lin. But since we have already offended you, then naturally, the Alliance has the ability to take your rage. The commander said. Lin Fan said, your Alliance wants to enter my territory and you have already made enemies with me. Even if you didn't offend me, the outcome would be the same. The commander smiled. Right, the Alliance needs to develop and needs resources. We can only get them from rich land. Sect Leader Lin's resistance isn't wrong and the Alliance isn't wrong to invade. Everything is for survival. But thank you, Sect Leader Lin, for showing mercy and not killing normal Alliance citizens. Lin Fan waved his hands. Showing mercy is a little too much. I just don't want to attack the weak. If I kill them, I will just dirty my hands. Take a look. Was that even something a human would say? He was just too arrogant. But just because he had strength, he could be so arrogant. That was something that couldn't be helped. The commander didn't get angry. Okay, since Sect Leader Lin is here, then let's go. The commander said. Lin Fan said, it seems like you are prepared to die. Not bad, Wuxiga won't be lonely. But one has to say that you are really cruel. To kill me, you can even sacrifice Wuxiga's life. One has to say that you have skills and skills. It is normal that you can become the commander. When he talked about Wu Zhiga, the commander felt pained. Lin Fan searched for someone, but he couldn't find him. Where did Zhu Daoxin go? Lin Fan asked. The commander didn't say anything. He stepped forwards and his aura rose. One had to say that the commander was much stronger than Zhu Daoxin and Wu Zhiga. A battle erupted. The two of them clashed. So strong. The moment they clashed, the commander exclaimed. The commander exclaimed. Lin Fan was really strong and he couldn't go up against him at all. Maybe the battle hadn't been decided yet. But to experts, the moment they clashed, they knew whether or not they were his match. The roar of the battle spread out. The Alliance citizens were stunned. What happened? Chapter 578. Who is fighting at the headquarters? What happened? Weren't the natives wiped out? Why did they still appear? The civilians panicked and tried to hide. Although the ripples weren't as intense as the star-level energy explosion, it was still terrifying enough. Too strong. Zhen Ming, who was standing on the streets, looked at the battle in the sky with his mouth agape. He didn't expect Lin Fan to really do it. He used his terrifying strength to suppress the Alliance headquarters. At the same time he fought with the commander. It made his blood boil. The flames of revenge burned brightly. Although he didn't personally attack, all of that didn't matter. The commander was really strong, but the gap between him and Lin Fan was huge. He wasn't able to hold on for long before Lin Fan punched him. His body was like a cannonball that smashed towards the ground. There was a loud explosion. A deep hole appeared in the ground. Wah! The commander spat out blood and his body felt like it was about to explode. When the other 9-star generals saw this, they were so shocked by Lin Fan's strength that they were speechless. How could he be so strong? Even if all of them charged out, they wouldn't be his match. The gap in strength wasn't something that numbers could make up for. Commander, you are a little weak, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan's true cultivation was Dao Realm Stage 5, but he was a dual cultivator. At the same time, he had 160 Dao patterns. This was a terrifying number. Cough cough. The commander got up with much difficulty and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled. Sect leader Lin is so strong. It is no wonder that the Alliance lost. Lin Fan instantly appeared in front of the commander and kicked him out. The commander could react, but his body couldn't. He was kicked out and smashed into a building. Lin Fan followed closely and barged into the broken building. Shortly after, a body flashed. Lin Fan grabbed the commander and floated in the air. You should be regretting it now, right? Lin Fan grabbed the commander's neck and smiled. Battles often ended really quickly. Although the commander was strong, the gap between him and Lin Fan was huge. The commander's face was filled with pain. He struggled, but it was tough for him to break free from Lin Fan's hands. Don't you have anything to say? If not, it's time to send you on your way, Lin Fan said. He had always known that as long as he was given some time to raise his strength, everything would fall apart. No matter what kind of experts they were all weak and powerless in his eyes. The commander in front of him. Was it strong? He was indeed very strong. But now he was being held in his hands like a little chick. It didn't matter if he was strong or not. In Lin Fan's eyes it was all the same. Do you mean what you said? The commander asked with much difficulty. What? Lin Fan asked. He didn't know whether or not the commander's question counted. The commander said, as long as we die, let the Alliance go. Lin Fan said, of course I said it clearly. I won't kill normal people. As long as you all die, then everything will be forgotten. Unless they are asking for it, don't worry. That's good. The commander closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He waited for death to arrive. Lin Fan knew that the commander was prepared. He clenched his fingers into a fist and was prepared to smash the commander. Just as he was about to make his move, a shocking aura came from afar. Stop. Zhu Daoxin hollered in rage. Lin Fan turned his head and smiled. Zhu Daoxin, I thought that you ran. Who knew that you would send yourself to me? Not bad, I really overestimated you. The commander opened his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Zhu Daoxin to actually come. He thought that Zhu Daoxin had left with his granddaughter, so he didn't contact him. That was because the Alliance owed him too much. Even if I die, I won't run. Moreover, you are threatening the future of the Alliance, so I won't allow you to do that. Zhu Daoxin hollered. Lin Fan wanted to mock Zhu Daoxin, but when he saw what Zhu Daoxin was carrying on his back, he was stunned. That was star-level energy? Zhu Daoshan, what are you carrying on your back? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Daoshan hollered, let go of the commander, otherwise I will die with you. As expected, it really was star-level energy. He suddenly realized that the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance were all dumb. One of them led him to a place and detonated the star-level energy, nearly killing him. This one was even more vicious. He carried the star-level energy over and said that if he didn't let him go, he would die with him. This old man was a little overbearing. The commander looked at Zhu Daoshan and felt really bad. His nose felt a little sour. Brother Zhu, there is no need for you to do this. Zhu Daoshan didn't reply to the commander and just stared at Lin Fan. He hollered emotionally, let go of the commander. I will count to 3. If you don't, then we will all die together. Lin Fan said, are you dumb? If we die together, then why do you want me to let him go? Anyway, the outcome is the same, so why do you have to make it so troublesome? Didn't you want to count? Don't make it so troublesome, I will count for you. 3, bring it on. He really didn't believe that Zhu Daoshan would dare to do that. This was the Alliance headquarters. If he detonated the star-level energy, the Alliance would be finished. But he totally underestimated Zhu Daoshan. He didn't understand what Zhu Daoshan had gone through and how much pressure he was under. Bring it on, why would I be afraid of you? Even if the Alliance is wiped out, you can't humiliate me. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He raised his hand and was about to slap the star-level energy. If one used strength to shake the star-level energy, it would definitely explode. Lin Fan was stunned and said hurriedly, wait. His heart started to jump. Terrifying. When was the last time his heart jumped so quickly? It was when he faced the Yin Demon army. This time he was facing Zhu Daoshan, that crazy person who didn't care about his life. He didn't dare to guarantee that he could survive at such a close distance. If he couldn't, then that would be a huge problem. Zhu Daoshan's palm was just a paper-thin distance away from the surface of the star-level energy. If he shouted any slower, then the situation would be really bad. The star-level energy would definitely self-destruct. Zhu Daoshan, are you crazy? Are you serious? Lin Fan scolded. He was really annoyed. This star-level energy was a problematic thing and he had to destroy the Alliance. Actually, what he didn't know was that this was the Alliance's last star-level energy. The first one exploded at the border. The second one exploded and Wu Zhiga died along with it. The third one was in Zhu Daoshan's hands and it looked like it could explode at any moment. I know whether or not I am crazy. Release the commander, otherwise we will just die together. Even if you are strong and can dodge one, you definitely won't be able to dodge this one. Zhu Daoshan raged. Lin Fan looked at the commander. Not bad, the Alliance is able to produce 2 of the strongest 9-star generals who aren't afraid of death. Okay, I will release him. But things won't end so easily. Lin Fan released the commander. Zhu Daoshan and the commander had to die. He was the one who said that and it didn't matter who came. The commander, who broke free from Lin Fan's control, walked beside Zhu Daoshan. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But when he saw Zhu Daoshan's expression, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Lin Fan said, Zhu Daoshan, I really respect you. I have never respected anyone in my life and you are the first. You used the star-level energy to fight me to the death. You are really amazing, but what will happen to you in the future? Can you carry the star-level energy every day? Zhu Daoshan's eyes locked onto Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan moved, he would explode the star-level energy. That was because he knew that Lin Fan was really strong and he wasn't his match at all. If he was careless, he would definitely be killed. At that moment, the commander said, Sect Leader Lin, now that things have reached such a stage, can we talk about it? The conflict between the Alliance and Rich Land has lasted for many years, but now we can admit defeat. From now on, we won't take a single step forward. Sure, but the 2 of you have to die, Lin Fan said. That was a little arrogant. The commander was beaten up so badly by Lin Fan that he admitted defeat. Now that he wanted to kill him, that was a little too much. The commander said, I can die, but can you give Zhu Daoshan a way out? To him, he felt like he owed Zhu Daoshan a lot. At such a moment he could pay it back. He knew that Lin Fan wouldn't stop after seeing that the 2 of them weren't dead. He hoped that Lin Fan could let Zhu Daoshan go and he could die. Is there a point in bargaining? I have shown mercy and didn't kill your people. Now that you have the star-level energy, you can force me back, but remember that I will come back next time. When that time comes, I won't show mercy. Everywhere I pass will turn to ruins. Lin Fan's expression was solemn and he wasn't joking. The commander was silent. He knew that Lin Fan wasn't joking. With Lin Fan's strength they wouldn't be able to stop him. There was only 1-star level energy, and if he wanted to wipe out the city, no one would be able to stop him. Suddenly, Zhu Daoxin looked at the commander. "Ji, are you afraid of death?" The commander shook his head. "No." Zhu Daoxin smiled. "I want to leave some hope for the alliance. Even if the hope is small." The commander seemed to understand what Zhu Daoxin was thinking and laughed out loud. "Okay, then let's leave some hope." Lin Fan had a bad feeling. As expected, Zhu Daoxin slapped towards the star-level energy. "Lin Fan, let's die together." "Damn." Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. He turned around and ran. He knew that he had been conned and that he was too late. Huangdang. Zhu Daoxin slapped the surface of the star-level energy and a terrifying power exploded. It pierced through the star-level energy. But the expected explosion didn't happen. The situation was a little awkward. Lin Fan? Zhu Daoxin? Commander? Everyone was dumbfounded. What the fuck was going on? Chapter 579. Just when everyone was in a daze, Lin Fan attacked and smacked Zhu Daoxin away. He then snatched the star-level energy. "You guys want to take me down with you? But the situation right now is a little awkward." He was really frightened just now. But now he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This was really scary. Damn. He thought that he was going to suffer another heart-wrenching injury. Who knew that Zhu Daoxin's courage was that of a king but his ability was bronze? The commander turned around and hollered, "Activate star-level energy." Xiang Yuntian, who had been hiding in the underground base, had been paying attention to the situation outside. When he heard this, he hesitated for a moment before pressing the button. He knew this was his last chance. The commander and Zhu Daoxin wanted to pay with their lives. If they missed this chance, there wouldn't be any more. Zhu Daoxin wasn't able to detonate star-level energy because Xiang Yuntian thought about it when he was developing it. At that time, martial arts were flourishing, and the power unleashed by an individual was too terrifying. If the star-level energy was too weak, it could easily self-destruct in battle due to the shockwaves. That was why the star-level energy was condensed into a small amount and split into two different types of energy. It uses a special technique to maintain the stability of the energy. If he wanted to detonate the star-level energy, he had to fuse the two types of energy together. The fusion process would take 5 seconds. Even if one used brute force to destroy the star-level energy, it wouldn't explode. It was just a pity. The commander didn't know about this. After all, Xiang Yuntian needed to hide something in case someone purposely destroyed the star-level energy or an enemy sneaked into the place where the star-level energy was hidden and self-destructed. In fact, this mechanism could be said to be a very high-end advantage. However, at a time like this advantage was the disadvantage of star-level energy. If the commander found out, he would definitely holler in rage. "Xiang Yuntian, why did you do all this?" At this moment, Lin Fan knew that the star-level energy was a hot potato. He hollered in rage and tossed it into the air. The dimension ripped open and the star-level energy was swallowed. Due to Lin Fan's strength, the star-level energy sped through the dimension. 5 seconds was enough. Instantly. In the distance, a huge dazzling white light flashed, followed by a terrifying shockwave. Even if he threw it far enough, the power of the explosion was too great. In an instant, Lin Fan and the others were covered by the bright light from the star-level energy. So fucking ruthless. He really wanted to know which bastard developed the star-level energy, causing him to be blown up twice a day. It could be said that he had reached the peak of his life. Vibration. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The void shattered. The Alliance headquarters was in the most dangerous moment. The citizens of the other cities raised their heads and looked over. The commotion coming from the extreme distance made them feel terrified, and they did not know what was happening over there. After a long while, the shockwave gradually dissipated and the world regained its calm. However, the sky had already been torn apart, and it was clearly not suitable for human survival. The original Alliance headquarters was in ruins and the surrounding buildings had all collapsed. The ground looked like it had been roasted by flames, turning black and hard. Cough, cough. There was the sound of coughing. The commander pushed away the rubble on his body. His body was covered in blood. Not dead. He frowned as an intense pain engulfed his entire body. However, at this moment he didn't have the time to care about whether it was painful or not. He stood up slowly. Plop. The commander fell to the ground and looked down. One of his legs had disappeared like it had been evaporated by the shockwave. Ah! He hollered in pain. With the undying body's ability, the leg that disappeared slowly grew back. What happened? However, when he saw the situation around him, he was stunned. The endless ruins were deeply imprinted in his heart. Did I do this? The commander muttered to himself like he had sunk into some sort of mental barrier. When he roared and released star-level energy, he didn't think so much. But when the reality appeared in front of his eyes, he really didn't dare to believe that he was the one who caused all of this. Silence. Zhu Daoxin didn't die, but his body wasn't in a good state either. Although he avoided the most terrifying shockwave, the remaining ones were still really terrifying. The commander didn't bother and just stood there in a daze. How many people died? How many people died? The commander muttered and looked around like he couldn't find a target. It wasn't that the commander was stunned, but the cruel situation made him unable to accept that the culprit of all of this was what he shouted just now. Release star-level energy. To the commander, he had released a world-destroying demon. Zhu Daoxin realized that something was wrong with the commander. He grabbed his shoulder. Silence, what are you doing? The commander grabbed Zhu Daoxin. Look at this. I caused this, so why did I release star-level energy? Isn't it good that the two of us died? Why did so many people die with us? It is all my fault, it is all my fault. The commander screamed and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Zhu Daoxin didn't expect the commander to do that. He hollered, Silence, what are you doing? This isn't your fault. To Zhu Daoxin he had a bad feeling. Did Silence go mad because he couldn't handle all of this? No matter how he pulled, the commander just knelt there and kowtowed. His hair was disheveled. Also, that crazy expression showed that the commander had really gone mad. Silence, we need to find Lin Fan. He definitely isn't dead, but he is definitely injured. We need to use this chance to kill him. Zhu Daoxin stared and hollered. When the commander heard Zhu Daoxin's words, he screamed and pushed him aside. He said in terror, You want to kill him. You killed all of them. You destroyed this place. You are a bad person, you are a demon, don't come over. Zhu Daoxin panted and shock appeared in his eyes. His tone started to tremble. Silence, you are really mad. But Lin Fan pushed aside the stone on his body. He was injured, but it wasn't a problem for him and he could recover in the blink of an eye. When he got up and was prepared to search for the commander and Zhu Daoxin, he was stunned by their actions. Zhu Daoxin was fine. On the contrary, the commander's actions were a little off. Don't come over. You are a demon. You did all of this. I am innocent. The commander sat on the ground and used his hands to block in front of him. He retreated backwards like he was afraid of Zhu Daoxin. Zhu Daoxin wanted to control the commander, but he was attracted by the movement around him. When he saw Lin Fan, his expression became solemn and wary. Lin Fan. This battle was a destructive blow to the alliance. They wanted to die together with Lin Fan, but that didn't work. They would rather die than live to see this scene before their eyes. There were too many casualties. Lin Fan said, Zhu Daoxin, you didn't expect this to happen, right? Not only did Zhu Daoxin not expect this, even Lin Fan didn't expect things to turn out like this. The key was that Zhu Daoxin actually carried the star-level energy over. He wanted to die together with him, but unfortunately, it didn't explode. Such a situation made him feel really awkward. Suddenly, the commander ran to Lin Fan's side in a panic and hugged his leg. Leave, he is a demon and he will kill us. Let's leave. Lin Fan originally wanted to kick the commander away. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually hug his thigh and cry with snot and tears. What is going on? Lin Fan frowned. Had he gone mad? Gee. Zhu Daoxin shouted. But when his voice spread into the commander's ears, he cried out in shock. He buried his head deep into the ground and didn't dare to face Zhu Daoxin. He is a demon, he killed so many people, I am so afraid. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Daoxin. What a joke, is your commander crazy? Zhu Daoxin gritted his teeth and hollered in rage, Lin Fan, I will fight you to the death. The moment he said this, Zhu Daoxin charged towards Lin Fan. Even if he knew that he was no match for him, he still wanted to fight him to the death. Zhu Daoxin was obviously no match for Lin Fan and he fell to the ground right away. You really overestimate yourself. But once I kill all of you, everything will be peaceful. One has to say that if not for the alliance being so ruthless, I wouldn't have killed someone like you. Lin Fan said. Zhu Daoxin spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Lin Fan in rage. The winner is the king. The alliance underestimated you and I did too. I allowed you to grow into a huge problem for the alliance. I can take such consequences. Okay, I see that you are a decent person, so I won't torture you. I will give you a quick death, but I have to take revenge for the Alliance wiping out the border. Since that is the case, then I will let your own people kill you. Lin Fan raised his hand and formed a sword intent. He then grabbed the commander. Looking at him, it seemed like he had really gone mad. But who knew the exact situation? Is he a demon? Lin Fan asked the commander. The commander nodded his head in panic. Right, he is a demon. He killed so many people, so many. Okay, pick up this sword and kill him. Lin Fan passed the sword intent to the commander. Go, he can't move. Don't worry, he won't hit you. The commander held the sword intent with both hands and his body trembled. I don't dare. If you don't dare, then I will kill you. Lin Fan said softly. Don't kill me, I dare. The commander screamed and then slowly walked towards Zhu Daoshan. When he stood in front of Zhu Daoshan, he looked at Lin Fan and his hands trembled. Lin Fan nodded. Attack. Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan in rage and then at the commander. He hollered in rage, Ji attack. I admit that I will die to your hands. The commander shouted and stabbed forwards with his sword. Zhu Daoshan's eyes slowly dimmed and a smile appeared on his face. Maybe when death arrived he saw something that made him happy. Ha! Lin Fan laughed out loud. He turned around and walked into the distance. Suddenly he stopped. Alliance Commander, I don't know if you are really crazy or faking it. I didn't kill you not because you are crazy but because I wanted you to feel that pain and fear towards me. You killed Zhu Daoshan and it doesn't feel good to have your friend's blood on you, right? The commander released the sword and exclaimed. I killed him. He then ran into the distance. Chapter 580. The Alliance suffered heavy losses. Originally, only 2 people had to die but the commander and Zhu Daoshan wanted to die together with him. They were responsible for such a situation. But everything was over. The Alliance was going to be at a low for a long time and no one knew what would happen in the future. But at least in his era, the Alliance wouldn't be able to rise again. Now everything was over. Lin Fan was really happy and relaxed. He had finally completed his dream, which was to sweep away all obstacles and return to the life of a rich family young master. He was willing to be a piece of trash who only knew how to enjoy life. This was a life that one looked forward to. Other people didn't even have the ability to be trash. At the scene, Zhen Ming was nearly killed by the star-level energy. Luckily he was far away and didn't suffer much damage, otherwise the outcome would have been catastrophic. When he looked around he laughed. He laughed heartily, the expression on his face was one of excitement and madness. Who knew how long he had waited for such a situation? Now he really had to wait. How could he not be excited? Yinming, did you see that? I have taken revenge for you. Zhen Ming muttered to himself. At that moment, his vengeful heart was extinguished. He was sick of this world. He dragged his tired body and disappeared into the ruined city. From then on no one knew where he went. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. What Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island were going to do next had nothing to do with him. In the ruins, Alliance Deputy Commander Cheong stood on the spot with a stunned expression. He looked at the sky and it was gray. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw that it was the commander. But the commander didn't seem to be in a good state. Commander. Cheong didn't think so much and chased up. He pulled the commander but the commander was so frightened that he shuddered. He screamed like he had seen a ghost. Cheong didn't let go and just hollered. Commander, what is going on with you? He felt that the commander had gone mad. But he didn't believe that the commander would go mad. The commander had been through so many things and his willpower had reached an unimaginable level. How could he go mad because of some things? But in his eyes, the commander's crazed look was just too real and he didn't look like he was faking it. Cheong hollered, Commander, wake up. The Alliance hasn't been wiped out and we need someone to support us. If even you go crazy, then the Alliance is really finished. The commander struggled and screamed. He didn't dare to look at Cheong. Who? Cheong took a deep breath. If you feel pain because of your request to release the star-level energy, then there's no need. Wars like this. No one will blame you. If you don't dare to face all of this and pretend to be crazy, I will let you go. I will support the Alliance in the future. Cheong let go and looked at the commander. Even if the commander was really crazy, he knew that it was fake. It definitely couldn't be real. The mad commander was stunned for a moment. It was very short and it was hard to notice. He screamed and ran away. Gee, what do you want? Xiong looked at the back view and muttered to himself. He then looked around. Not only was the Alliance headquarters destroyed, but the surrounding cities were also destroyed by the star-level energy. The losses were really heavy. It would be really tough for them to return to how they were in the past. Suddenly, Xiong thought about something and headed to the underground base. Xiang Yuntian and the others were still there. When he arrived, it was a total mess. Even if it was deep underground in front of the star-level energy, they weren't able to survive. Especially when he saw Xiang Yuntian, who was squashed into meat paste by a giant stone. Xiong's mind was in a mess. He couldn't even stand properly. He told Xiang Yuntian and the others to hide in the underground base because he hoped that they could live and leave a future for the Alliance. But now that they were all dead, then what was the point of everything? They did it for nothing. Everything was for nothing. If they knew that this would happen, maybe they would have all stepped out. Even if they couldn't win, they would have fought to the death. At least their deaths would have been worth it. But now it was clear that he had died for no reason at all. When people from Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island found out about this, they were really scared silly. As the leader of Hell Mountain, Yen Kuan was naturally confident in his own strength. But the series of explosions shocked him. Even if he was far away, he could still feel how terrifying the power of the explosion was. It was really shocking. His heart jumped. But all of that wasn't important anymore. They had to head to the Alliance headquarters to take a look. They hoped that all the 9-star generals died. Then their hope would come. Marshall Path Mountain. When Lin Fan returned, he didn't mention the Alliance to anyone. To him, it was just a small matter. If other people found out that suppressing the Alliance was a small matter, they would definitely beat him up to the ground. Was that even human? Is my father back? Lin Fan asked. When Gozi saw that young master returned safely, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the matter was completed. No, old master and the others aren't back yet. Gozi replied. Lin Fan found it weird. What was going on? That was just too slow. The imperial dynasty that King Wutong controlled wasn't much. Without a peak expert, it was just someone who could be easily crushed. Father's strength had reached the peak, so how could he wipe out an imperial dynasty so slowly? Suddenly, loud noises spread out from outside. He was wondering why he wasn't back, but who knew that he would return right away? Water Emperor cursed. King Wudong, that fellow ran really quickly. He actually missed. To Water Emperor, it was a pity that Lin Fan didn't bring him out to see the world. So he took a step back and headed to the imperial dynasty. He thought that there would be an intense battle. Who knew that King Wudong was so sneaky and actually ran after receiving the news? It is already not bad to be able to take back the imperial dynasty. What else do you want? Su Changsun said. Old ancestor Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. This matter has come to an end. I have to go back and tell Prince Xiao to prepare to take over the throne. Father, King Wudong ran? Lin Fan walked over and asked. Logically speaking, King Wudong didn't know that Lin Wani and the others were heading to the imperial dynasty, so why did he run ahead of time? That was really interesting. Lin Wani said, he ran. But it is okay, it doesn't matter anymore. It is enough that we can take back the imperial dynasty. King Wudong's impression in their hearts was really weak. If not for the special situation where the alliance needed to support the puppet imperial dynasty, he wouldn't have had the chance to control it. Now the alliance couldn't care so much. What ability did the imperial dynasty have to fight against them? Lin Fan didn't have any thoughts about taking back the imperial dynasty. It was okay for Shao Qi to become the imperial dynasty master and it didn't conflict with him at all. Su Changsun said, now that we have taken back the imperial dynasty, we will have to face the alliance next. Everyone's expressions became really solemn. The 4 alliances being wiped out reduced the pressure on them, but they still couldn't be careless. As long as the alliance existed, they would be a threat to them. Although the alliance had internal problems and didn't have the energy to attack them, once they recovered, they would definitely attack them. Lin Fan wanted to laugh. Looking at their expressions, they were really solemn. When all of you headed to the imperial dynasty, I made a trip to the alliance. Lin Fan said calmly. He wasn't anxious at all. One had to speak slowly and couldn't be too anxious. He needed to see the reactions of all sides before deciding what to say next. Sect leader Lin, that is too much. When I wasn't here, you went to a dangerous place. Didn't you say that you would bring me to see the world? Don't you know that the trip to the imperial dynasty was so boring? There wasn't even anyone who could fight. Water Emperor grumbled. He regretted it and even felt like sect leader Lin didn't want to bring him there. Lin Wani was shocked. You went to the alliance? Why did you go there? Do you know that you are in danger? If anything happens to you, I won't be able to save you. Next time you are not allowed to act so rashly. Facing his father's loving teachings, naturally he had to accept it and listen. He didn't retort at all. Lin Wani looked at Fanner with a weird expression. Weird, really weird. This kid's attitude today was not bad. If it was in the past, he would have found a bunch of reasons. The most direct one would be to tell him not to worry. He knew his strength. Father, don't worry, I know what I am doing, Lin Fan said. He missed U City and said, Father, U City has been destroyed, so why don't we build a new one? Lin Wani said, Build U City? How can we build it now? The alliance is still a huge problem and one day there will be a war. Even if we build it, it will still be destroyed. Lin Fan said slowly, Actually there is no need. I have already negotiated with them and they won't dare to attack us anymore. Water Emperor gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Amazing, his bragging was so scary. Lin Wani was annoyed. You only know how to speak nonsense. Then tell me, how did you negotiate? If he believed this unfilial kid's words, then he would have seen a ghost. Negotiate? If it was so easy to negotiate, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan said slowly, How else could we negotiate? We definitely used our fists. I hammered Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga to death and also destroyed the alliance headquarters. But don't worry, I am not a murderous person, so I didn't attack those commoners. I thought that you... Wait. Lin Wani opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Fan like he had seen a ghost. What did you just say? Lin Fan smiled. I said that we don't need to worry about the alliance anymore. When you went to the Imperial Dynasty, I made a trip to the alliance and killed their strongest 9-star general. I wanted to kill the commander too, but he suddenly went mad, so I let him off. Chapter 581. How is that possible? At that moment, apart from Lin Fan, everyone else was stunned when they heard the news. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan's face was filled with a smile, the meaning in his eyes told him that this was real and he wasn't lying. Everything was real. Su Changsun and the others looked at one another and then dashed into the distance. They wanted to head to the alliance to find out whether or not it was true. Father, you can go take a look too, Lin Fan said. Lin Wani wanted to personally witness it. His hatred towards the alliance had been buried in his heart and he didn't show it for so many years. Now that he heard that Wu Zhiga was dead, he instantly felt the obsession in his heart disappear. Although he didn't personally kill him, it wasn't important anymore. It was the same for his son to replace him. Okay. Lin Wani followed Su Changsun and the others. In the future, I will be free. Lin Fan was elated. The reason why he was cultivating so hard was naturally so that he could get rid of all his enemies and return to his normal life. As for Martial Path Mountain, he had no choice. For a moment of leisure, Lin Fan was thinking about where his cousin went. And where did old Wu go? Now he was famous all over the world. Who didn't know about Martial Path Lin Fan? However, they still didn't appear. That was a problem. Alliance. When Lin Wani and the others saw the Alliance headquarters situation, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. They all wanted to know how Lin Fan did it. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that they were really dead. It seems like we can retire in peace. Old Ancestor Zhao smiled. Su Changsun nodded. Right, the 4 alliances are gone and the alliance has become like that. They won't be able to invade us in the future, so we don't have to worry about such things. Brother Lin, you gave birth to a good son. He solved so many problems for us right away. Towards everyone's praises. Lin Wani accepted it. Weren't they just talking nonsense? Didn't they look at who he was? How could he be such an unknown person? Suddenly, Lin Wani thought about something good. Since we have confirmed it, then let's head back. In a short while, I will invite all of you to my wedding. Su Changsun said, Brother Lin, consider it. My granddaughter is not bad and she's a good match for your kid. Su Changxing, are you not going to let anyone from my Lin family go? Lin Wani said. He was conned by Su Changsun's daughter and now this old fellow wanted to use his granddaughter to bind his son. That was quite an idea. Brother Lin, that's not right. How could you say that I'm not letting him off? It's just that I wanted to deepen our relationship after seeing how happy that kid was. I really don't have any other intentions. Su Changsun wasn't stupid. He had to admit that Lin Fan was really outstanding. Who wouldn't want their family to follow such an outstanding person? If it was in the past when Lin Fan was still living in U City, even if Lin Wani knelt down and begged him to let his granddaughter marry him, he wouldn't agree. They would even curse angrily. I will never let your unfilial son harm my granddaughter. But now he could say loudly, do whatever you want. It's best if you get a seed. Let's talk about this in the future. Let's return to Martial Path Mountain first. Lin Wani didn't want to waste time on this matter with Su Changsen. Let Fan marry Princess Yongla first. That was the most important thing. When Lin Wani and the others appeared in the sky above the alliance, many experts sensed the aura of the native experts. They didn't dare to come over as the alliance was at a disadvantage. Even if they insulted them, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant. They were really afraid of being beaten up. Martial Path Mountain. The way Su Changsen and the others looked at Lin Fan changed. Water Emperor said, Sect leader, can you bring me when you face something that allows me to see the world? Last time it was the same, this time it is the same. I really feel helpless. Luckily you didn't go. If you did, it would be tough to even find your corpse. Lin Fan said. Water Emperor was confident in his own strength. Although he wanted to retort Lin Fan's words, forget it. In the future he still needed sect leader Lin to bring him to see the world. If he fought him head-on, what would happen if he didn't bring him any more? This was why to Water Emperor whatever he said was right. Who asked him to be the big brother? Fan, what do you want to do next? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, I want to rebuild Yu City and stay in the Lin Manor. I'm really tired during this period of time. I just want to rest and eat and wait for death. If he said that in the past he would have definitely been beaten up by Lin Wani. But now, when Lin Wani heard Lin Fan's words, he wanted to cry. My son, how much pain have you suffered during this period of time? Only now did he understand. Fan might have been so carefree, but he had definitely gone through many things that he didn't know about. Probably only Fan knew about the ups and downs of his life. If Lin Fan knew what his father was thinking about, maybe he would nod his head in understanding. Father, you are right. Your son has gone through so many difficulties to get to where he is now. It really wasn't easy. Lin Wani said, Fan, I will follow them to solve the Imperial Dynasty matter. Then I will head back with you to reorganize the border cities. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. In the end he still felt that Yu City was not bad. Although that place wasn't much, he was used to it. Oh right, you and Princess Yongla's marriage will be done the moment Yu City is built. You agreed to it and I didn't force you. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was stunned and nearly forgot about such an important matter. The Princess Yongla that his father arranged for him was still waiting for him. Father, isn't this a little too rushed? Lin Fan said. Although he said that he would listen to his father, that was just polite words. At the same time he didn't expect the four alliances to be so weak. The alliance also made him feel a little regretful. They crushed them too quickly and they didn't even have time to react before it ended. What do you think? Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan and the glow in his eyes was obvious. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Fan smiled. Get married? That was a distant matter. He didn't even know who he would marry in the future. He recalled what Princess Yongla looked like. She was a rare beauty. Even if he didn't have feelings for her, it was a good choice to look at her. Okay, I will listen to father and do whatever you say. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani nodded his head in satisfaction. That was more like it. He had thought of many ways for him to get a family, but in the end, this kid destroyed all of them. Now he finally had one. No matter what, he couldn't fail. Very quickly, Lin Wani and the others left Martial Path Mountain and headed towards where Shaoqi was. When they told Shaoqi that the Imperial Dynasty was formed and someone needed to be the emperor, Shaoqi was stunned. During this period of time he had a really good life. His life was really peaceful and he didn't need to worry about food or clothing. He just looked at the scenery and fished. Now that he was told to become the emperor, it was really unexpected. When the other princes knew that Lin Wani and the others were going to let their big brother take over the throne, their dead hearts started to stir once more. It was normal for the royal family to fight for power. In the past, Shaoqi was the crown prince and his father confirmed it, so they couldn't do anything about it. But the situation was different now. The Imperial Dynasty was in trouble and everyone was in deep trouble. What they needed was a good Imperial Dynasty ruler. This was why during this period of time, there were many people who entered and left hurriedly. They wanted to convince their big brother to understand that it wasn't so easy to become the emperor. One had to pay a high price and they also needed a capable person. What they meant was that if big brother felt like he couldn't do it, he could give up and let them take over. But was Shaoqi a fool? Obviously not. In the past he couldn't do it and could only do that. Now that he could, why would he give up? How could he not understand what his brothers were saying? He really wanted to scold them. If I can't, Can all of you? Moreover, he wanted to tell them that it was so easy to get the throne. Brother Lin gave it to me because I was honest. If he knew that all of them wanted to be the emperor, he would have kicked all of them away. They were too direct. Naturally, Shaoqi knew that he was able to have all of this thanks to Lin Fan. If not for what he did, there wouldn't be such a day. In a situation where there was no threat, everything was progressing in an orderly manner. With the help of Lin Wani and the others, Shaoqi returned to the imperial dynasty and ascended to the throne. Although the process was a little complicated, the outcome was as expected. Lin Fan stayed in Martial Path Mountain and did nothing. He fully displayed his style of eating and waiting to die. His life was really comfortable. During this period of time, Shaoqi gathered large amounts of manpower to build the border cities. Especially Yu City, he placed it as the most important. After all, Brother Lin wanted to return to Yu City. If Yu City was still so broken, others could understand him, but he couldn't understand himself. Thus, he built as luxuriously as possible. Of course, to the imperial dynasty, there were many things to do during this period of time. When the four alliances were strong, the various cities were affected. Shaoqi was so busy that his head was about to explode. But even if it exploded, it was useless. He had to go all out to stabilize the imperial dynasty. That was the most important thing. Lin Fan thought that the four alliances that were hiding would jump out and cause some trouble so that he could kill some time. However, these top sects seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Not even a shadow could be seen. Lin Fan was helpless about this. Maybe the life of an expert was just so dry and boring, such that when one stood at the peak, the loneliness of not being able to find an opponent was just so obvious. A month later, under the hard work of Shaoqi, Yu City was completed. Not only was Yu City built, but so were the other border cities. This also meant that it was time for Lin Fan to return home. Chapter 582. Sect Leader Lin, are you going back to Yu City? The divinator couldn't accept what was going to happen. He should have used this time to develop the sect to the extreme and become an emperor in the future. How could he give up halfway? That was just so preposterous. He envied Lin Wani for being Lin Fan's father. If he was Lin Fan's father, he would have greeted him without saying a word. His future was right in front of him and he actually wanted to return home to enjoy it. Damn, he was so furious that he couldn't even breathe. The divinator could swear to the heavens that Lin Fan's future was amazing, but he couldn't be so weak. He had to have the courage to charge forward. He couldn't do this. Lin Fan said slowly, "Right, I am going back to Yu City." Sect Leader Lin, you can't go back. Today is a good time and you should take advantage of the situation to make Martial Path Mountain shine. You should control all the land in the world and create an undying empire. The divinator tried his best to persuade Lin Fan and let him understand that he needed to work hard in the future, instead of going back to enjoy it. Come over and take a look. Lin Fan called the divinator over and pointed at the corner of his eye. What do you see? The divinator was confused. Eyeball? No, it is the wrinkles at the corner of my eye. I'm just over 20 and I am young. Who knew that I would have wrinkles at the corner of my eye? Do you know the reason? Lin Fan asked. How would the divinator know what wrinkles were? He shook his head. I don't know. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled. You don't know. Okay, let me tell you now. It is because I am tired. Now, you actually want me to work hard and tire myself out. You can't be so preposterous. Think about how I suppressed the four alliances and the alliance in a short few months. What did I rely on? I obtained it by practicing hard for hundreds of days and nights without sleep or rest. Now that everything is over, I also want to rest. How can you still say such heartless words? I've really seen through you. If the person who said that wasn't Lin Fan, maybe everyone would have believed him. The divinator blinked helplessly. Sect Leader Lin, what are you prepared to do now? Is Martial Path Mountain not going to care? Who said that I don't care? Even if I am not in Martial Path Mountain, he is still there, so just treat it as me going into secluded meditation. As for you, do you want to leave Martial Path Mountain or continue to stay here? Lin Fan asked. The divinator thought that it was impossible for him to go back. He wouldn't be able to go back for the rest of his life. Martial Path Mountain was terrifyingly lucky and Sect Leader Lin's cultivation was shocking. Although Sect Leader Lin was going to leave Martial Path Mountain, it didn't mean that he wouldn't return for the rest of his life. Very quickly, the divinator made a decision. I will stay on Martial Path Mountain. Staying on Martial Path Mountain, He had luck buffs and didn't need to be commanded by anyone. How comfortable was that? That's good then. You don't have to think too much about other things. Since you're going to stay, then just stay obediently. Lin Fan said. He gathered the Martial Path Mountain disciples together. His passionate speech made those disciples excited and worshipped him. Their faith in Lin Fan had already reached a very high level. Perhaps it was because they hadn't interacted with him on a deeper level, so very few of them reached the peak of faith. After the speech, Lin Fan waved his hands. Let's go. Go Zi, Mu Gang, Nine Demon, Yuan Tianchu, Liang Yongqi and the others followed Lin Fan back. Zhang Tianshan and Feng Poliu followed Lin Fan back. They didn't want to leave Martial Path Mountain, but because Lin Fan agreed to marry his father, they had to attend the wedding. If no one came to bring them back with their strength, who knew how long it would take for them to reach U City? U City. A new city. It was still in the original place. This place was destroyed by the star-level energy and the dimension space was destroyed. Without a certain amount of time, it would be tough to recover. But Lin Wani and the other peak experts spent a lot of effort to fill up the dimension space. This was because Lin Fan wanted to stay in the original U City. As his father, Lin Wani had to settle it. In the eyes of others, this was fatherly love. Actually, to Lin Wani, he was afraid that his unfilial kid would play tricks. For example, this wasn't the old U City and it would be tough for him to get married. This was why, to prevent such a situation, Lin Wani went all out. I'm back. Lin Fan stood outside U City. There were still commoners working on the city walls. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi stood there and looked at the two words U City. They couldn't suppress their emotions and tears flowed down their faces. They were back. After so many months they were finally back. Perhaps earth-shattering changes had taken place inside, but this piece of land was still the same as before. Lin Fan realized that the two of them were feeling a little helpless right now. The two of them were now all alone. Let's go, let's enter the city. Lin Fan waved his hands and walked towards the city. The buildings in U City didn't change and were still the same as before. If I didn't know that U City was destroyed, I would have thought that this was the old U City. Lin Fan muttered. Gozi carried a bag and said excitedly, Young master, U City is still the most comfortable. Lin Fan smiled, I haven't even returned home and you already know. It is just a feeling. Gozi laughed. Gozi looked dumb, but he was actually a Dao Realm Stage 4 expert. But to Gozi, having strength was really problematic. He had to pay attention to his own strength and work wasn't tiring at all. This made Gozi lose a lot of happiness when he was tired. Gozi loved the feeling of being tired after a busy day and lying on the bed to rest. That was really satisfying. But now he didn't have that feeling anymore. He was annoyed. If he could choose, he would rather not need strength. He passed by the Yuan Manor. Yuan Tianchu was stunned and stood there. Lin Fan said, What are you doing? We are home, aren't you going home? Yuan Tianchu came back to his senses. Yes, I am home. Are you going to Martial Path Mountain or are you going to stay here? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu said, I won't return to Martial Path Mountain and am prepared to stay in U City to settle my marriage. The Yuan family is too cold and it is pointless for me to be alone. I am prepared to find a few wives and give birth to many kids to strengthen the Yuan family once more. I will also be able to comfort my father in heaven. Lin Fan blinked and looked at Yuan Tianchu with his mouth agape. He envied such a person the most in his life. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to find a few wives. Couldn't he be more low profile? Liang Yongqi continued, You are right. Now that our families are small, no matter what, we have to strengthen them. The most important thing now is to marry more wives and have more kids. Gozi, let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and left without turning his head. Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu looked at one another. What was wrong with the sect leader? Gozi followed behind and smiled. Zhang Tianshan muttered, Sect leader, look at how idealistic the two of them are. You have to learn from them. Instantly, Zhang Tianshan felt an extremely strong killing intent cover him. He immediately kept quiet. If he didn't want to tell him, then so be it. He even wanted to kill him. That was just too terrifying. At this moment, there weren't many people in U City, but they weren't few either. When the Imperial dynasty was wiped out, the sects occupied the cities and the Alliance invaded, causing many civilians to lose their homes and could only settle in the wilderness. Now that the world was peaceful, many civilians walked out. The newly built cities at the border naturally became their first choice. Lin Manor. Father, I am back. The moment Lin Fan reached home, he shouted. He didn't have the calmness of a peak expert at all. Lin Wani walked out from the courtyard. His clothes were changed to the ones he wore before. How is it? Your father is good, right? He is exactly the same and the situation hasn't changed. Only the people have changed. When he said this, Lin Wani felt a little sad. There weren't many familiar people left. There were too many casualties in that battle. But Lin Wani was someone who knew how to adjust his emotions and walked out from his sadness right away. Come in and take a look. Your Auntie Sue and I are helping you decorate your room. Why don't you take a look? When Lin Wani thought about how his son was going to have a family, his attitude changed. Father, let's discuss something. Lin Fan thought about it and wanted to say something. Lin Wani waved his hands. There is no room for discussion. Father, I didn't even say anything and you knew? Lin Fan felt that his father was a scammer and was forcing him to do anything. Lin Wani's gaze was filled with disdain. You are my son. Even if you fart, I will know what kind of shit you are going to take. How vulgar. Lin Fan exclaimed, Father, how can you say such disgusting things? Okay, let's not talk about such nonsense. We are getting married in 7 days and you better behave. If you dare to play any tricks, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Wani warned. He knew that this kid was cunning and if he didn't warn him beforehand, it would be useless. Lin Fan felt that he had to say it. Father, cousin and Uncle Wu haven't been found and I feel really bad. I want to wait for them to get married. What do you think? No, it is okay if you can't find them. At most, you can get married again when they return. Old Man Su's granddaughter is not bad. Let's leave one for them to see. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan opened his mouth and nearly suffocated. Father, are you serious? One isn't enough and you want two? He didn't expect his father to be so ambitious. If his father hadn't personally said it, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. The more the better. If it wasn't for your mother being so strong, you would have at least a few mothers. I have seen Yongla and she is quite obedient. I have told her about it and she doesn't mind. She is even looking forward to having more sisters. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at his father with a stunned expression. If he could, he really wanted to tell his father, Gozi, you have changed. But he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his father would beat him up. Gozi, who was standing behind him, smiled. It seemed like young master's life was going to be really interesting. In his mind, he started to imagine how many young masters or young mistresses he would have in the future. Would he not be able to bring them over? Chapter 583. Back Courtyard. Gozi, is my life fixed just like that? Lin Fan laid there. Mu Gang massaged his legs while Gozi fanned himself. Gozi smiled. Young master, this is the start of your life. From now on, not only will I serve young master, but I will also serve young master and the little miss. Each time I think about that, I feel like my life is filled with motivation. I feel like kids are annoying. Lin Fan said. Gozi said, no, when young master and little miss appear, young master will definitely like them. How is that possible? Lin Fan felt that it was unrealistic. But wait, when was he so brave to actually discuss such things? Terrifying, it was just too terrifying. Lin Fan thought about it. Some things had to be arranged. It wasn't easy for his father, so completing one of his wishes wouldn't be a problem. After King Wutong fled from the imperial dynasty, he hid in a cave. He was in a daze and sometimes he was calm and sometimes he was furious. It was obvious that he was deeply affected by the evil god and it wasn't something that he could deal with just because he wanted to. You piece of trash, what do I need you for? I gave you a way to become strong and you only have this bit of strength? A furious voice spread out from the evil god statue. If not for King Wudong being useful, he would have killed this piece of trash long ago. Evil god hollered in rage. King Wudong lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. To evil god, his mental state was about to explode. Zhu Daoshan's granddaughter had such a perfect body but he didn't expect Zhu Daoshan to know about it. In the end he even destroyed it. He destroyed all the power that he worked so hard to accumulate. After scolding King Wudong, he knew that relying on this person was useless. Damn, I can only do that. Evil god was a little unwilling and didn't want to do that as it wouldn't benefit him at all. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted in his current form. So, he could only release those people. He opened up the tunnel and allowed them to descend from there. Evil god didn't think about letting King Wudong do that. This person was trash, useless trash. At that moment, evil god released his evil nature and it spread out from the darkness underground. Monster Emperor went to Insect Valley to get what he wanted, but he wasn't able to understand the secrets within. This made Monster Emperor really impatient. Damn fatty. Monster Emperor stayed in a mountain range and noticed movement around. Shortly after, he heard someone call him a damn fatty. Stop looking, I'm here. A black shadow slowly floated up from the ground. Evil God was looking for Monster Emperor. In such a situation, only those who were suppressed by Lin Fan and were trying to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8 would go all out to search for that slim chance. What did you say? The muscles on Monster Emperor's body shook. Circles of fat shook like waves. The heretic god didn't feel anything wrong. Fatty, I came here to tell you, courting death. Monster Emperor hollered in rage and punched forwards. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power exploded from his fist. The mountain range shook and collapsed, turning into ruins. To the evil god, he only wanted to scold people. What was going on? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? He didn't even do anything to him, yet he destroyed him with a punch without even chatting. How hateful. Monster Emperor's strength was really terrifying. Evil God's evil nature couldn't take it at all. The moment it dissipated, it hollered. The secret of Dao Realm Stage 8 is in the restricted Ocean Eye. Monster Emperor hated people calling him a fatty. As expected, only Lin Fan could admire his beauty and others would never be able to understand it. But what shocked Monster Emperor was that what Lin Fan said just now was what he meant. Restricted Ocean Eye. Was it really there? Guyuan and Su Yuanming were together. The two of them wanted to take revenge, but with their current strength, they were no match for Lin Fan. They were even afraid that Lin Fan would notice them. They knew that Lin Fan definitely wouldn't let them off. Far away from the territory of the Four Alliances, there were no humans here. One look and one could only see an icy region covered in snow. Brother Gu, do we still have a future? Su Yuanming asked. He slowly felt despair. They knew about the Alliance's situation. They suffered heavy losses and were suppressed by him alone. It wasn't that they didn't want to work with the Alliance. But there was no need to work with them now. Guyuan said, yes, there definitely will be. Trust me, our future definitely exists. During this period of time, I have read all the books in White Lotus St. Purity Mountain and noticed that Dao Realm Stage 8 exists in one of the books. As long as Dao Realm Stage 8 exists, then we have hope. What made Guyuan confident was his hopes towards Dao Realm Stage 8. Dao Realm Stage 8 does exist, but do you know what to do? Suddenly, a voice spread into their ears. Guyuan and Su Yuanming were shocked. Who is it? The two of them were horrified. The place where they were hiding was hidden enough. They didn't expect to be discovered. Then the voice appeared again. Have you guys been forced into a corner by Lin Fan? Don't you guys want revenge? The evil god's voice traveled over unhurriedly. He liked this feeling. It gave off an invisible sense of oppression. From their panicked expressions, it could be seen how afraid they were of Lin Huang. Who are you? Guyuan calmed down. From the words just now, he could tell that the other party wasn't Lin Fan. He was probably the same as them, hating Lin Fan to the bone. The evil god really wanted to tell them that the one talking to them was the great evil god Masaki Xinfeng, but he didn't want more people to know of his existence. That was because he was too noble and he was afraid that others wouldn't be able to handle his brilliance. Who I am isn't important, but I can tell you that the key to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 is in the Ocean Eye. If you want revenge, then head there. Right, let me remind you that the two of you aren't strong enough. You need more people. The moment he said this, evil god left. Who are you? Why should I believe you? Guyuan raged. At the same time, he searched for traces of him, but it was as if he had disappeared. At that moment, Guyuan and Su Yuanming looked at one another. What do you think? Guyuan asked. Su Yuanming shook his head. I don't know, but he is definitely using us to complete some unspeakable goal. But even if we know that he is using us, we have to find a way to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. That is indeed the case. He probably knows that, which is why he came to find us. But what is in the Ocean Eye? How can it be related to Dao Realm Stage 8? Guyuan frowned and thought about it. He wanted to know the truth. But it was obvious. If they didn't head there, they would never find out. A few days later, a bunch of uninvited guests appeared in the calm, restricted ocean. If Lin Fan was here, he would definitely exclaim that these bunch of old fellows were hiding here. Half of the remaining top sect leaders of the Four Alliances were here. They were all eager to know what the method to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8 was. Without hesitation, they entered the ocean. When they arrived at the eye, they noticed that there were people waiting there. Monster Emperor, Guyuan didn't expect Monster Emperor to be there. He looked at them and nodded his head to tell them to be more wary. Monster Emperor wasn't a smart person and was quite impulsive. All of you are here to find a way to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8? Monster Emperor said. Guyuan said, right, Monster Emperor, we don't interfere with each other. We are all searching for the same thing, so why not work together with us? Monster Emperor said, that is what I was thinking. Be careful. Guyuan said softly to Su Yuanming. Even if Monster Emperor agreed to work with them, they couldn't be careless. Who didn't know that Monster Emperor was such a person? He would smile at you and in the next second he would stab you to death. At that moment, all of them landed. The ocean eye was at the deepest part of the ocean. It formed a whirlpool that spun, but there was no suction force. When one looked in with the naked eye, it was pitch black and one couldn't see anything. There is a stone stele here that records some information, Monster Emperor said. Everyone looked at the stone stele and on it recorded something that no one knew about. Yin Demon? The ocean is connected to where the Yin Demons are. But how is that possible? How can such a weak Yin Demon be connected to Dao Realm Stage 8? Su Yuanming frowned and didn't believe what that mysterious person said. Monster Emperor grabbed the stone stele. Guyuan exclaimed, Monster Emperor, what are you doing? Monster Emperor grabbed the stone plaque and instantly the ground shook. An eye-catching light exploded from the whirlpool and a gate appeared in the sky above the whirlpool. The gate gave off a bright light and contained a mysterious Dao pattern power. As expected, it is true. Monster Emperor muttered. It was the same as what was recorded in Insect Valley, so that is the case. Our world isn't complete. It might have been complete in the past, but someone split it up. Monster Emperor, what do you mean? Guyuan asked. Monster Emperor didn't reply to Guyuan. He just hollered and punched the gate. The people around saw that Monster Emperor was furious and thought that he was going to attack. They were so frightened that they hid. When they saw that Monster Emperor was attacking the gate, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Monster Emperor wasn't weak and his fist wasn't something that could be blocked so easily. But the gate didn't move at all and only ripples spread out. Guyuan wasn't a dumb pig and after thinking about it, he understood. So that was the case. After we reached Dao Realm Stage 7, we were unable to improve because of this gate. As long as we destroy it, there will be no more obstacles. Guys, what are you hesitating for? Let's attack it together. Guyuan shouted excitedly. He then used his strength to strike the gate. Everyone didn't know whether it was true or not, but since Guyuan was in, they could only treat it as the truth. No matter what. They definitely couldn't give up this chance. Chapter 584. If Lin Fan knew that they were knocking on the door, he would have hollered in rage. Knock your head. Wasn't it better to just hide and live? But how would he know that to these peak sect leaders, even if there was danger, it was worth it? Being suppressed to the point where there was no way to turn the situation around made one feel despair. Thus, one had to take the risk to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle and even a cannon. 7 days later. Lin Manor was decorated and it was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Since Lin Wani woke up, his smile hadn't disappeared. He was happy and happy. As a father, he had spent so much effort on his son's life. Now that it was about to succeed, how could he not be happy? Back courtyard. Young master, today is a joyous day, so why do you look so unhappy? Go, Z was busy preparing this and that in case he missed something. Lin Fan sat there and drank wine alone. He was sad and said, Go Z, I feel really bad. From being single to having a family, this change is just too quick and I can't even react. No matter what, Lin Fan was an invincible person in the world. Logically speaking, a true expert should be single for the rest of their lives to be a good role model for the younger generation. After all, experts were just too charismatic. If they continued to find wives, then would there be any beauties left for others? Just thinking about it was a little cruel. Gozi consoled, Young master, everyone has such a process. Relax and you will get used to it really quickly. Change your clothes, otherwise old master will get impatient. Lin Fan pinched his cheeks and told himself not to think so much. If they were married, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. Auntie Sue's voice spread in from outside. Fan, are you ready? We are going to pick up the bride. Auntie Sue, just wait for a while. Lin Fan replied. He couldn't hide from it, so he had to face it head on. Princess Yongla was the Imperial Dynasty princess and Shao Qi was the new Imperial Dynasty master. If it was in the past, naturally, everything would be simple. After all, they didn't have that ability. But now it was different. Xiaoqi also wanted to hug Lin Fan's leg. He wasn't blind and he knew who was strong and who was amazing. The Imperial Dynasty's wedding procession was huge and one couldn't see the end of it. At the city gate, Lin Wani laughed. The smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. He could tell everyone that even when he got married, he wasn't as excited as he was today. Moreover, Lin Wani would automatically age. In the past, there was only him and his son in the family, so it didn't matter. But he couldn't do that now. In the words that he said to Lin Fan, he was afraid that his grandson would call him father in the future. The citizens of the city were already standing on the streets, full of curiosity about such a grand wedding. To the common people, the things that happened during this period of time didn't affect them too much, so they were living and working in peace and contentment, which was quite a good feeling. Oh my God, what a huge battle array. Right, this is the wedding of Yu City's Lin Manor young master and he is marrying the sister of the current Imperial Dynasty ruler. Do you think he can be so casual? This is a powerful alliance between the aristocratic families and the royal family. How enviable. The commoners chatted amongst themselves. They were just ordinary people and did not know what had happened in the past few months. They did not know that the current peace in the world was because of Lin Fan. To them they loved to gossip. Princess Yongle was really nervous. Although she couldn't make her own decisions, she didn't regret it at all. She was even really satisfied with the current situation. Princess, we are about to arrive at Yu City. The wedding procession is in front. The maid said. Princess Yongle said softly. She was filled with anticipation and didn't know what life would be like in the future. City gate. Brat, you better pull yourself together. Lin Wani glanced and saw how listless his son was. He was furious and wanted to scold him. It was such a good thing and he was actually not happy at all. What a waste. Father, I'm already really energetic. Lin Fan said. He realized that it was his wedding but his father was even more excited than him. What was going on? What followed was the normal process. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't turn back anymore. His life settled down just like that. Thinking about it, he didn't notice any problems. Today, his father's face was glowing and he called all the people over to the Lin Manor for a banquet. It lasted for 3 days and the people all cheered. No matter which family was getting married, they would just watch the show. But if he was treating them to a meal, then the situation would be different. The people cheered and congratulated him. They praised Lin Fan with everything they had learned in their lives. It made Lin Wani laugh out loud. He felt really good. On Lin Fan's wedding day, a bunch of peak experts at the Ocean Eye worked hard and hammered the gate. What kind of broken gate is that? We have been hammering it for so many days and there is no reaction at all. A peak sect leader couldn't take it anymore and scolded. With their strength, they couldn't even smash a single gate. If word got out, they would be mocked. Guyuan was really curious about the background of the gate. But because it was so hard to smash, he felt that there was definitely something behind it that he wanted. Guys, if it was so easy to smash, then it wouldn't be the secret of Dao Realm Stage 8. Guyuan said. His words made everyone nod their heads and they all felt that Guyuan was right. If it was so easy, then why was it left until now? It would have been smashed by someone long ago. Su Yuanming frowned and said uneasily, Guyuan, this gate is so strong and it isn't a normal thing. It is obviously used to suppress the Yin demons. If we smash it, will something amazing be released? What does that have to do with us? No matter what, as long as we can break through to Dao Realm Stage 8, it is worth it. Guyuan said. Everyone present wanted to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. If not, they would have to hide like dogs and not be able to see for the rest of their lives. Su Yuanming's expression was solemn. Guyuan was right. Even if there was danger, they had to take the risk. As for what would be released in the end, maybe it really had nothing to do with them. Guys, gather all our strength to smash it. If we can't break it in a day, then we will do it in a month. If we don't break it in a month, then we will do it in a year. This is our only chance and if we miss it, there won't be another one. Guyuan hollered. Think about what Lin Fan did to us. How can we bear with him? He was an expert at stirring emotions. The remaining peak experts of the 4 alliances hollered in rage. They used their strongest attacks to strike the mysterious gate. Even now it didn't move at all. They believed that as long as they worked hard, they would be able to break it open. Lin Manor Hall. Father, mother, drink tea. Princess Yongle and Lin Fan knelt there and served tea to the elders. Lin Wani sat there and straightened his back. Good, good, so obedient. If there weren't so many people here as a father, he would have wanted to cry. He thought that he wouldn't be able to see it in his life, but who knew that his biggest wish was about to be fulfilled? Fan, Yongla is your wife. You have to protect her and love her. Don't let her suffer. Auntie Sue said slowly. Lin Fan said, Auntie Sue, I understand. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan. If you dare to mistreat my daughter-in-law, I will break your legs. Father, there are so many people here. No matter what, I am the strongest in the world. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, I don't care whether or not you are the strongest. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Lin Fan replied helplessly. Father was just so overbearing. Luckily he was so filial. If he met someone who wasn't filial, he would have to fight him on the spot. Water Emperor muttered, as expected, everything has its counter. Lin Fan looked at Princess Yongla. Princess Yongla looked at Lin Fan and lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't know what to do. Why are you so shy? Lin Fan didn't feel too bad about this marriage. Dinner. Why, did you all see that? A pig is actually eating at the table. This is the first time I have seen such a weird thing. Is that true? How can it be fake? If you don't believe me, you can take a look. It seems like that pig has a good relationship with the Lin Manor. When Zhu Shen appeared at the dinner, many commoners surrounded him. Zhu Shen, you are really charming. Everyone is looking at you. Zhang Tianshan said. Scram. Zhu Shen really wanted to push Zhang Tianshan away. Damn, this fellow was here to mock him. Naturally, he knew what the commoners were looking at. Did they really think he wanted to turn his body into a pig? But he had no choice. He kept telling himself that even if he turned into a pig, he had to work hard. This was why it was normal for him to eat at the table. Lin Fan brought Princess Yongla to toast. This day passed in a blur for Lin Fan. He just followed the rhythm and settled his life matters. Everything happened really quickly and all of a sudden he was unable to react. When Lin Fan slowly came back to his senses, he was already in the same room as Princess Yongla. What was going to happen next? Those who understood a little. They just needed to know what was going to happen. Lin Fan was a little nervous. He wasn't nervous about what was going to happen next, but that it was really over. Outside. Brother Lin, your worries have finally been settled. Old ancestor Zhao smiled. Lin Wani smiled. Right, I can finally be at ease. Old ancestor Zhao thought about it and asked from the side. Right, I heard that Su Changsun wants to marry his granddaughter to your son. Is that true? There is such a thing. That brat is not bad. Lin Wani said. Old ancestor Zhao said, that old man Su has a good plan to actually send his granddaughter out. But really, what do you think of my granddaughter? Lin Wani wanted to say a few good things about Su Changsun, but who knew that old ancestor Zhao's words would change such that Lin Wani couldn't react? He was stunned as he looked at old ancestor Zhao like he was asking, are you serious? Old ancestor Zhao and Lin Wani looked at one another. He maintained his smile like he was asking him to consider it. Chapter 585. Within the room. Princess Yongla wore a red veil and pinched her fingers as she sat there. Although one couldn't see her face from her actions, one could tell that she was really nervous. Since you have bowed to heaven and earth, then you are mine. Don't worry, I am a responsible person. Lin Fan said and then sat beside her. Princess Yongla felt Lin Fan sit beside her and her body shook. She was a little nervous but she calmed down quickly. Lin Fan removed the veil and looked at Princess Yongla's face. She was really beautiful and she looked really gentle. She was Lin Fan's cup of tea and he liked this type of girl. Husband. Yongla lowered her head and her face flushed red. Lin Fan blinked and felt really helpless. He became someone else's husband so quickly. Was he going to become a father in a short while? It was too quick. In the blink of an eye, all these things were going to happen. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Lin Fan said, actually, our development speed is a little too quick. Don't you feel that we haven't even met a few times and we're already married? We don't understand one another too well, so it's a little sloppy. At this moment, Lin Fan was spouting out a whole bunch of words. Slowly. Lin Fan realized that Princess Yongla's situation was a little off. She lowered her head and her eyes were red. She grabbed her clothes and her body trembled. Instantly he came to his senses. His words caused her to misunderstand. But he had no choice. He was a direct person and wasn't used to being tactful. So, he offended many people and killed many of them. However, he liked this kind of soft and weak little sister. At that moment, Lin Fan's tone changed, but it is okay. As the saying goes, love grows with time. If you don't have a foundation, then take it slow. We still have a long life ahead of us. Princess Yongla's tears turned into a smile and she looked really shy. Lin Fan hugged her right away. Princess Yongla was confused. Husband, what are you doing? Princess Yongla was really pure and didn't know what was going to happen next. After all, she was a princess and no one in the imperial dynasty dared to tell her such things. Lin Fan said calmly, of course we are developing our relationship. On the foundation of our relationship, we need to peel off layer by layer until we reach the depths of our hearts. Are you prepared? I'm ready, Princess Yongla said softly. At this point, Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony. Everything that happened next was normal. This was also the first time Lin Fan had changed from a boy to a man after coming to this world. Furthermore, it was the process of turning a girl into a woman. Ouch, you'll get used to it. At the banquet, Lin Wani and the others held their wine glasses. Time seemed to have stopped and they didn't move at all. If not for the slight change in his expression, he would have thought that the space around him had been sealed. Instantly, everyone recovered and laughed. Come, cheers. Brother Lin, looks like you're really going to have a grandson. Ah. Lin Wani was in great condition. Based on the situation, it might really be the case. Everyone drink as much as you want. The Lin Manor doesn't have much, but this wine is definitely enough. They really were a group of wretched old men. Lin Fan just wanted to ask, why were you guys not moving at all just now? What were you eavesdropping on? The next day, Lin Fan woke up and felt a little tired. Perhaps it was because people should respect each other, but he didn't end things hastily. Instead, he put in a few 100% of his energy. He reached out and touched, but he didn't touch anyone. Very quickly, footsteps spread in from outside. Yongla carried a basin in. Gozi looked at young master helplessly like he was saying that his job had been stolen. Moreover, the person who stole his job was someone he couldn't offend, so he couldn't show any unhappiness. Yongla, in the future, just let Gozi do these things. Lin Fan could tell that Gozi was in pain, so naturally he had to help him. Yes, husband. Yongla smiled and didn't reject him at all. After washing up, Lin Fan brought Yongla to eat breakfast. Father and Auntie Su should have waited for a long time. When they reached the dining hall, Lin Wani was already waiting. Although Lin Fan and the others were late, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, the smile on his face was as bright as a blooming flower. Lin Fan sat down and looked at the dishes on the table. He was stunned. Father, is this breakfast or lunch? He didn't recognize any of the dishes. Nourish yourself. You are young and need to nourish your body. When your father wanted you, he ate all of this. Yongla, you have to work hard and add some life to the Lin family. Lin Wani said. Yongla was so embarrassed that she nearly buried her head in the table, but she still nodded her head. Lin Fan was helpless. Father was just too casual. Although his life wasn't as exciting as before, it was much more comfortable and enjoyable. The following days were really simple. Lin Fan had nothing to do and just brought Yongla, Gozi, and Mu Gang to stroll around the city. They ate, drank, and played. They did whatever they wanted to do. They returned back to their carefree days. Zhu Xin didn't return to Marshall Path Mountain. He returned to his old job. Although he was a pig now, it didn't affect his love for it. The moment it opened, Zhu Xin became the star of Yu City. All the commoners found out about a strange thing. A pig actually sold pork and could even speak. That was just terrifying. Time passed quickly and just like that, a month passed. Lin Fan returned back to his peaceful life. Apart from sleeping with Yongla and deepening their relationship, he would look around and play. It was really fun. Restricted Ocean Eye. I'm so tired. These peak experts didn't rest at all to break open the gate. Their bones felt like they were about to fall apart and their iron fists were scratched up. Although they didn't need to eat, they were used to having 3 meals a day. But here, not to mention 3 meals a day, since they came here they hadn't eaten anything at all. Some of the peak experts became thinner. It was dry and tasteless. There was no activity at all. Gyuan said, all of you cheer up. This place is our last hope. Let's work hard. Gyuan, can we break open this gate or not? Till now we haven't even broken a corner. Is it because we aren't strong enough? Someone asked. For a full month they didn't rest at all. They continued to strike the stone gate. Logically speaking, it should have been broken open long ago. But this gate was too stubborn. Was their last hope going to be destroyed? No matter whether or not we can break it, we have to try to the end. This is our last chance and we can't give up so easily. Gyuan hollered. If one had to say what was their motivation now, it was all because of Guyuan's holler. When everyone else was about to despair, Guyuan's holler filled them with energy and they continued to strike the stone gate. Evil God came to take a look. He only wanted to say that their speed was trash. They couldn't even break open a stone gate, so why didn't they just die? Right as they continued to strike the stone gate, the chaos over at the Alliance became worse and worse. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island stopped hiding their greed and started to attack the Alliance headquarters to take over. Zhen Ming's disappearance confused Yan Kuan and the 8 island heads. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Cheong supported the entire Alliance, but under the attacks of Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, he really couldn't block it. The difference in peak combat strength was too huge. More and more cities were occupied and left the Alliance to become Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island's territory. Deputy Commander, Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island are attacking once more and we can't block it anymore. At that moment, a general came to report. The Alliance was in a dangerous situation. Cheong's expression was really ugly. Damn, if I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't have let them live. There was no point in regretting now. When the Alliance suppressed Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, they showed weakness to the Alliance and said that they wouldn't have any thoughts about the Alliance. They were worried that Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island were involved in a huge area, so they let them off. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Suddenly, a voice spread in from outside. Cheong, we are here. You are the only one in the Alliance who can fight. Do you think that you can deal with so many of us alone? Surrender and we won't kill you. Hell Mountain Yan Kuan and the 8 island heads all appeared. They were really excited. They could finally achieve their wish, which was to control the Alliance in their hands. In the past, with the commander and the strongest 9-star generals guarding, there was nothing they could do. But now they were either dead or disappeared. Who could stop them? Cheong gritted his teeth and flames appeared in his eyes. He knew that there was no hope. The fruits of the Alliance would be taken by them. But even then, he didn't think about retreating either. There is no point in me living alone. Since that is the case, then let's see how skilled all of you are. Cheong was prepared to die. Even if they agreed to surrender and not kill him, he didn't think about living. Gee, I don't believe that you are crazy. You are definitely waiting for a chance. Very quickly, a huge battle broke out outside. After a period of time, the sounds of battle slowly disappeared. Naturally, Cheong was killed. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island were officially in charge of the Alliance. To normal citizens, when they faced such a situation, some of them protested. But they protested against Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island and not the Alliance that was thinking about them. They didn't chase them away. The two factions sent people to massacre. At that moment, the entire street was dyed red and there were corpses all over. After that, everyone became well-behaved. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island used bloody methods to suppress everything. What they had to face next was who would be the commander-in-chief. They could work together to fight against the Alliance, but now that the fruits of victory were right in front of them, whether or not they could share it was a problem. You city daughter-in-law, do you feel that your body is different from before? Lin Wani often asked. They had been in the same room for a month, so it should be over. Yongla shook her head. Father, I don't feel anything. Weird. Lin Wani was anxious. Why didn't she feel anything? Chapter 586. Back Courtyard. Lin Fan was enjoying his life when Lin Wani hurried over. He told Gozi and the others to wait outside. It was obvious that he had something to say to Lin Fan. Father, what happened? He didn't know why Father was being so mysterious. They were married and had a family, so what else did he have to do? Son, tell me the truth. Do you have any problems with your body? Don't be shy, I am your father. Just tell me, I will think of a way to solve it for you. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was stunned. No, there is no problem. Don't hide it. If there is no problem, then why hasn't she done anything after sleeping with you for so long? Lin Wani said anxiously. Normally, she would have gotten pregnant after sleeping with him for a few days. However, there was no news at all, which made him really anxious. Lin Fan said helplessly, Father, I have worked hard. My kidneys are about to dry up. Maybe this is the will of the heavens. It isn't time yet, so there is no need to rush. What? Your kidneys have problems? How is that possible? When you cultivate to such a realm, there shouldn't be any problems with your body, especially in terms of your organs. Lin Wani said in disbelief. Damn. Lin Fan felt like he couldn't continue the conversation. Father's thoughts weren't something normal people could understand. Forget it, forget it. He shouldn't explain. The more he explained, the more problematic it would be. He could only tell his father that it wasn't like what he thought. He had been working hard, but sometimes it wouldn't work right away. There had to be a buffer period, right? It seems like I have to nourish you during this period of time. When father said that, his expression was really solemn, like he was about to take out his family recipe. The next day, Lin Fan found out what was going on with his father's nourishment. All sorts of whips made Lin Fan want to die. Every day was like that, and it lasted for a long time. Half a year later. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Room in the building. Lin Fan wore a white shirt and held a fan in his hand. He ate melon seeds and looked at the bustling city below. Yuan Tianchu Liang Yongqi, half a year has passed. Are you really not going to return to Marshall Path Mountain, or are you going to stay in Yu City? Lin Fan asked. His life now was really comfortable. His relationship with Euphoria grew stronger and stronger. In this half a year, he brought Euphoria and the others around to see the different sceneries. The only regret was that Yongla wasn't pregnant yet. When there was no one around, Yongla would always cry. She felt like she was useless and couldn't help the Lin family. This made Lin Fan a little helpless. He had no choice. He could only find the divinator and tell him that this old man was the top divinator in the world. No, he was the top divinator and knew the past, present, and future. The divinator said to Yongla, sect leader's wife, you didn't have a child because of yourself but because of the heavens. Before the time is right, you won't have a child. But you will definitely have a child, and this child will be extraordinary. At that time, Lin Fan could only shrug helplessly. You heard it too, it wasn't our problem but the heavens. Don't think too much, when the time is right you will naturally have one. When Yongla heard that she would have a child in the future and that the child would be amazing, naturally she was delighted. At the same time she asked when that time would come. Lin Fan called the divinator over so that he could brag about it. Who knew that the divinator would actually guarantee that it would be 3 years later and 1 year earlier? What a con man. Back on track. Yuan Tianchu had a tough expression on his face. Sect leader, I might not be able to return during this period of time. I already have 3 wives, so it isn't good for me to leave. In Lin Fan's eyes, Yuan Tianchu was quite impressive. He had found 3 wives in such a short time, and they were all from good families. The fastest one had been married for 4 months, and the slowest one had been married for 3 months. As for Liang Yongqi, that fellow was a beast. He actually married 6 and they were all pregnant. To make their families prosperous once more, they were going all out. They didn't know how much a kidney was worth. They just wanted to be fast and to continue to speed up. Restricted Ocean I don't believe that I can't shatter you. The peak experts of the 4 alliances were about to collapse. Their minds were at the edge, and if this continued they would go mad. At that moment, all the pinnacle experts gathered their strength together, gathering into the strongest power that could destroy the heavens and earth. With a boom, an extremely terrifying beam of light burst forth. It landed on the stone door. Are we going to fail again? Guyuan was filled with despair. His holler was unable to raise the morale of everyone else because he had no strength left. To be able to last until now was all because of love. Just when everyone was feeling dejected, a shocking scene happened. Kacha. A crisp sound spread out. Guyuan and the others were stunned. They raised their heads, and in their eyes that were filled with despair, hope reappeared. There were cracks on the stone door and they were huge. Guys, the stone door has cracked. Let's work hard and we will definitely be able to open it today. Guyuan hollered excitedly. He felt like his body was about to shake. Too long. He had forgotten how long it had been since such hope appeared. Even without Guyuan hollering, everyone felt like their bodies were filled with power. Instantly, everyone gathered their most terrifying power and smashed towards the stone door. This time the power was even more terrifying than before. Maybe because hope had appeared, they started to go all out. Kacha. The cracks on the stone door started to move once more. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the stone door shattered into pieces. It shattered. Half a year, we haven't slept for half a year. Our hope is behind the stone door. At that moment, the peak sect leaders of the 4 alliances cried. They had never been as emotional as today. A moment later, everyone gathered over. They noticed that the ocean was changing. The whirlpool disappeared and a tunnel was formed. But this tunnel gave off a green light and no one knew where it led to. What is going on? Someone asked curiously. They didn't know what was going on and they were just feeling their way through. Would they be able to step into Dao Realm Stage 8 if they shattered the stone door? But they didn't sense anything weird. Don't rush, wait. Maybe we have been isolated for too long and we need some time, Guyuan said. He prayed in his heart. He had to succeed, he had to. He was actually more anxious than anyone else. If there was nothing after the stone door was broken, then he would really have the heart to die. Oh, suddenly, a strong wind blew in the green tunnel. At the same time, a weird sound spread out from within. Monster Emperor frowned and felt that something was off. He retreated. He got that thing from Insect Valley too easily. Was there a plot? Shoo. A sharp sound spread out. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows flashed past at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the tunnel was filled with countless tentacles. These tentacles had many eyes and many sharp teeth. They were really terrifying. What is that? Some peak experts opened their eyes wide and looked on in disbelief. They smashed the stone door to step into Dao Realm Stage 8 and not to see such things. Shwa. A tentacle lashed out at the pinnacle expert, coiling him up and tearing him apart with its sharp teeth. Fresh blood scattered in the sky. That was a peak expert. Even if he was stunned and didn't sleep for half a year, he shouldn't have been ripped apart so easily. Evil God who was hiding shook. He sensed a familiar aura. TSK, I didn't expect Lula to be the first to appear. These people are so pitiful, they met someone even crueler than me. You were just unlucky. Evil God was tired. He didn't want to release these people. All of them were really terrifying. However, in his current state, the few fellows that he had taken in were all useless. He could only rely on them to bring some vitality to this world, and he could also take advantage of this opportunity to start strengthening himself. Restricted Ocean Eye. What monster is that? A peak-level expert roared in terror. Seeing the incoming tentacle, he punched out. Although the tentacle was smashed into pieces, the shattered tentacle grew out again and directly lashed out at him. The peak expert was badly injured and spat out blood. Has the former blood food land become so plump? This is amazing. A low voice spread out. It didn't sound like a human, but one could understand it. Evil, dark, and tyrannical negative emotions shrouded the world. Guyuan's body shook and his breathing became more and more rushed. How did this happen? What was going on? Su Yuanming grabbed Guyuan and panicked. Let's go, let's go. With our current state, we can't fight him at all. They smashed the stone gate for half a year and their bodies were at their weakest. If they were at their peak, they might not have to fear, but now they definitely couldn't. Guyuan gritted his teeth and his face was filled with reluctance. Damn. Monster Emperor raised his head and his face was filled with excitement. He muttered, is this the final form? Lula's tentacle shifted in front of Monster Emperor. Spying on your god is unforgivable. Shoo. The tentacle struck towards Monster Emperor. Not only did Monster Emperor not retreat, but he also revealed an excited expression. He pounced forwards, opened his arms and grabbed the tentacle in his hands. Monster Emperor raised his head and his mouth opened wide. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth like a black hole and he bit down excitedly. Kong. An angry roar came from the dark green passageway. Monster Emperor ate crazily until he swallowed the tentacle into his stomach. He then charged into the distance. He had gotten what he wanted. Small bug. Lula roared. The ocean eye started to shake and numerous tentacles waved in the air, slapping everything around. It was like they wanted to come out from the ocean eye. Chapter 587. The peak experts from the four alliances were stunned. While the monster focused on Monster Emperor, they scattered in all directions. We were conned. They hollered in rage. How was this the key to breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8? They released the monster. Outside the tunnel at the deepest part of the ocean, I wasn't the monster world that they expected. It was another world no smaller than this one. But this world was really weird. There were 3 moons hanging in the sky. These moons were red and they were called blood moons. Another blood food world has been opened. A bunch of people in weird armor raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the red sky, a crack appeared. They could even sense a terrifying monster tearing the crack and trying to cross over to descend into that blood food world. Their original world wasn't like this. There weren't 3 blood moons in the sky. But one day, a tunnel was opened and the world changed. Many terrifying monsters appeared. They thought that it was an invasion from another dimension. However, after decades of resistance, They realized that it wasn't an invasion of the dimension. Instead, they were food nurtured by these evil gods. After they were fattened up, these evil gods were prepared to harvest the food for a delicious meal. But no matter where they were, there would always be people who were unyielding. There will always be people who are unyielding, who fight and resist. Now that the blood food world was opened, they felt that they should work with them to fight against these terrifying evil gods. Yu City. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Fan, who was talking to Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi, suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Sect leader, what happened? Yuan Tianchu asked. Sect leader's expression became solemn. It was obvious that something had happened. Lin Fan said, nothing, but I feel like something happened. At that moment, he did sense a shocking aura spreading from the distance, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan was confused. He tried to sense it, but it wasn't an aura that he was familiar with. Forget it. Why was he thinking so much? It was best if he didn't care about some things. It was tough for him to return to a peaceful life, and he hadn't had enough of it. As for what it was, he would only know when it appeared. Yuan Tianchu didn't continue to ask. With their strength, even if they knew what happened, they wouldn't be able to help. Sect leader, when are you and sect leader's wife going to have a child? If sect leader has any problems in that aspect, sect leader can choose any one of my children to adopt. Lin Fan glanced at it. Keep it for yourself. I'm too lazy to raise a child for you. You guys take your time, I'll be leaving first. He grabbed the peanuts on the table and slowly walked down the stairs. Father didn't rush her like before. It wasn't that he didn't want a grandson, but he felt that it wasn't good to give Yongla so much pressure. So, whenever someone asked him why he didn't have a grandson, Lin Wani would laugh and scold them. What grandson? Wasn't his life good now? Lin Mansion. Fan, did you sense that aura? The moment Lin Fan stepped in, Lin Wani chased up and asked. That aura shocked him. Lin Fan nodded his head. Father, I noticed it. It isn't the aura of the Four Alliances sect leaders. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't have much to do with us. If it is something bad, he will come out. Lin Wani was worried. I am afraid that the sect leaders of the Four Alliances haven't given up and will do something. No one knew where the sect leaders of the Four Alliances went. They hadn't appeared in half a year, and it was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Scoff, if they did it, then they are not far from death. Lin Fan raged. As long as someone dared to spoil his peaceful life, he would beat them up. Be careful in case anything happens. Lin Wani said, I will send someone to scout out the situation. I hope that nothing will happen. At that moment, Yongla walked over from afar. Half a year had passed and the little girl had become a housewife. Her aura had changed. Her body was actually much better. Lin Fan hugged her waist. Father, I will accompany Yongla to walk in the garden. After getting married for half a year, Lin Fan had grown up a lot. He had the concept of family. Although he was still naughty, his heart was much more mature. In the garden, Yongla was in Lin Fan's embrace and she was filled with happiness. Although the two of them had only met once and got married not long later, she believed in her own judgment. They would definitely be happy and the outcome would be the same as she had expected. No matter if it was day or night, she would be really happy. Yongla, is there something on your mind? Lin Fan asked. Yongla said slowly, Husband, I have been having nightmares recently. I feel like one day we will be separated. Lin Fan smiled and lifted Yongla's chin. Why would you have such a thought? That will never happen. Stop talking. She definitely didn't feel safe enough. He kissed Yongla. As she cried out in shock, Lin Fan carried her on his shoulder. It was as if he had picked up his wife at the foot of the mountain and brought her back to the village to have some fun. Husband, it is still daytime. Yongla said shyly. They had lived together for half a year, so how could she not know what was going to happen next? She didn't know where husband learned those embarrassing poses from. Each time he would make her do those embarrassing poses. She didn't want it because it was too embarrassing. But husband said that it would help her get pregnant. So, they slowly cooperated and in the end they worked really well together. In the past, if someone told Lin Fan that he would like such a life, he would definitely slap him twice. What were they saying? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you insulting me? He had the heart of an expert, so how could he be trapped by the world? He definitely wouldn't have a wife. But now, it smelled good. Not only was he the strongest, but he also had a wife. Didn't he feel that it smelled good? In a certain cave, Monster Emperor's weight couldn't support him sitting cross-legged. When he sat down, it was like a pile of meat was piled up together. What are those things? What does Insect Valley know? Monster Emperor was in deep thought. But all of this wasn't important anymore. He tried his best to bite it to sense whether or not it was a product of cultivating bug-controlling technique to the highest realm. The monster's tentacle was still in his abdomen and it was still moving and charging about in his body. Monster Emperor suppressed the tentacle and numerous black bugs appeared in his abdomen. These bugs had merged with Monster Emperor. From the tentacle, he sensed extremely violent negative emotions. Those with weak wills would be infected by the negative emotions and lose themselves. CSI. Numerous black bugs covered the tentacle and swallowed it. Very quickly the tentacle totally disappeared. After Monster Emperor swallowed the tentacle, he obtained many things that he wanted. But the more he knew, his expression became more and more ugly. Blood food. We are actually just blood food? Damn thing, since I am just blood food, then what an arrogant bunch of people. There was just too little in one tentacle. But such a small amount of things infuriated Monster Emperor and he nearly exploded on the spot. In an uninhabited place. Damn, what is going on? We worked so hard for half a year and this is the outcome? Su Yuanming was unwilling and hollered in rage. They stayed at the Ocean Eye for half a year and faced a stone door every day. If not for their anticipation they would have gone mad. But now, what the fuck? They wanted to vomit blood. The outcome of half a year was to release a monster? Guyuan said, "Brother Su, calm down. Maybe things aren't what we think. Maybe if we wait, we will be able to find a chance to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. At such a time, Guyuan still had a bit of hope. Maybe he was just lying to himself. But it was impossible for him to admit that this half a year was of no use at all. His small heart couldn't take such a blow at all. Ace, we both know the exact situation. If it was really useful, we would have sensed it long ago. Su Yuanming said. He was already prepared to accept the truth. But that monster is really strong. Even if we weren't in a good state after smashing the stone gate for half a year, we wouldn't be able to insta-kill it. I think that monster is definitely at Dao Realm Stage 8. When Su Yuanming said that the monster was at Dao Realm Stage 8, his eyes shone with hope. As so it isn't like we have no hope. Even if we can't break through to Dao Realm Stage 8 here, as long as we find out where the Ocean Eye leads to, we will definitely be able to reach Stage 8. Guyuan was someone who knew how to adjust himself. No matter how difficult it was, he would think about all sorts of hope. In his words, as long as there was hope, then there would be a chance to turn things around. So, don't give up just because things weren't going well. Evil god Lula wasn't able to come out from the Ocean Eye. This world was suppressing him and one could say that they didn't want him to come here. That night, the uninhabited restricted sea's eye underwent an astonishing change. From that passageway, a gray gas gushed out and spread in all directions. The fish in the ocean were covered by the energy and instantly became violent. They attacked an ocean shark. Even if they weren't as big as its eye, they were still really fierce. Not long later, there was a thick smell of blood in the ocean as numerous fish fought one another. The gray energy continued to spread and slowly merged into the air. It was originally gray but now it was colorless and odorless. No one knew what happened here. The outside world didn't know anything about the Ocean Eye. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.